The hunt begins.
Oh,
40 teams from around
let's
the world
go.
have smashed their way through their regions for a chance to step onto this stage
Where's my
and
phone?
prove their worth. But one
Where's my
step in
phone?
the wrong direction could lead you here. If your team is eliminated from the competition, then the destiny of your key could end in the Crusher. This contraption will figuratively and quite literally crush your dreams of continuing your journey here at the ESPORTS World Cup. And then your crushed
Control
team will
one.
be placed at the base of the totem,
Oops.
encased in resin in a little place that we like to call the graveyard.
Did I click the right button?
My name is Barney Banks, and it is my honor to be your host for the
I
ALGS
did.
mid-season playoffs at the
Let's
ESPORTS
go.
World Cup. The next 4 days of competition will be a true test of focus, of instincts, and of course, raw skill. Every drop, every shot, every decision made could be the one that leads you to raise this. The
Energy.
stunning ESPORTS World Cup trophy. So,
Oh, I didn't click
who
record either,
stands
did
in
I?
your way? Just
Hold
the
up.
best players from all over the world. And I
Start
think it's about
recording.
time we meet them. Kicking things off with ninjas in pajamas.
NIP.
They are Vayne, Karev, and McLovin.
Krebs a goat. Krebs a goat.
Team Nemesis. They are Kaishiha, Zuni, and Remix Powers.
Don't know him.
Al-Qadsia Esports.
Kadzia. I've got them up there.
Pricey, Strafing Flame, and Player K.
Player K, Jeff and Flame. Legends Gaming duo there.
Sentinels. They are Riley Mekanek, Lota 31, and
Lord of the
Carter.
Rings. Well, they do alright. They need to do alright this tournament, I think.
Genji.
They have to
They
do
are
alright.
Dexter, Ziki, and Asia.
That's not GG, is it? Genji? I think that's a stupid question.
Orchid.
I think now.
They are Cersei, Rambo, and Luxford. Noah's Fox. They are Satsuki, Arufa, and Laika.
Ooh, Flacker. What a goat.
Wolves Esports. They are Crazy Kong.
I need to get a drink.
Flame, and Wen
Pop an energy drink. I
Shuai.
don't know how long this is going to go for. I generally don't know how long this is going to go for. It's,
Edward Gaming.
I don't know how many hours.
3MZ,
It's 10 games,
Peter,
so
and Return.
definitely more than 3 hours. So I'm definitely going to pop an energy drink. I'll be right back. I'll grab one.
Furia. They are Madness, Noct, and Keon. Zero Tenacity. They are Feuda, Missy, and Phoenix.
Botrix has correctly joined the channel. Let's
All
go.
Gamers Global. They are Dropped, Zap, and Skittle Cakes.
Suda Cakes left TSM.
Enter Force 36.
Didn't see that one coming. Oh, he didn't sign on in the
They
first
are
place.
Jusna, Sinat, and Illy.
Timmy's retiring, man. I can't believe Timmy's retiring.
Mouse.
I'm
They
so
are
upset.
Ufka, 0-0,
Ufka.
and Aku. Movistar
So keen.
Joy. They are Blinkzer, Jelly, and Fun.
5 FPS. Remember when you used to be on NRG?
Kinotrope Gaming. They are Vols, Pero, and Cannon.
NRG aren't today though. Timmy's. They're not tomorrow either. They don't play tomorrow, I don't think. I think day 2's 2 days time. Well, not tomorrow, but the day over. So that's go next. Is roster that that won
Fnatic.
2 lands ago.
They are Yuka, Colonel Garcia, and Libel Ace.
I hope Fnatic turn to the GOAT status, man. Fnatic's such a good esport to be on top. Esport team.
They are Panic, Duplex, and Jet.
That's a young roster. It's so weird seeing them walk out for TSM.
And finally, representing your 2024 club champions, Team Falcons. They are Waltzy, Zero, and Imperial. How?
They get the big walkout.
These guys have the perfect opportunity to put Falcons in a great position going forward into week 1 of the Esports World Cup. And so whether you are at home or right here in Riyadh, the heart of Saudi Arabia, we've got $2 million on the line and a legacy that will live on forever. So get comfortable because this stage
I want Falcons to win one tournament, but I don't want them to win again.
All the action, we caught up with one of our home territory teams for a special feature. It's Al Qadsiya.
Al Qadsiya, mate.
I don't see how Twisted Minds can lose this!
Twisted Mind with the most MVP play I have ever witnessed.
I have had a pretty successful career, but I think winning is the only thing that matters to us competitors. I'm grateful for what I have, but I want more. My progress as an IGL, it wasn't always a smooth sailing, clean journey. Right?
IGL would be so stressful, man.
Along the way, one of the major things that
Great
separates
sound,
me
pop
from
the energy
other
drink.
people who fail is I'm a really big fan of
yeah.
accountability. If a bad performance happens, I've definitely done something wrong, and I just try my best to fix it.
Yeah, accountability with gamers is hard.
I won the Pro League leading up to that LAN, and that was like awesome. I kind of lost motivation after that because I only really cared about making a LAN, and we ended up bombing out, coming 33rd, and then I got dropped from my team. At the end of the day, I always just kind of pulled through.
Scurry and Vaxlon and both things down to 1v1. Vaxlon will win it! Blackhand come out on top!
2023
Blackhand.
Championships, that was definitely
was 2023.
my first big break in Apex. It was the first time I made a significant amount of money. That was when I could really call myself a pro player. In the moment though, it was kind of awful. We came really, really close to winning the tournament. We were given the opportunity to win 2 times, and both times Imperial Hell won the game. It was definitely a bittersweet feeling.
I was
and
goated
mostly
on
bitter.
TSM.
It's like all for the best. I've learned skills that
How's
I
the
otherwise
goat?
didn't have, but it's not been a pretty time.
Strafing Flame is on his back, but can they get the res?
After our performance at the LGS Open, it really helped just clear out
You
like
rushed the
doubts.
wrong team,
I
though,
want
you
to
piece of
prove going
shit.
into that tournament because it's been so long since like a good
You rushed
result. I
fucking-
felt like I needed to get something
What's
on
the
the
name?
board.
Twisted
I owed it
Minds.
to myself. Thinking back the last tournament, I was a lot more confident in my own individual gameplay, and I'm not as good as I used to be. But I have like supreme confidence in my teammates. The only thing that keeps me going is the performance during these tournaments. That's the only thing that matters. I definitely do want to win. 3rd place twice has been like very nice, but I think I want a change of scenery. I want to win. I want that 1st place. I want to lift that trophy, and that would kind of mean the world to me.
Everyone wants 1st place, pal.
Well,
Except
it is our
maybe
turn to
Hal.
welcome you here to our
Hal's won it
stage
fucking
here
like
in Riyadh.
6
It
times.
is the mid-season playoffs, and it's going to be
Whoa.
myself, Onset, and Gaskin to talk you through this first game. We are in Group A. This is pool play, and Dan, we have got 20 of the best teams ready to throw down here on day 1.
And
Oh, I can't wait. These groups are stacked, as you'd expect at a tournament of this prestige. And really, there's that nervous nature about all the teams walking onto the stage. How will you perform? Because 10 matches, and you could be going home today. That's insane.
Yeah, we're going to have qualifiers. Of
Don't
course,
come
going
bottom
through
3.
Straight to match point finals from this lobby today. But like you mentioned, we will have 3 teams eliminated from the tournament. The jeopardy here on day 1 in the pool play stages is something that we don't
come bottom
see
3. That's all you got to do
in
today.
this series.
I think everyone has
Still
to
would
keep
have come
that
top
in mind
7.
that You need to come out of the blocks quite hot here. If you start to fall behind, and especially if it's maybe a map you haven't drafted particularly well on in the latter stages, you're going to be starting to worry.
What do you think
Then
they're
you're gonna have to
thinking
start
right
to
now?
take risks, and you don't want to be down there in those elimination areas.
You certainly don't indeed.
Well,
Getting
C0
through to
and
the match
Hal.
point finals is going to be huge for those teams.
Hal, like
who
this
do
fucking
manage to
5-time
qualify. But if
champion.
you are kind of in the
0 bro, like the
ground.
3-time
You're one of the teams
champion.
that gets eliminated. You don't quite make match
Waltzy
point
the one
finals.
time.
It means that you have to play in that last chance qualifier that will be coming up on the third day of action here at the mid-season playoffs. We'll take a look at the map schedule.
What the heck? No, don't tell me disconnected. Hello?
Show you exactly
Nah,
how
we're good.
we're
We're
going
good.
to
We're
be
good.
going
We're
through
good.
map by map today and see
That was
what
scary.
is going to be in front of you. And we start off today
World's Edge,
with
ED,
two
ED,
bouts of World's Edge.
ED.
Yes, and you are going to see that
Yeah, she
some
just
maps
broke
are
the
gonna
moon
be
after
played
that.
more than others throughout this rotation. Now that was definitely considered throughout POI drafts. Some teams would have been focusing on E-District, for example, because it is played 3 times from 3 through 5. But then we move a little bit further. Stormpoint then played 6
Stormpoint,
through 8.
Stormpoint,
Again, would have been a
and
very
B.
big focus
BM,
in that POI draft. But then we finish 9 and 10 on Broken Moon, and I'm laughing a little bit because they are going to be so chaotic.
Yeah, I mean,
There'll
you
be-
talk about
is there
Broken
character
Moon as a
bans?
map, and it's usually the most chaotic if it's map
Does anyone
1
know there's
and 2,
character
let
bans?
alone when you have the jeopardy on the line of elimination
I didn't watch
and
scrims.
qualification. when
So I
we
actually
get
don't know.
to that match 9 and 10, and I love the fact that we have this extended series as well. We've got 10 matches to get through today here in
Let's
pool play to
go.
decide who those teams will be, who will be thinking about match point finals. Those
Oh.
will be thinking about
Alright, we're good.
a tough day on Saturday, and those will be booking their flights home.
Yeah, the flights home will be sad ones, waving goodbye.
Yeah, just
to
don't come
Riyadh,
bottom
but
3, man.
Certainly going to have that opportunity to get all the way to Sunday into those match point finals, which I'm sure you are not going to want to miss, because match point finals in Apex always the best thing you can
Yeah, I have
possibly have. On
No
your
idea
screen.
if
Now,
there's
when it comes to
elimination,
competing
character
in the
eliminations.
ALGS, obviously we
Yeah, I
have
don't know.
somewhat of a recent patch, so we are going to see some new legends maybe coming into the equation.
So
Maybe
there
some
is.
legends banned a little bit earlier.
So there is.
Previously
Lovely.
as well in regional finals, for example. But I'm very excited to see just how they're going to feature today.
We're going to see a lot of Watson, you would imagine. Of course, a lot of Bust. Probably the
Yeah, I
most
didn't watch
Bust character
scrims.
that we did see in the entire suite of legends available. We're going to see her certainly prevalent in some of these early picks. But then you have like Sparrow, you know. Sparrow was something we didn't really see at the LGS Open. It was a new season character, so we're going to see him on land for the first time. It's very exciting to see how
Go
these
Team 10.
legends are going to slide
You're
into
not
these
playing today,
competitions.
but
Like you
win.
say, whether they be new legends, whether they be buff legends,
Right,
or
they're in.
whether they be legends that
They're
we're a
in.
little bit
Game
more
1.
familiar with.
Yes,
Game
on
1,
average,
baby.
We have seen Watson and Alter.
Let's go. I've been waiting for this for like 10 days, man.
Leading up to this event,
So
I would
keen.
expect that here in match 1, and it looks like the players are just about getting ready here. They're locking and they're loading, but I'm excited to see it.
Well, $2 million on the line as well. One of the biggest prize pools in the Apex Legends Global Series. And of course,
$2
you can
million.
see that Crusher waiting for the keys of the teams that will be eliminated at some point. We are ready to get underway here in Riyadh. Lila is back. It's the mid-season playoffs, and we're starting off with Falcons.
This was a big
course we
focus
are.
from the analyst
Who
desk.
else
They were
would you
talking
start with?
about this northwest area. Of course, Skyhook Trials is where Falcon's going to be dropping, but just south
Oh,
of them,
can they
between
do it
Miles and
again?
Edward Gaming,
Can they do
is
it
there gonna be
again?
a little bit of a ruckus for a potential ring console. It looks like both teams have got a ring console to work with, so I think they'll be more than happy and won't have to take a fight between them. So Miles and Edward Gaming should be absolutely fine when they have to fight there.
Yeah, something just to highlight on Falcons as well. Skyhook, it's not that they've just got Trials. They've actually got the entirety of Skyhook to themselves. So pretty good chance they're going to have multiple Evo Harvesters, multiple interacts with ring console, survey beacons, and
Well,
of course,
Flighty to start,
from Trials.
Alter,
So good chance
Watson,
that Falcons lead
Crypto.
every single game from their POI with purples and golds.
Yeah, purples and golds.
Wonder
They're
if
going to be
Watson will
looted,
get
and
banned
because
first.
They did prioritize this as their first pick during the POI
Alter,
draft. They
Alter,
need points
Crypto,
here
Crypto,
on World's
holy
Edge. Now, this is the lay of
cryptos.
the land on World's Edge.
Alter,
We are
Crypto,
gonna be heading
Watson.
down south, down between Lava Siphon and
One
Tree,
Ballistic,
most
a
likely.
Sparrow.
Of course, we feature a little bit of Harvester right now for Furious.
It's Alter.
So those
Alter's
three
gone
teams
for
landing in those
sure.
spots with
Oh, that might be
priority
Watson.
choosers.
Looking at where that zone's going to be going, Truck is going
It's
to be
Watson,
maybe
I
a
think.
late game play
I
for
think
one of these
Watson's banned.
teams, but the Trax is certainly going to be somewhere that people will want to hold down. That platform outside of Lava Siphon, you would imagine teams will play for a little bit later on as a position to maybe look
it's
to
Watson
pick up
Ben
some
first.
kills from and rain down a little bit of fire as they move towards
Could be
that
Alter,
endgame.
though.
But there's a good chance actually here that this pulls into the open ground down around those rock formations. It's pretty difficult to navigate towards the endgame if you don't have a character that can control that space. But let's have a little look at Sentinels here, dropping over at the northern side of the map. They've got a long, long way to go. As now we go from the north towards where the teams are going to be trying to take a little bit of priority. Zero Tenacity being one of those teams.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity, a very impressive team during scrims as well when they
Already
were
in both
playing
zones.
on
Good spot
World's
for Zero
Edge. One
Tenacity.
of the best, actually.
Oh, they've
from
got to
the
hold
top
space
three
well here.
out of all teams competing in this tournament. Not just this lobby, in this tournament. So I'm expecting big things from them on World's Edge in particular. So we'll see whether they can live up to those expectations that I'm setting for them now.
We're already seeing compositions featuring Watson, and one of them in front of us, Alcazia Esports, you can see with Newcastle and Watson in the composition, so they're going to be able to hold down that ground pretty comfortably.
I'm just going to keep
on
saying
those train
Alcazia.
tracks. Orchid now making their move to the Snake building, which is on the southern side of Harvester. It's
Sparrow
interesting to see a
ult
lot
up.
of teams, as always is the case, Dan, when we get to LAN, the style of play changes very rapidly, very quickly. A lot of teams early rotating here to zone.
Yeah, I mean, some of the scrims we've seen lately, there'd be like 4 teams left in Ring 3, Ring 2. Just so many teams dying early, but when money is on the line, this much money is on the line, yeah, suddenly those playstyles do change. And you mentioned it, a lot of Watsons, I believe from what I can see, Watson going to be banned going into match 2 with those legend bans as well, because there's just so much Watsons being selected. She is an incredible legend now with all the changes that come in, whether it's those fences, just making sure they can
Arc stars are too far.
not allow anyone to enter. You touch a door that is electrified now, and suddenly you
Furia,
can't even open
Madness
it.
and
You can't
Keon
even put it down without
looking
getting
over
shot.
him.
Well, Furia playing the high ground outside of Harvester here. You can see that's a position that's going to be pretty easy to hold down for that long game. As long as they can avoid some Skynet,
getting low.
the composition here, you can see it's going to be Crypto.
You can see it was getting low on there.
Alter for them early on. So that interception pylon from Watson will be able to
Fuck's
eat up any
name
Sky
tag
Names that do
range.
come their way. But they're actually playing down the low ground, excuse me. Was TSM before
Crypto,
the
Watson,
Hero
Alter,
above them.
most picks, yeah.
So this position here for the long game, going to be pretty good for Furia. And this is going to be one of those games that we take a look at now as somewhat of a
Game
slow
1
burn.
nerves,
A lot of
man.
teams already inside a Lava Cypher.
Game
a lot of
1
teams
nerves.
already inside a Harvester. Team Nemesis, one of those teams who drops down to the south here around Tree. You can see when the zone pulls towards you, sometimes not the best thing in the world because you don't even get a chance to get Evo. They're on whites at the moment.
And as this is most likely going to be the only game we see Watson with that ban coming through in, very unlikely we'll get a controller reset, although still possible in 10 matches. We are going to see a lot of people usually take the same kind of perk tree with Watson as well, going for the ultimate conductor when you get onto blues to just make sure you can get that ult charge up on Nox. Really just gets as many ultimates as possible because the gen is just so powerful.
Interested that Furia looking
It's a
for
tight spot
couple
there,
of
but it's a
cheeky
good WhatsApp setup.
abductions with the altar queues. Avoid passages going down, see if they could just steal away a TSM player, maybe get a free knock, which will make it life a lot more comfortable for them. And of course, TSM would have to leave, craft a banner, and make that space available for Furia to play a little bit later on. Talking of teams, though, they're a long way away from Tree at the moment, where we are expecting this zone to go. Interesting to see over at Stacks, you've got Fox, and you've got Gen.G Esports still fighting between Stacks and Big Maud. On the northern side, you've got Sentinels and Team Falcons a long way out, and then the furthest team on the western side of this zone at the moment, Edward Gaming, heading their way through Thermal Station.
Yeah, a few teams who are going to be rotating through late, and they're going to have to fight their way in. So we're going to see some interesting fights, probably around Ring 3. I mean, at the moment, everyone's been able to find somewhere pretty comfortable in and around those areas, so we shouldn't see too many fights, apart from mainly just poke fights. People just trying to get a little bit of damage, trying to get a little bit of Evo, maybe trying to deplete some of the resources on teams that are nearby. But this is, again, the beauty of Watson. You can kind of hold these more open areas. You can protect yourself a little bit. You are a scarier target now with how impressive that not just
Not a good
defenses
spot
are,
there
but of
for
course that pylon.
36.
Well, Nemesis, interestingly
Nemesis
enough,
gotta go for a
they're
rotate.
moving away towards the the southern side, towards launch side. Maybe just in the hunt for an opportunity to upgrade at an Arsenal, which looks like is going to be the case, is certainly for one of the players, but maybe a chance to just pick up a little bit of Evo. There is a ring console and a survey beacon available inside of launch site here, so maybe that's going to be the plan here for Nemesis. Play for that next zone information as well as being able to get back up somewhere towards blue where they're going to be able to fight if they're forced to.
Nemesis have been able to find a lot of kills when it comes to World's Edge throughout scrims as well, averaging around 5 kills per game. And of course, 5 kills may not sound like much to you if you're used to playing matchmaking, for example, and playing ranked, but honestly, 5 kills in these lobbies per game on average is very impressive indeed.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Zuni as well. I think a lot of
especially
eyes
with good placement.
are going to be on him at this tournament, see if he can recreate the form that we've seen in the
Fucking
build-up to this event here at the
all
EMC.
gamers.
One of the top fraggers in recent days in scrims. They had a monster game in scrims, monster day, in scrims very recently. That certainly would have just made the confidence where it needs to be when you're coming into a $2 million mid-season playoffs like we have in front of us Other teams been very impressive in scrims as well. Ninjas in
Fuck, I
pajamas.
don't
You
know
can see
who's
them
going
on
to
your
get
screen on the
eliminated
left-hand
here.
side
Who's my
right
top
now.
3? Shit, I didn't do that, did I?
Really, really consistent performances. And on World's Edge as well, they
Falcons
do drop over at
3.
Dome, which historically hasn't been one of the strongest POIs, but we've been talking a little bit before.
I don't
the tournament.
know.
We were saying Arsenal's the addition of that seems to have just leveled out.
No, Falcons 1, Falcons 3, Alcadzia. I don't know.
Okay, you might not find all the attachments
Falcons
you
2,
want
Alcadzia 1,
to you, but you can
NIP
use
3.
those right weapons, and it means if you do get into a fight,
Nah, not
you've got
NIP.
weapons you're comfortable with, rather so than like holding onto an alternator for God knows how long because you haven't been able to find an R9 for example.
I don't know how to get third. I generally cut side.
I
can't see in Falcons 1 and 2 though.
You can hear them hovering about. You can certainly see them hovering about as well. To collect information, destroying those right on cue. Thank you very much.
All gamers maybe?
Important to make sure these teams can rotate without getting EMP'd as well.
Could do
as
all
spotted
gamers
out by those
third.
Crypto players. Wolves now making their way through the train tunnel.
Navi third. Navi third.
Couple of tracking darts, which is going to give information away of their movements.
Yep, Alcadzia first, Falcons 2, Navi 3. That's my top 3.
That's
my top 3 right there.
Awkward and sometimes scary looking crosses.
So that zone is going to be shifting a little bit further south. Now we might have our first real 3v3.
Zero getting clapped.
Taking on Fnatic.
Well, Falcons certainly have
Fury
the
How
advantage.
goes down.
Waltzy now
Oh
trying
no, he
to
doesn't.
see how's
He
down
stays
to
up.
1 HP.
Gen G dies.
Flatline in the hands of Waltzy here, which is something he's become
How
very,
literally
very
a
comfortable with.
PPK
In
of
the meantime,
HP.
we do see Gen G Esports
Fnatic
eliminated
run
as
away.
our first team out of this lobby. And it actually looks like Fnatic are going to
EDG
back
with
off from
the
this fight here. So a little
third
bit of
party?
split resources because Edward Gaming actually
Fnatic
looked
just
at
come
third
out
party.
on worse
both
there.
teams just
Libel going
retreating,
down.
and big thanks to that portal, the Nexus being available on both sides.
I'd run.
Or at least on one side, it was actually the Ash portal for Fnatic is how they escaped. And EDG just trying to close in on these two remaining players.
It's
But
not where
Fnatic are gonna
Fnatic
be
want
down
to
just
be,
to one
man.
now, and for Colonel
Youth
Garcia,
is
it's
dead.
about trying to escape and
He's
stay
their
alive,
best
but I think
player.
he's gonna be able to.
Well, it's a nice spray, but this is even better. Fnatic will be the second team eliminated here in game number 1 on World's Edge. A little bit of a rough start.
That's crazy.
For the eight
Looked
back
like Falcons going to go
North
down
powerhouse.
and then
If
just
they have
bang,
a
it just
rifle in hand,
backflipped to the 180.
I would be running you down if you were playing that in ranked.
Falcons looking for
He's
a
not lying
peek here.
either. He does take a personal vendetta against anyone.
It's a personal thing.
Anyone who's running a charge
They got a
rifle
kill as well, so they
will very
downed
much
one
be
of
pushed.
Fnatic.
Now things starting to heat up a little bit. 2 squads have been eliminated. There's
T7
everyone
duplex
starting
dies to
be
key on.
pressed together by these rings. As I said, the zone is going to be shifting a little bit further south.
gets a
That
care
was to be
pack, that's
expected,
new.
though most teams had predicted that.
As you saw in the little hit that came up there, you can see Zappa just managed to pick up some goodies from a care package for all gamers global. So we're doing
So
a great job on the
unnecessary.
production side to keep you informed on all of the information that you need to receive at home to give you an idea of what's going on the map here.
I don't even know what he got. He could
Zone-wise, we are
have
going to
got
pull
nothing
down
he
to
wanted.
that area we were talking about right at the start of the game. We are going into those crevasses to the northern side of Tree and the southern side of the track. So Alcadzia in a great spot. Oh, you still see Falcons retreating. And speaking of great spots, they could not be in a better spot, as we've just seen where the next zone is popping.
Yeah, Alcadzia have very much predicted this one correctly and will be in prime position. And they've got a Nexus portal set up.
they've been playing pretty well,
They're going to be
Alcadzia.
able to just move away from their current spot. They really have set up a nice triangle formation.
They certainly have. They're trying to own both the truck on the low ground, which is going to be obviously where a lot of teams try and move into. One of the only pieces of kind of hard cover that you do have in this zone, and the train tracks above. So it's a great spot from you. They're taking so much space and saying, hey, if you want to move into this zone, we own it.
And actually, they are the only team within that next zone after it closes yet again. So other teams are going to start to join them, but that space they're generating right now is going to be massive for them. I think Enterforce 36 are going to be joining them shortly, but we're currently having a look at what's happening elsewhere on this northern side. And the reason for that, there's going to be a lot of action here on the north. You've got Orchid, you've got Fury, you've got Kinotrope, so many teams.
I don't even know who's dying there.
Right now, they have made the
E36.
play to take this truck away from Alcadzia, and by doing so, have forced Alcadzia into a position where they want to fight, and they are going to fight. So this
Fury
is the
dies.
space they were desperate to
We killed
command,
Furia.
and they are commanding it beautifully. Furia, in the meantime,
I didn't even
have
see
been
the
eliminated.
names.
They were not able to rotate from the Harvester side.
Yeah, these Harvester teams are all going to be
Alcadzia
struggling.
are going to do
As
so
I
well,
mentioned,
eh?
TSM, the remainder of Enderforce 36, Kinotrope, Orchid,
Pricey's the
Mal,
only one I've
Edward
never
Gaming
heard of.
might get involved as well. Sentinel stuck in the tunnel. It's going to be mayhem here, and a team like Alcadzia, who have eyes on kind of all of this northern side, could pick up a lot of kills, especially with weapons like the 30.
I'm going to miss Tim's
Could
turn.
be the most used weapon. It could be
So
the most
sad he's
kills that we see throughout
retiring,
this
bro.
tournament as well. I saw on social media a lot of players were trying to predict which weapon they thought. What do you think is going to be, Mark?
Ooh, that's a tough one, actually. I haven't seen many Devos in players yet. And with the way that teams are quick rotating, maybe it is going to be R9 30-30s. It's going to be certainly topping the leaderboards. We'll have to see as the games progress and as we get through the days, of course, if that does change a little bit. Zero Tenacity, we saw them rotate so quickly to this position on the fence line.
E36 is dead.
The last remaining
They
members
died
of
at
E36, and that's exactly
and also
what they are going
Alcadzia
to do.
earlier.
So E36 will be eliminated from the lobby.
TSM
KP going to the team on your screen right now.
Is that Yuka in there?
KP's going to be important.
Kind of choke game?
Every single one is going to be so
They've got to move.
important when we get to those final games to see who's going to be eliminated. Now, Sony is going to be shifting a little bit further south, away from where Alcadzia were currently holding.
Orchid are just going to
which isn't
gatekeep
the
this
worst, 'cause
probably.
They can still go down to the truck, but it is going to end up in that kind of open area.
They're going to make a
for
play
Legion,
key,
which is
Kinatrope
difficult to hold
and
the team.
TSM.
Well, listen to the firing squad here. As Kinatrope fires some shots out as we take a look at the fans that have come in to be a part of the mid-season playoffs here. Kinatrope, this is a tough rotate for them. You're looking at
they've
the
got to
composition
somehow
at the
get
moment,
out
trying
of
to see
there.
if there's any characters. They do have Ash, so that ball is viable for them to get out. But where do you go? It's such a difficult rotate to make, even with that portal, because you're probably going to be landing in an open space.
Yeah, landing in the open
I think
space
they
is gonna
die
be
here.
rough for
Same
a
as
lot of these
TSM.
teams as well. There are a few teams that are playing a little bit off meta. We do see some Newcastles featuring, for example, that might be able to help. There's a Pathfinder from Na'Vi. Could also be very important to try
Duplex
and
get
zip
respawned
across
as
and
well
get a
by
little bit of
TSM.
protection as well. But mainly it's going to be the lack of ability to throw grenades with the amount of Watsons that are going to be alive here.
Na'Vi
As
fighting
Na'Vi,
Sentinels.
Speaking of them, they're taking a fight against Sentinels right now.
They certainly are indeed, and you can see the Na'Vi again.
We're killing each other.
Player slab has gone down. They need to open the door.
Sentinel's
To
dead.
get him back up as they have dealt with Sentinels. The armor swap will go down, and
No
Na'Vi
third
look
party.
like they should
I'll get
be
back up.
able to reset.
I'll get the
here
reset,
in
yeah.
The command station, overlooking Lava Siphon. So Na'Vi with a
Nemesis with a knock on Mkoi. TSM dying again. Orchid gatekeeping.
But Orchid quite simply are saying no to this. Panic is last alive. He's trying to bounce in and
Panic
out of
and
this
Gent's
portal.
alive, mate.
But I
Panic
think that might
dies.
be the end
Gent
of
getting the
very,
respawn.
very soon. One player still alive, but Orchid will be able to get
Mouse
back
is
up.
dead.
Those in the meantime
They're up top.
eliminated 14 squads now remaining in game number 1.
Did trade reses. Dupe is going to be back up, so it's going to be a 2 versus 3 here. Unless no, it's a 3 versus 3. But do you get the reset?
did they get the
in
full
time?
reset?
You can
Yeah,
see
they
the
did.
Panic starting to set as well.
Where did they go
Everyone's
from
starting
here,
to think
though?
about this ring moving in 20 seconds.
TSM get back up. Orchid maybe just a little bit sloppy, maybe a bit scared to extend out of that building.
Yeah, they're
As you
so
see Jet now
dead.
and the rest of TSM under a lot of
Na'Vi looking over.
suppressing
Kinatrope
fire
goes down.
from Na'Vi. As Kinatrope will be the
It's well
next
played
to
from
be
Na'Vi as
eliminated.
well.
Feud, by the way, in the meantime, has become the kill leader in this lobby for Z10. 4 kills to his name.
Falcons get rid of Mkoi.
As well as everyone now starting to fall. Movie Star will get taken down.
Luxford's been falling out. Na'Vi's
Na'Vi, by the way, I mean, they
Nah.
looked excellent in
Panic,
scrims,
got
not just
Luxford.
leading into it, but
TSM's still
as
alive.
there's live scrims happening
Alcadzia
in
getting
this
more.
building,
Yeah,
they look
all
like a
TSM
real
made it
threat,
through.
and maybe that
Zero
championship
Tenacity
will
died. How the
be
hell
that
did
we saw
TSM make
back
it
in
through?
champs.
Yeah, confidence is a big thing, I think, for
It's
this
very
Na'Vi
well
roster.
done.
They
Zero
certainly do
Tenacity
have a
down.
chip on their shoulder as Zero Tenacity. We were talking about a kill leader. Well,
Zero goes
unfortunately,
down.
they're gonna have to
NIP
watch
dead.
From the lobby. Ninjas in Pajamas will be next as we find ourselves.
They've gotten in the building.
10
Wow.
squads now
The
remaining.
train
Half
car.
The lobby is gone. A TSM.
Trailer car. I don't know what you
somehow or
call
other
it.
have made this
I don't know how they
crazy
made it through.
rotate From being
Price on Alcadzia goes down to slab.
Reset to now being in the truck that was being commanded by Alcadzia a little bit of time ago.
Ghost Fox dead.
Fox going down, but TSM are going to be below Alcadzia, so they are going to struggle to push out, but maybe could hold them out a little bit. But Na'Vi will be taking a look. Wolves
Ooh,
have taken a
good
lot
shots.
of damage here as well. No one is safe. No one
Shape
is in
and
a good
Flame gets a
position
knock
right now,
on
by
and
the
up.
way. Everyone kind of has
All
to move
gamers
at
are
the same
pushing
time.
them. Wolves Esport backing up.
All game is looking at Wolves trapped inside of this truck. And if there's no gen down, there certainly doesn't look like there's one available. 44% until that generator is going to be available. That
Na'Vi
interceptor
lose slab
on
to Cersei.
Crazy Kong to stop any nades coming their way. I think they're just hoping that all gamers don't have any nades, but now
All gamers are really pushing this right now.
The America's kill leader from the Pro League. Zap move in to pick up a few more.
Zap's
points.
been killing it, man.
Can he make it
All the
through?
no scopes.
Well,
Na'Vi down and
his
Wolves
teammates
Esports
are
down.
there. Wolves eliminated in the meantime.
Oh, he's got the
Na'Vi
Kraber.
Also go as well.
Yeah, there was a fight between Na'Vi,
Kraber cam.
Orchid, and Alcadzia. Now, Alcadzia have lost
How are
2
TSM
players, so
in the
it
middle
kind
of
went
zone?
in favor of Team Orchid on this northern bridge, but they still have to move south. And look who is now holding
Can't believe
one of the better
Alcadzia down to
positions.
just straight from
Team Falcons,
flame.
They can gen up, they can get their fences down, and they can watch all these teams arriving from the north. Their main concern is going to be Team Nemesis down to their south.
If Falcons can survive in the next 20 seconds or so, as this zone closes,
Akadzia dead. I can't believe Akadzia threw their position.
Of which the team who had a fantastic position, Akadzia Esports
Yeah.
have been
I can't believe they threw
eliminated.
the
And also,
spot.
in the kill feed, you might notice that Drops from All Gamers has found himself a Kraber.
TSM are in trouble. Jet, the last remaining
TSM
player,
down.
He's going to go down as well. Falcons will hold, thanks to Team Orchid. But now, Falcons just need to make sure that they get away from all these bullets coming from the other side.
And this is All Gamers who are firing down on them. I mentioned how that next
All
20
Gamers gonna
seconds was
take
so
one.
important for them to survive.
All gamers could take game
But
one
it's
here.
looking tougher and tougher as those seconds tick past. Once he's still alive, is he able to get the rest of Falcons back on their feet as Orchid, as a 2, have managed to somehow survive?
So as a lay of the land, we still have Team Nemesis alive. We've not seen them much on our screens, but they've been holding
How's
the
back up?
Southwest for quite some time. AG dropping onto EDG now, and it looks like AG have got
Zero's
the lead.
getting
They
respawned
will
as well.
take down
Edward
Edward
Gaming dead.
4 squads now remain.
Use that void.
That was a
As they
nice
get back
play
up to the high
from
ground
All
as well,
Gamers.
so job done. They now know there's no team
I thought about All
underneath
Gamers too, but I went
Team Orchid, though.
the other way. Orchid push up.
Pull up. And they're going to be decimated.
That
here.
was
That's
low,
one
but
player dealt
he's
with,
too
and
good.
Surely now, with the numbers advantage on their side, All Gamers are thinking of repeating the exact play they just made.
Yeah, Orchid down to just a
I
solo
thought about
class,
saying
so it's
All
gonna be
Gamers my top
Falcons, it's gonna
3.
be AG, and it is going to be Nemesis.
But I went
Of course,
Na'Vi.
Luxford can still play a big part in this final circle. We've still not seen Nemesis
Wish I
on our
stuck with
screens,
my
but
gut
don't forget
on All
about them. They're
Gamers.
playing Newcastle, they're playing Alta, and they are playing
Falcons are
Watson.
all back up, so it's Falcons, Nemesis, or All Gamers. There's no way Luxford can
Yes,
solo.
quite simply, yes. You can see it on your screen. Falcons back to full power as Luxford has to deal
Orchid
with All
down.
Gamers dropping again. That will be Team Orchid eliminated. We're down to
Falcons are fighting.
Fight though, Nemesis, they go into Falcons. This is opening up for
Falcons
All
get
Gamers.
them.
Open it up for All Gamers, but can they get Hal back on his feet?
Oh, they
before
can.
All Gamers move in here. All Gamers now trying to make
Crypto
the
ult.
swap, trying to make the swap.
Ulti goes down.
And it looks
Hal
like
goes
they
down,
should
just
be in a
0.
position here to take
And All
game
Gamers take game
away.
1.
Zero on his own. He
All
can go with that.
Gamers.
All Gamers Global will win your game number 1 here.
And they look like a bunch of gamers as they jump up and celebrate as well. 'cause
Where's
they
the
not
music,
only
man?
Take game 1, but they take it away from the
There it is.
fan favorites.
They usually play
Falcons
good music when the
silencing
game's
crowd,
ending.
I am
That was so
sure.
dead.
An impressive start for both squads, but that is a 26-point game to kick off your day here in the Esports World Cup mid-season playoffs.
I need to get better with that,
Dropped
playing
his,
that music. That was
maybe
so
let the
dead.
crowd know a little bit there about that one. Kind of like that from him, I've got to say, trying to get under the skin of some of the fans that we have here in Riyadh. An amazing performance from all.
Didn't hear the
Gamers
fans
Global.
once
We have to
all
say,
game
the way that
either.
they executed, clearing out that low ground.
ALGS is way better.
Great platform that we were talking about would be a strong position right at the start of the game.
I think they're having fucking setup issues here.
By this team.
I need to go back and look at it from Nemesis' point of view, because Nemesis had the Southwest, they had the Newcastle. I'd have to imagine they didn't have a castle wall available, or because of the ruckus that was happening with Luxford, they thought that was their best opportunity to take a fight, maybe an isolated fight, so they took it against Falcons. Sadly, they did not succeed, but it did open things up for All Gamers, who put 26 points on the board.
26 points.
Good 10-point
Very
game for
impressive
Akadzia.
points tally coming in from
Puts
All
him like
Gamers
fifth.
to start this day off in our match
good
number
start.
1 here on World's Edge. 14 KP alongside the 12 points that they get for being the champions and being first place in that lobby. Very, very impressive stuff from them as well. Team Falcons, though, let's remind
Don't come
ourselves,
bottom 3.
had quite a long way to go towards that zone. They had to
10,
drop
we got 9
right
more
on
games, man.
the trail side of the map, had to move all the way down. We saw a couple of disengagements to get to that final zone. So a second place for them in that position, I think they'll be pretty happy with.
And you mentioned Zap as well, leading into that game. Look at the stats he puts down. Almost 2k damage, 7 kills on the board, and the
It's
damage
nice.
difference very healthy.
Nice from
for
the
all
team there.
three of
Zap
them.
definitely
and
went
I
off.
think this is a real threat in this whole
Zap
tournament. I
definitely
mean,
went
I've
off.
been saying for a long time, I think Skillcakes is one of the best players that we have available to us in the ALGS, and maybe, just maybe, this squad can go on to do big
He's one of the
things.
best, but he's not the best.
You don't want to get too ahead of yourself.
One game.
Just the first match has
Just the
been
one game.
completed, but it was an impressive one, that's for sure.
Yeah, very, very well controlled there by
9
All Gamers.
games to
An
go.
impressive performance
Watson
in them.
banned.
From game number 1, World's Edge looked
Game
very,
number
very
2
comfortable
coming
for them,
up
and
in
we'll
a
have to
minute
see if that comfort and that win percentage will continue.
Here's
to
all the
rise
kills
as
they
go
got.
through these games. We're
Yeah,
gonna
they
take a
went
break.
off.
When we get back, game number 2 is coming your way.
They just absolutely dominated the top part. Took all high ground. "30-30. Yeah, I thought that's when Zap was going to die then, but his teammate took a lot of cover. Oh, the Devo. decent first game. We got 5-minute wait between games. Oh no, there is a beach tomorrow. Day 2's 11th to dry. Pool play Group B, then last chance, then match point. Yeah, okay, so it is Group B tomorrow.
This land is calling.
Dear Papa, my studies have been very rewarding. They have introduced a new game to practice our skills. No abilities, no healing, just you against another. Electric. And my friends are learning too. Yeah, I'm heartbreaker.
Now we know where you fit in the food chain.
But you know me, Papa. I take my education seriously. Even the extracurriculars. Miss you lots.
Welcome back, everybody, to the mid-season playoffs here at the ESPORTS World Cup. It's Ante and Gaskin to continue on the microphone here as we walk towards game number 2. Game number 1, though, belonged to one team, and that is the team that's on your screen right now. All Gamers Global, led by that man Dropped with a fantastic performance, putting a huge amount of points on the board in just one game.
Very confident in how they took fights as well. I think confidence is going to be everything in this tournament. We've seen in scrims there was maybe overconfidence on some teams' parts, but I think when you get into actual tournament day, that confidence transitions very differently indeed, especially into those fights. And not only confident in your fights, but the confidence this now brings going into the following games. Teams might fear you, but you're going to feel like you can take on the world with how you've been playing so far. So this is an excellent way for all gamers to start, but of course, as we alluded to, it is only the first match, and we've seen how things can change up very quickly. Winning one is great, but can you win two? Because I think when I look at kind of 10 matches, if you can get 2 big wins, you should probably be fine not to be eliminated from the competition because you shouldn't be in the bottom 3, but actually getting into the top 7 is what's going to be difficult here. Because as a reminder, everyone who's watching, the top 7 teams get automatic qualification into the Grand Match Point Finals. Those teams 10 thereafter go into the last chance qualifier, and the bottom 3 get eliminated.
Well, if you're wondering how that winning moment felt from inside the comms of All Gamers Global, we got you covered. Let's take a look back.
Hell yo! Full! Nice, get full, we Q on these guys, kill them, fucking kill them.
10 energy ammo if you can steal.
Here, I dropped you some, dropped you 20. Listen, get full, and then we kill these guys under us, okay?
Yeah. I'm surging and then we go, alright?
Yes, last 2 teams are 4, we kill these guys, we have our whole side of zone.
Are you ready?
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Under surrender.
Took.
It is solo, swap bottom. Can we queue up?
Can we go up? You guys go up, Yeah, go, I'm fencing it, go.
On me.
He went back down, Last 2 teams.
I'm staying up, down.
I'm staying bottom, They're imping. I'm walking with you, Skittle. Or is that
training? Walk up right.
No trades. One.
Yeah, right here on the side, right here.
Looking at him, peeking.
Right side, cue the kill.
He got res off, crack to the left, Nice. He got res.
Dead. Swing.
Let's go.
30 HP. Let's fucking go,
boys.
Let's fucking go, boys. That's how we fucking do it.
You can hear the energy coming out of the squad, and it's probably a good job that the headset probably came off of Drops in that final moment, so we didn't quite get to pick up what he was chanting, but I'm going to go with let's go All Gamers.
I was just a little bit concerned that they might be the enemies of Doctor Who for half of it.
True, yeah, it's true. The Daleks were out.
I think I was more scared than the Falcons fans were, it has to be said. Now, World's Edge is going to be up again for match 2, and confirmation, Watson will be banned. So she got buffed, but she's ripped right out of the game.
Watson
here.
banned game 1, man.
Fans, if it's the most popular, it says bye-bye for the entire series, unless every single controller legend gets banned, and then
I
she
didn't
could
know that
be
before.
reintroduced. And that's not impossible.
Yeah, it's only 4, but
although it's not probable.
rare parts don't get
thing
banned.
that we've learned is if you get buffed, you get banned.
Yep.
That's what they all say, Dan. That's what they've been saying on the streets of Riyadh.
Oh, it's
They've
cool.
also been saying, and I enjoyed this yesterday, when you were trying to describe what 10 games is. Like you said, it's not a marathon, but it's not a sprint. And I was like, you know what? He's right.
Yep.
He's actually right. It's like the marathon, the elimination bracket we had at the ALGS Open. That's understandable, but it's not the sprint of 6 games that we have in Pro League.
It's like the half marathon every 30-year-old signs up to when they turn
And
30.
posts viciously on social media to let you know that they have completed or are maybe pulling out of the day before and then they go quiet. But, you know, we've all been there. Let's focus on Apex Legends. Let's go back to World's Edge now for map number 2, game number 2, and see if AG can go back-to-back.
Obviously, that does open things up. We're probably going to see a few people switch, well, about 17 teams switch off of Watson and find a different legend to give them that ring console information. We did see a few Caustics during scrims, but I don't think he's going to pop up just yet. Maybe later on in the series. One legend that might actually turn
Game
up
2, all gamers take game 1. Can they go back to back, or will someone have their say like Falcons? It's going to be a very interesting game here.
As you see Skittlecake's going for it as well.
Skittlecake's
on the catalyst. I know he's very excited.
leaves
We've heard some
TSM.
rumors of what may be happening to Caustic in a new season, and we know that
Never really signed with them, but temporarily signed with them. Went to all gamers. Takes game 1 at the ESPORTS World Cup in
know if they've got an energy
2025.
arsenal close by. They do, indeed. So they'll be able to
It's a
upgrade
great
that on the way
start.
through. Potential Devo play, who knows? Zap is doing the no-name to make sure they can claim as much loot as they can before they start on the task of going back-to-back here. And it's interesting to talk about the story of Drops, because I feel like he's been the nearly man so many times when we talk about LANs. You go back to Birmingham Champs a few years ago, Optic Gaming
What the heck?
had that chance on match point.
What the heck? That's not meant to say eliminated. They're all alive. What the heck? There's been a few errors I've noticed at the ESPORTS World Cup so far.
Brilliant one to get as well. We saw how much it meant to
It's meant to say they're all alive.
Finally, we're able to raise and hoist that trophy. Is there going to be a new name on the ESPORTS World Cup? As we are going to get some zone information coming in as well.
Gotta be rotating.
It looks like we're heading a little bit closer to where Falcons are landing. We're going to be heading somewhat northwest, maybe more west side, over towards kind of Lava Fissure area and countdown.
Just see where this zone does actually pull. Is it going to be out the backside of Countdown, or are we going to go towards that drill tower? Have to see as the game goes on, of course. Third beacon information might be pretty important for some of these teams. As we have a quick look at Kadzia as they make their way through Harvester, already up to purple, straight from Flame here, so he's been busy collecting Evo. But for teams like, you know,
These
like
fall
TSM,
off.
Edward Gaming, Orchid already rotating as well from Monument. And of course,
Kadzia on the right side. Can you get that PS5 sponsor off my bloody
I'm
screen?
not sure Edward Gaming actually
Money
had a ring
hungry
console, but they did have a
motherfuckers.
survey beacon, and they probably already saw
a lot
how
of
many
people here.
teams were there, and they say, well, let's just hedge our bets, and we'll start to join everyone else. Now, TSM should be able to comfortably hold this building as well. They're a little bit concerned that someone might have been pushing from their south, but it looks like it was Zero Tenacity. They've just been able to bully them away for now. And as you can see, they've got a Nexus portal down as well, just in case, as a fallback.
I'd like to know who's getting banned next game too. Don't know if it's
all
Ultra.
aspects of the word chilling. Technical term that we use in Apex Legends. Duplex, interestingly, as we saw from the interview from Lace a little bit earlier on with Gent, on the Newcastle. Gent been relieved of his duties.
Oh damn.
Over there. Why can't
Pretty late.
Drama, Dad. Maybe drama. Who knows?
Late to be doing that, isn't
Let's
it?
make things up.
Imagine swapping what character you're playing last minute.
I mentioned kind of Wolfsy,
That's
how
risky.
he's become the player who's going to be running that for Falcons, and you're probably thinking, you know, why exactly that is. Of course, it does have the accelerator hop up on it now, so the ability to get that ultimate back a little bit quicker with the damage going out is going to be
That's a
vital for
shit
teams.
spot to be.
And their success, as we see a Stinger Bolt going on here, it's going to force E36 to retreat and play in this tunnel underneath a lot of the teams who are already inside a countdown.
ESPORTS 36 did struggle a lot in international scrims, but obviously in international scrims, you know, they're playing on about 300 pings, so I don't want to take too much away from it, but they have historically been a team who likes to play very placement heavy. They like to try and play zone. They like to get into a position where they can call it home for quite some time. So we'll have to see if they can find any success here.
Another weapon that should be discussed a little bit in the same vein as the flatline as well. The Havoc, you're going to see a little bit more of that. Again, due to that accelerator perk and a couple of little buffs as well. Orchid trying to find a little bit of space here, and they're actually going to retreat towards, I think, what is going to be home base for them for the meantime. This truck outside of the drill tower that's just been pinged here by Cersei to give you a little bit of an indication of exactly where that little
bit of getting pop shots from Alcadzia there. Where's Alcadzia's teammates? Where's Prosty's teammates? There they are. There's Kane straight to flame on top.
As teams once again
Cat Nui.
And it is busy already. I always find it fascinating, man. Like, you look at scrims, you look at how they're played. It is just
get that PS5 sponsor off my screen.
At the moment that we get on the server, everybody's already in zone. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams outside of zone right now. Everyone else is either inside of Countdown or working their way outside of it from Landslide.
As much as people try to replicate a tournament setting in scrims, it's quite literally impossible to do.
Missing the ALGS when you had the face cams of the players too on the screen.
Differently when there is actual stakes on the line compared to literal just practice. But it does mean that we get different results from scrims leading into it. So that's why we never take too much away from scrims. Yes, we've seen X, Y, or Z team performing very successfully, and it gives us an idea, but there might just be a few sleeper teams that have been playing very differently in scrims.
Or a 300 plus ping.
Or a 300,
which is something to keep in mind. Let's take a look at this fight going down, though, as we see an EMP onto Furia's position inside.
Who's knocked? Is that Madness knocked? Yep. They get Madness back up, though, but he's going to get pushed. He's 1 HP. They're getting pop shots from everywhere. There's bullets coming from everywhere.
You have the catalyst as well, which
he get that bat off, though. He should.
Windows always make it a little bit scary, especially when you don't have Watson available to suck up those grenades that are going to be coming in.
We're going to get the reset, which is good.
Interestingly, no Newcastle, so that castle wall isn't going to be able to fulfill that role either. So Fury are going to have to essentially take damage and just try and reset and hold off teams that approach.
I have thought of a catalyst buff though. Reinforced windows. There we go. That's how suddenly her pick rate will skyrocket.
Reinforced POI.
Just reinforce everything. Alcadzia are healthy, well, and they can back off. And
Alcadzia are just smart, man.
The worry for them is when that
always in a decent spot, aren't they?
Shift, is it going to be an uncomfortable rotation for them? They do have Newcastle to make the cover, so they'll be absolutely fine to at least walk up, and they can use Newcastle's shield as well to get closer to Furia. But it's about where you go. Like we said, it's so busy when you get closer towards Countdown.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Falcons
Ash Crypto Fuse Edwin Gaming
their way in towards
the weird combo, especially this early on.
It looks like Falcons are playing for next zone information. They're hovering in and around Skyhook at the moment.
One up every team. Falcons are up the top, Sentinels nearby, Zero Tenacity, TSM, Kinicho, Furia all in the middle.
The idea of if it's pulling towards Countdown, if it's pulling out towards
MCoy looking at Fnatic out here.
If it's going to pull towards
Fnatic's looking at MCoy.
It looks, from my point of view, on the info that we have, we could be either going drill tower or a little bit further towards landside. So everyone who's gone into Countdown is going to have to leave at some point.
New upgrade. Can't wait to unleash.
The Falcons now will make their move thanks to the Nexus portal. Again, another reason why Alter is such a heavily picked legend, not just for the defensive ability, but also the speed of access as an offensive ability to try and catch up your team. Then you just bounce between those portals when you get laid under some fire. As Falcons
are going to split up after this tournament too, which is going to be interesting.
On the northeast, trying to scout round and see if Skyhook was available, and it could have been.
And Tim is obviously going to
retire.
retire.
It could be
Timmy.
And this is something you're going to see from Falcons a lot, by the way, here at World's Edge. The fact that they have all of Skyhook and Trials to themselves, that's why they've got 2 gold armors and a purple. It's just so much loot available for them. Any team that they go up against, they're usually going to have an early game armor advantage. And one thing I wanted to highlight here, this rotate through the tunnel is usually a little bit treacherous, and you can see how they were moving. They were very aware of what could be around them. But it's pretty clear that to actually move through to where this zone is going, not so clear though for AG.
AG find Noah's Fox, and Falcon's actually going to probably third party this, or at least take a look at it. So Noah's Fox need to be careful.
And Noah's Fox at the moment just retreating because Arupa has gone down.
They're going to have to fall back here, try and get that reset. Not a good start for Fox here.
No, these Fox have got to decide how they get around this situation, how they
Don't
get
want to fight all gamers either. Zap just got res though, he's pretty low. Falcons are taking pop shots as well as Orchid.
Trying not to put themselves in a pinch.
Ooh, Walty gets Cersei. So they're taking the ult out of there though.
Falcons might have to burn a few ultimates here though, just to stay alive and maybe get aggressive.
Yeah, I think they're pretty good in this situation.
Oh, they've been ratted on.
There's a team coming through that tunnel.
Oh no, it's Luxford who hadn't gotten back yet. Walty does get that knock though, done very well there. Havoc.
Absolutely expertly in that situation to make sure that Orchid are forced back and Falcons can now get healthy.
Yeah, it was like an almost ambush attempt from Orchid just to leave 1 or 2 players onto the side, but Falcons, they were wise to it, didn't allow it, and now Falcons can take control of that tunnel and look to try and maybe move through and hold off any of those rotating teams from the previous fight.
The fullback get that reset.
Have Luxford down. And the worry for Falcons now is that they will know that Orchid are low. They've got that KP themselves, but they've got to worry about Wolves esports positions up on that drill tower. How as they make this cross, we're in a great position to pepper them with damage. So Falcons have got some choices to make here, how they play. They don't have to do anything for this zone. And it looks like for now, the plan, watch our backs. Once we've done that, once we've cleared the likes of
I didn't check my storage, eh? I hope I have enough storage to record this.
Then
I'll have a look at the end of this game.
hold it out. Now that we've got the opportunity to see what Falcons are doing,
Sentinels.
Like as we jump in.
Edward Gaming go down to Sentinels. Sentinels need a good day today, I reckon. Who the fuck am I hearing? Who are we hearing?
I see one.
Well, we'll get Falcons on our audio in your ears as soon as we possibly can.
Oh, we're trying to listen in for Falcons, but they're having so much audio problems.
On a swivel. They want to make sure that nobody is rotating from their back and that they can just turn their attentions forward.
As if you didn't just shoot that out with a Devo.
That zone is going to shift a little bit further towards Falcons as well.
What's
it's
on
going
the
to be
roller?
on this eastern side. So I think they'll be delighted when they eventually realize it. Of course, they're not going to have any information right now. AG will also probably be pretty happy about that one as Movie Star will be our first team eliminated. It's taken quite a while here.
Koi goes down.
Finally, we see a team deleted and maybe another one here.
Edward goes down too.
Will be under fire.
Sentinel's getting the KP there.
I was wondering when we we're going to see a Devo. Well, Carter's got one and he's got some KP to go alongside it. So the Devo stats starts to pick up in game number 2 here. Sentinels clearing out their low ground.
Kadsia gets a knock on Navia. Oh, they're fully fighting.
Going up against Kadzia here, and it looks like Na'Vi
Kada just won.
could not be
Pathfinder to get out. Can't.
will be taken down.
Na'Vi drop.
Will be able to hold, but they've got to be worried about Falcons now.
Made it to max level.
Actually, excuse me, this is the vault tunnel on the southern side of this zone. Falcons are absolutely fine, and now Kadzia as well will be fine.
They'll be fine, but they then have to go back into
Falcons get a knock on NIP.
Heavily contested.
NIP get knocks on Fnatic.
And Wolves and remainder of Nemesis as well, as now Sentinels into another fight.
I did Falcons get a knock there? No, they wouldn't.
More damage onto a squad.
I don't know
Sentinels
what I read.
scared of taking fights right now.
Interesting to see that Ninjas
Fnatic dying to NIP though. Well, that's Sentinels here.
We're moving to try and third party.
Taking the Nexus ult back.
NIP used their Void Nexus to get away, and now you're seeing exactly the same
Fnatic gone to NIP.
Sentinels, unfortunately for Fnatic, last player alive Alace will be taken down as Ninjas in Pajamas will pick up some more KP.
E36 still chilling there, Kindertrope still chilling there, Orchid still chilling in that one spot. They're all just hibernating together.
Zero Tenacity have just moved in as
Hit
well.
that shot. Attaboy, you got.
Here. I don't know if any of them are actually going to force a fight. We might get a position where 16 squads are still left.
What a Rampart setup.
Maybe one fight might occur on the
Rampart
south.
Sparrow. Ash.
Damn. Nemesis.
Can we go to the point of view of Cannon if you have the opportunity? Because he was in the
Ulti gets a
position
knock.
with that Sheila behind one of those walls just up on the height.
Ulti gets knocked on all gamers. All gamers are dying. All gamers dead. They can't go back to back as Falcons take them out. Ninjas Panamas go down to Zero Tenacity. Nemesis take out Genji.
And with the armor disadvantage, Nemesis will win that fight.
We're gonna get third party though. Furia, Madness and Keon.
Zero Tenacity is starting to arrive as well, and the devotions are very much in play here.
They need to heal up here.
Somewhere or other here for Nemesis. Akaisha has been taken out.
I don't know what they do. Oh, Zero Tenacity, here they come up. Fox goes.
Disparity, well, you can't get much more than this at this point in the game. 2 reds and a purple here for Z10.
God, everyone wants in on
Their
this madness on
tenacity's
the
gonna.
south.
Nemesis goes down,
Nemesis do
but
get
Fury are
eliminated.
done now.
Down to just one as Madness gets knocked down
They
as well.
third-partied
But
well,
do
but
want
then
the
they
ability
got
to go back into
third-partied.
this truck. Maybe there's a reset chance.
Nah, Fury's dead. Yep.
No, there is.
Fury will be eliminated.
Kadzia's moving up.
Moving into landslide to try and be the last team to essentially arrive in this position, wrap behind everyone and clear this southern
Tenacity, get
side
out of there.
the map out. We'll take a look at the replay in a few seconds of Ninjas in Pajamas and that fight where we saw them eliminated. So Kadzia now take that loot that was left by Furia.
They take that loot, they take that position, and they will control the majority of the south.
These do 3 damage with a 30-30 shot? That's possible?
Is above the halfway point when it comes to north and south. So most of the fights now are going to occur on the northwest. You've got Maus, Noah's Fox, Sentinels, TSM, all have to get out of Countdown, and they're probably going to find a rough time of it as well.
E36 gathering some loot that was left over, and they will be safe on this blue crate for where this next zone is going, but there's going to be so much traffic around them. Kadzia, by the way, amazing job from them to wrap to that southern side, be the last team to wrap. Keeping their eyes on that timer when the zone was closing to clear out that southern side, and now they're
Hal gets knocked. Orchid drops. Lufka needs to get back up.
Now over towards Countdown, and
TSM fighting Sentinels here. Sentinels looking like they're dominating it. TSM can't get that reset. Panic's hitting the back. Newcastle get Jet back up. Sentinels fully launching. Riley's down. The Devo! Oh, they're dead! Zero Tenacity down. Sentinels down. TSM somehow live. Who third-partied that? Kinatrobe. Oh my god. Leica goes down again. TSM get another reset. Bolts with the... Oh, Alcadzia dies! They go down. Nose Fox goes down. E36 looking for a good game here. They were patient. E36 were just sitting there, same as Kinatrobe. They decided to get involved at the perfect time. Do they have Ulta, TSM? If they don't have Ulta, they're dead.
Sheila's
If they don't have Ulta, they're dead.
and TSM have got to be careful here because if Cannon peaks with that ultimate,
They have an Ulta.
there is going to be an opportunity for him to do
They need to just Ulta
damage.
out.
By the way, did you see the loadout there for Cannon? Don't think he had much time to loot
They've
before
got
they
E36 on the right too.
No attachments, maybe
They need to just Ulta out of there and just get to a spot.
So that's probably why. Although Vox has got an RE45 and a mode check, so who knows?
It's a nice Ash ability.
Just
There's only 5 squads left. He got kidnapped! But he got back up there, nice.
TSM, try as they might, they are just in such a precarious
Wolves are
position right now.
lurking
It's gonna
too.
be so difficult to
Falcons
survive.
win this. Falcons might win this game.
So if anyone walks into his POV,
Kidnap! Oh! Another kidnap.
Exactly what happens. They get the finish as well.
And they did the finish.
Finisher, what it means that they can't recoil
E36 down. What a kidnap.
Not only survive, but now start to thrive as well.
That was amazing. Was it Panic? Yeah, Falcons win this game. Falcons gone from a second or first.
All on the same side, and Falcons can watch over all of it, saying, "Come to us. Is there anyone else?"
If you're any team here, you just go Falcons win this game and just fight for second.
Saw Hal, by the way, nearly 2k damage already in this game.
How? He's a fuse go. How's the best fuse? Kinatrobe drop. TSM move out.
But the mother load and the EMP coming in.
I can't see shit. Kinatrobe goes down to TSM. TSM drop now to Falcons. It's Falcons v Wolves.
It's just Wolves left, and look at this. Just so much space being controlled.
Wolves still have full HP.
By Falcons. The question is,
It's a
did they
fair
use all of
3v3.
its ultimates to clear this space a little bit prematurely? And what have Wolves got to play with?
If Wolves can commit and maybe find a single player from Falcons, there is
Wolsey's on his own on the right.
You can see that Sparrow ultimate was close.
They've got so much space, though, Falcons.
Really make a difference, and they're so close to a dark veil as
Falcons
well.
are all together now.
the ultimates are nearly there for
Hal's
Wolves,
pushing
which
up.
could make it
Oh, they're fucked. Hal's just jumping on them.
Hal's got some
Hal's
big
getting
damage
low.
down.
Hal down.
But Hal in the meantime has gone down, but he managed to take 2
They
wins.
did enough damage, though.
Alive does not get
They need music
to
here, man.
survive, and Falcons
There we go.
will win
But louder
game
music.
number 2 here at Worlds
The
Edge.
Falcons take game 2.
Into first place.
At least they caught the music on quickly, but the audio producers need to do better, man. Oh, we got the fans this time now. Yeah, they're evolving.
Very, very impressive stuff from Falcons, and I want to
Impressive win. Second and first.
how many teams rotated quickly towards that
Dominant.
zone. Off of that first ring console
Dominant.
piece of information that
They're
they
looking
got.
good again.
So many teams like this is a countdown zone.
They're
This is
looking good
countdown.
again.
So many teams stacked
Looking
up inside
dominant.
the countdown. What do Falcons do? They wait inside the skyhook. They wait for third beacon information. They play that ring console and they play that pullback superbly. The fights they won to clear that eastern side so important as well.
They're
It
so
means they end
clear.
up with 23 points coming in from match number 2.
And Falcons make the most of their #1 pick.
Good game
on
for
World's Edge.
36
I was
Keenan
looking at
Sharp,
it and I
though.
said, you only played World's
And
Edge
Wolves.
twice.
Wolves
So
are
having it as your
the
priority
4-9.
in
That's
the
pretty
POI
good.
draft
He's
can
having
be very
5-7.
dangerous,
Keenan Sharp
but they have put
5-5.
up a second place. They've put up a first place, quite a big
36
first
for the
place with
5-4. It's a
23
good game
points
for them as well.
So they have capitalized on
Akanji
their
with the 6-2
priority
though.
from POI draft, but now they will
Navi
go
with
to
a bad
other maps
game.
where they don't have as
18
good
and 1.
a POI. But certainly they have done enough here to prove
Alta
that,
gets
you know,
banned.
Skyhook West, it still gets the job done.
It certainly does indeed, and alongside Watson, we would not see Alta in the next
Falcons,
game. So Watson and Alta,
all games. Akanji! That was my first 3 I said. They were literally it. Falcons, all gamers, Akanji was my top 3.
At the top of the leaderboards with a little bit of a gap
But I
between them
swapped
and
all gamers last minute for Navi, and I threw it.
Alta gone.
You banned Walty already? That's crazy for you.
Walty, get him out. Maybe
what that man does.
Watson and Alta banned though.
I've seen him.
Remember 5-minute break again?
Actually,
So I'll go get some to eat.
Who will be next?
Snacky
is the real
snack.
question, because on average they are the first
The
to
boy
go
Hal.
throughout scrims, but now you're going to start
Beautiful
to see more
man
Ash.
himself.
Now you're going to start to see more Wraith come into the occasion as well, and I'm excited to see
Alan.
match number 3 on our way.
I'll better
Match
stay
number
on
3 is
Fuse.
going to be coming up very soon indeed. We're going to go for a quick break. In the meantime,
So,
the
there's a
mid-season
5-minute
fights
break?
will continue at
Right,
the
I'm going
ESPORTS
some
World
deep now.
Cup in just a few moments.
We are on a very, very tiny break there, guys. We'll be back within the next few minutes for round 3. Apex Legends, Group A, Day 1.
Alright, I need to check my storage, so just give me a second. Control 2. What is this song they're playing? I got 42 gig, I need to delete something. Fine. I'm not gonna do that second COD game. It's dead. 20 minute dead. 4 hours. That's COD. Delete that. I already made a COD video. I'm not gonna do the second one. Overwatch. Dead. Play 4-bit live stream. Nothing. 1 hour. I don't know what's that. 18 seconds. 1 minute. 20 minutes. I don't know. I don't remember. 30 minutes. How can I go? System. Storage. Recycle bin first. Empty recycle bin. Storage good now? Yeah, 80 gig. Good. And then control 1. Oh. Oops. Control 1 also takes me out of the YouTube thing. I just sneeze. Oh! Yeah, the 47 zombie round. I just played that for fun. What is this music, man? Eight, 7, 6, 5. Oh, I need to my streaks, man. Oh, it's a sick looking bloodhound. Day 1, baby. Day 1, baby.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS mid-season playoffs here at EWC. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined with Jamerson, and after these last 2 games, Jamerson, it's been nothing more but hype. Falcon taking game number 2. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great seeing World's Edge. I love it myself, but Falcons really were able to capitalize off the first pick on World's Edge. With the format that we have, we're going 2-2-3-3. A lot of teams put the emphasis on those 3 map sets, but Falcons first picking it. One of the few teams to do that here on World's Edge did capitalize with a 2nd place finish in first game and a 1st place finish in the 2nd game.
It's been great, and while we get to see more of these tournaments really shape up, I want to hear more from Lace with a club championship update.
There are many esports here at the EWC 2025. One of those games being Valorant. Paper Rex has actually secured their playoff spot, earning a crucial 200 points for their club championship. They are actually now just one of top 8 away from being able to secure that prize money in the club championship. We also have BBL Esports along with Fnatic and NRG in the playoffs, also securing 200 points. Fnatic actually placed 13th last year and took home 150k, so they're certainly going to be a team to watch.
Fuck, how good would 150k be?
Along with NRG,
just for
who
playing
actually
your
had 0 points, so they are now in the race to get themselves into that club championships.
That'd be so good.
It's not always good news for some of our teams. We did
get
see
to the
some
next
unexpected teams face early elimination battles, such as G2 Esports, despite their strong presence in League of Legends and CS2, lost their opening match against Carmine Corp and are now facing elimination match against Billy Gaming.
Imagine calling your esports Billy Gaming.
Is Sentinels. They found themselves in an elimination match against XLG Esports.
Aren't Sentinels a goated Valorant team?
Surprise for Sentinels. They were expected to secure 300 points in Valorant alone, so unfortunately they are not meeting expectations. Beyond Valorant,
I don't watch Valorant. Even I know Sentinels Valorant teams goated.
2025.
They don't have 10s
also
anymore.
Occurred Rensport game. Mercedes AMG Esports team, Team Falcons, and BS Plus competition.
Falcons are just going to win it again, aren't they?
Clubs to be knocked out. This means other clubs like Gen G, 100 Thieves, Fnatic, DRX, G2 actually have the opportunity to capitalize on Team Falcons. And honestly, Team Falcons secured 100 points, which is is still an improvement from their unseeded expectations of 0. But, you know, it's been an absolute whirlwind here in the first couple of days of EWC 2025.
I'm only watching
this
Apex.
is just the beginning. The race is still just getting started.
But I know Falcons won the total last year, but Alliance won Apex.
Jamerson, of course, being able to focus on our teams that already want to get
Falcons are a second and a first to start. Like they hard built different. They're killing it, man.
Format that we have right now here in pool play.
Game 3. Don't stop on me.
Will be eliminated. For the teams that already got
Yeah,
top
you
finish,
can't come bottom 3. Top 7 go straight to the final. Bottom 3 get eliminated, and everyone else in the middle go to LCQ. Just last chance qualifiers. Falcons are already at 38. I'm gonna eat something.
Of course, our top 7 teams here in this
so I won't
will be
talk
able
as
to
much
move
for the
on to
next
that
couple
final
minutes,
lobby, so
but
they'll be able to
you got the
sit pretty,
commentators, so.
especially with Group A. You got 2 days basically to sit back and watch the rest of the tournament play out before you feel that pressure going into that finals lobby. But then for our majority of the teams here, 8th through 17th, they'll be able to go through that last chance qualifiers here as we take a look at Team Falcons, our winners of game number 2. And we were looking at E District, now moving on to E District with Alter not being allowed to be played because we saw Alter picked the most for game number 2. I think that makes things
Who's most here?
here,
Ash.
because on E District,
Ash.
we know how powerful Alter could be, but now
Yeah.
you can't use her.
Ash will get banned
and
for game
Watson
3.
are gone, but we still
All the
have
movement
some
characters are
very
gonna start getting
strong
banned.
legends that are available here. We are seeing some smatterings of it.
There's a
The
lot of
Catalyst
cats,
being
but
picked up, of course, by a lot
yeah,
of teams,
Ash.
but also the new Castle. We saw him really start falling out of favor a bit towards the end of the split, but now because of some of these earlier defensive picks getting taken out so early on, we are now seeing a little bit of a resurgence of it. We saw a lot of it, right, when we were back at Champs, when we were at Open, but now we are seeing how the meta just really does shift so quickly, especially with the kind of pets that we had coming into this event.
It's crazy. Seeing some of our balance changes here, a lot of catalysts being utilized. I'm not too surprised on E District too. You get to bunker down pretty. Looking around these doors, it's TSM sharing this building with Team Nemesis though. They've taken a good amount of pressure already. TSM are going to be able to share this building, and this is something else about E District that I
Will
really
Falcons
like.
win another
A
game?
lot of space
They've gone
to
second place win.
coexist for a lot of these teams.
Can
you
they
can
get
expect
top
a lot of
3
these final
again?
zones, especially teams that like to prioritize their
So far,
positioning
3
into
of my
that final
top
zone
3
to
are
be
currently in
sharing
the
a lot
top
of that
3.
real estate.
Yeah, and of course everyone
Navi's the
was
only
able to
letdown.
hit up the ring console.
Falcons, Arcadia.
Draft points. All the teams they have
Oh my god, I'm
priority
getting the third.
are already
All
inside
gamers,
the-
first,
inside
second, and
the next
third.
zone, except
Team
for
Nemesis
Team
in 6th, not
coming
doing
out
too bad,
from
you know,
Street Market
14
there, but
points.
at this draft point circle,
TSM,
don't really expect
they should have died
most
so
of our
many
teams to get
times
too
the
aggressive
first
here.
2 games. They
I
just
think
keep
the
getting
timing of a lot
resets.
of the rotations alone will stop a lot of early aggression.
Wolves
I
in
think the
4th,
teams
that's
are
a shock.
more than
They're doing well.
comfortable on holding these positions for now. We'll see how the rest of the teams rotate around for this one. But we are starting to see teams coming out from the
Alcadia
eastern side
close
of
as
the
well
map
for that
right
third
now.
party. If
There
this
will
fight
be
breaks
a
out,
moment where there's going to be a huge clash of teams on the northern side.
could be good.
Instead, you want to be like Kino Trope here in this situation where their POI is street market. They're going to be able to wrap around to that south side, less contested by the teams that are moving in through that northeastern side, like you mentioned. Edward Gaming being one of the teams now actually rotating over to that south side where Shipyard Arcade does have a ring console. Comes in clutch if you want to try to play objective, especially since you know so many other teams that want to play patiently into that next zone won't really have those Evo shields boosted. We've been seeing a lot of damage output with poke pressure from the G7, the 30-30 thus far. Not too surprised, we saw something very similar, you know, when it comes to script bugs.
Yeah, we have ends up getting knocked out hurt here in game number 3. TSM gonna get an eye on this one, but I don't think there are really any trades on the other side.
I mean, look at this pile up. It's not only just TSM here, hearing a lot of this fighting going down right below them. Kinotrope have now made an appearance. Alcatia too, who are player K falling incredibly low, already losing out on his shield tier 2. Yes, Yuka now makes an appearance, and TSM just hear all of this, trying to look around to see if maybe they could put in some poke pressure here too, but they're not going to be able to give up that space.
This is the results of a battle that took place in Energy Pink. I believe it was Fnatic Navi and Movie Star Koi.
Nemesis and Koi dropping.
Ended up getting caught in a pinch between these two
I did think
Fnatic
Koi was going to get eliminated. Koi is one of the teams I thought might get eliminated.
Kinotrope
Fighting.
not completely safe yet.
TSM nearby, they're going to back up. Smart call to back up there. It's a very smart play to run away there.
Slow things down just a little bit, but now they do have to worry about trying to keep that southeast side, or excuse me, southwest side of the zone a little bit more clear.
I had to back
but
up.
A lot of teams are starting to hover around that area.
Got 1 KP though.
They backed away too. It's so smart because you have the Ash portal just as a getaway from a lot of this chaos here. They didn't want to commit to that.
Ash will be banned for game 3 as well.
Good timing too,
means it'll be Watson, Alter, Ash banned.
Wolves
get the knock on Arcadia. Strafe and Flame goes down.
To the south side on the outskirts.
They can't die early.
So they could be
they're in 3rd, so they're doing alright. But
of any other squads within the
they could so
vicinity
easily drop outside the top 10.
Away from them. So they backtracked in a really good time as Furia now are going to be able to wrap around Street Market with a ring console and that survey beacon too.
Genji, Mouse, and
Mouse Esports. They're on the northern side of Draft Point right now.
I forget the other team name that I said earlier. They were the 3 I thought would get eliminated.
Currently, this is a squad right now currently in a position that
top 7 who goes through.
Of course, the Newcastle.
I named. Who did I name? I named Alcadia.
No one really has
Falcons, All Gamers, Na'Vi, which is 4, Fury, which is 5, TSM 6,
thus far. We saw the early action with Team Nemesis and Movie Star Koi.
Who would I have said 7? I can't remember. I think maybe Zero Tenacity.
Now starting to pile up from that north side. Furia a little bit less contested
not
for them
Sentinels,
as they do have that ring console information to see where that.
Yeah, I think I would have said Zero Tenacity.
And it's more directly kind of in the middle.
Right in the middle. So, it doesn't give
so
too
far,
much,
Furia and Na'Vi are the only ones not in the top 7.
Possibly Na'Vi, just because of how much of the pileup happened.
But the top 4 are there.
Teams try to go to the western side. A lot of teams come in from the south, and so those teams that rotated into the north
AK.
were not having that pileup
Good
that
shots
I
from
expected.
Pipe.
We have Na'Vi safely there on the northeast
Alcadia
side.
needs to perform.
They did end up losing out on one,
I
but
want
they
them
tried
to
make
knock
the
off
rotate
Falcons, but
deep
they just
into it.
won't.
Remember,
Falcons. I want Falcons to win last lane, but not this lane.
That was the moment of friction for them. They had to try and get past.
I mean, I wanted NIG to win last lane, but when they weren't going to win, I wanted Falcons to win.
How to get their third back in.
Oh, Pina trying to get the seed.
Car from Kinocho, good shots there.
He felt some pressure. It looks like they did get the banner. They just have to deliver it over to the respawn beacon. They're not going to get pushed thus far.
Game 3. Can Falcons get another top 3? If they get another top 3, that's confirmed top 7 already.
Making their way over, as we can see. NIP with the pings, with the knock here, with the ready to go with the nade too.
That's some good shots.
I love it. Beautiful. I thought maybe it was.
Oh, it was a replay, was it?
They went for an evac tower.
I thought that was live.
He was just able to find that angle, and it was lined
if he hit that crypto,
Mouse Esports still here on the north
that would have been a sick shot.
Point right now. They do have a number
These
of
pricks are still fighting over here.
Furia, AGAL, Sentinels all around them right now, and no one is really ready to stir up the Hornet's Nest quite yet. No one is.
I can't believe Timmy's retiring, man.
And here, of course, in our 10-match set, we don't really want to give up anything for free. So
we're already in game 3 though. It's gone quicker than what I thought it would.
When we get towards game number 8, game number 9, that's where, you know, a little bit more of the desperation is going to come out. But for right now, at the early stages of this entire match, teams are going to play very conservatively.
He's giving me a little bit of a heart attack out here. I mean, he's got that shield bat ready to go, but taking some blank shots here, looking over to the side, also on Wraith, right? So you get that notification if somebody is trying to aim at you too. Getting that little heads up while Furia playing on that low ground, full purple Evos, whereas Na'Vi on the high ground, still rocking the full blue, but playing off this low ground, this is what Furia wanted to do, right? They got the ring console information from Street Market. They already got ahead of the curve. They're directly in the middle by Draft Point, which we know if you're trying to play by that bridge area, by the crates, there's so many open line sites that you have to be careful with, so that's why they're forced to play on that low ground.
It's the Madness special. Get you
yeah.
into dead center of the zone here, but that does mean, of course, they're not going to have the access to a lot of KP potential, right? Even if you do bring in the 30-30s or the G7 scouts, you just don't have the angles from that spot. Now we are starting to see Noah's Fox coming in from the northern side, and because they delayed their rotation so much, they will get access to that mythic mid with no contest whatsoever.
Oh, we'll take those.
Those Ash, buddy.
The objective in mind here.
Throwables. Fucking so loud. A Mirage?
Also get any scans that they may
Where's
need,
Fletcher?
even a respawn there with the beacon being right there.
Cheeky
and
little Mirage.
on top of it all, as Kino Trip are going to be able to get the scan, see where everybody is situated at, right by that zip line, where Zero Tenacity is now situated on that low ground. But look, TSM being right there next to Edward Gaming.
Edward Gaming were finally able to find that moment to get their third back in. Now they do have to deal with, like you had mentioned, that huge pile of TSM out Katsuya, but in a few short moments, you've got NIP that have to move out, Kino Trope, Zero Tenacity, a lot of teams here on the south side. On the north, that's where a lot of that pressure was alleviated, and we have a major pull, but we have a big fight coming out now. As Zero Tenacity have already lost out on one.
And it was the arcs there too that just didn't great nade coming in from Fuda.
Zero Tenacity's gonna drop here. Kino Trope getting that reset.
Down here too. Gonna be popped the shield back, but he was still pretty healthy while his teammates had lost out on their shield a little bit earlier on. The Mirage plays. He's been bamboozled, just trying to reposition here. This is still gonna be able to play off that high ground, but they're gonna take their time to recover.
Yeah, moving out on one. Both teams going for the full reset at this point. They will have some time to try and plug their teammates back on in.
It's a nice reset from both teams.
The quick moment, though,
Oh,
there it is.
Phoenix goes back down. They push it in.
They punish this one. Looks like with the new castle slowing things down.
Kino Trope gonna go for the reset of Volts.
Man, Yuko with the ballistic, letting that rampage sing, by the way. All juice stuff, while we get the Mirage res on top of it all.
They Ash pulled it away, but now the run on TSM.
Still trying to recover while TSM looking
Oh,
ahead
Jesus
here,
Christ, sorry.
playing still inside this building.
Yeah, for a lot of the teams that are still inside the zone, they don't know about the next pull, but we do have a major shift in the next ring. It's going to be pulling over to the southeast side of Draft Point, where currently Fnatic, Enter Force 36, and Team Falcons are in position for it. The rest of the lobby are going to have to fight it out from that northwest
Ooh,
side.
that is a shot and an angle from Panic.
We had seen earlier
It's a
on,
great
that low
swing
ground
from
will
Panic.
be forced to really try and avoid a lot of that fighting with about 10 teams coming their way.
Even better when Watson was the first
They're
to
gonna
go
get the
out
reset,
here in
though.
a legend lineup.
Are they gonna get the reset? I don't think they are. They're going for it now.
Phoenix as Zero Tenacity are out making their rotate, trying to see if they can
Edward
recover.
Gaming are
Edward
dropping.
Gaming stuck as a solo, only up to 3
Bad
HP
spot.
here, and
Yeah, he
even
goes
with his
down.
fire shots, you
Kino
can't
Trope
clutch it
Gaming
out.
get that.
Zero Tenacity still trying to stay alive after Edward Gaming get eliminated.
Yeah, that brings us down to 17 squads. The fighting is not over quite yet. We still have so many teams now rotating in with the ring closing behind them. For Kino Trope, it is the slower side of the ring at the very least, but they are going to try and move in. TSM, though, looking to hold it out here on the southwest side.
It's getting tight.
And now we'll see if they can keep them down or at least alleviate a lot of the pressure here. Let's go ahead and listen in with TSM as they keep eyes on this squad.
这边没空来，他要守自己的，我们要我们下播，听说我们卡后面，但我们得待这个墙，你知道吗？这边上面东西会来人的。
打起来了。对啊。
这边上面是墙，看这儿。we third that。
上面没人，我们右边是不是有一队？
对，我们只要卡后面，右边不管他，右边他有圈。就回墙把后面卡了，把后面卡了。呀，没错。Can I get that first? It's around your left. 空可以拿，空可以拿。小心，小心。
I think that might have been Kino Trope and TSM
at the same time.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, how are they speaking English and a different language in one team and not getting mindfucked? But it was both teams at the same time. Yeah, I was so confused then. I was like, is TSM actually speaking two languages mid-game? That is next level flexing. But yeah, it was both teams in. They're having so much audio problems so far. Oh, those are some important shots they missed. And TSM wiping Zero Tenacity.
TSM though are on the verge of knocking them out.
Zero Tenacity drop.
Are taken out, but they have to be worried about the third party.
Kino Trope go down. Is that a Kraber I see there? Oh, Akadzia, yeah. On the bottom there.
They're going to have to eventually start moving, looking at that next.
They're going to have to rotate. They're off the Ash portal.
Right next to Fnatic.
Sorry, Wraith portal. Oh, and they rush them. They knew them going for it. They get a knock. Are they going to go through? They're going through. Oh, they get the finish too. That was a very smart play.
You're like, you know, the weapon meta right now, I would just a little bit more. We got the armor.
They get 2 of them as well.
Thank you so much, TSM, at least for that. It's not just Devo
Play a cage, Strafing Flame go down.
Right now, TSM
Hear how
out
wiping out Luxford as well.
Their work is not
Awkward go.
NIP up on the high ground. Sentinels
If Falcons get another top 3, I swear to God. How?
Evo Gaming sounds like that could be a pretty hard
TSM rotating in again.
You know, the current
They should every game they should just be dead. Oh no, they're dead here. They're dead here. There's no way. Jet drops.
In the process, Wolves Esports
Panic trying to get the reset. Wolves jump them. Duplex falls. Oh my god. If they get another reset, there's no way. Gen G dies. Falcons take them down. Are TSM still alive? Panic got away. Wolves are getting the reset as well. Surely NIP just jump Wolves here. Here they go. Karev jump. Oh, Ash died. McLovin dead. They get the bat off. Oh, he couldn't. Wolves dropped. That was good effort though. TSM got a full reset. Oh my god. How have they got another reset? Wolves dead and Enter 36 dead. How have they got another reset? What the heck? All 3 games, TSM look like they're going to die and they just keep getting resets. Panic of 1.4. Oh! Shots with the R9. If they get another reset, I swear to God. It's been very impressive, I can't lie.
To restabilize once again. You can see now 4 teams stacked on top of this building.
Alcacio getting a reset as well. That's huge.
Alright, Level Ace is trying to get a little cheeky right here with the Kraber, trying to take the zipline all the way up. We get the Ash Portal from
NIP on top. That is an absolute mosh pit.
We're also right there side by side. They find Forrupa in the process.
I don't know what the heck's going on.
Level Ace tries to get the hipfire shots with the Kraber here, but he doesn't.
Oh, he threw that, but Nose Fox dies.
With the Havoc as Fnatic makes their way up.
Fnatic though, they have to worry about the third party coming
TSM?
out. Now Libelace does end up getting finished off.
Fury on the bottom. Is that just a solo Fury? Nah, no, it's not. This is a really tight end game. This building has so many teams.
On this one building, the other main building that's still involved here, we got Team Falcons
NIP getting the reset. Fnatic have got to swing that.
But Navi just positioned themselves.
They lost Ace.
Fnatic looking to finish the job on this fight. Have not been able to recover Libelace whatsoever. Yuka back in the drum.
Navi. Alcacio dying again to Navi. Navi need a good game here.
So they might have an opportunity to get the third back in.
This is like a 4-5 team pilot. Look at this right now.
Strafing Flame. He's strafing.
Gets the wall up, gets into a crevice, just trying to live his life.
Atta boy. Nah, he dies now. Falcons get him down.
Makes it so entertaining, and guess who's just watching all this chaos unfold?
TSM, I can't believe it.
Uncontested on the northernmost
I can't believe they're still alive, man. Again.
About to get so chaotic in the next 10 seconds.
Falcons also watching on. And so really it's between these 2 teams.
Sentinel did a big game. If Falcons do it again, I swear to God.
Navi looking possibly to try and push in. And
Zero, Hal, and Walty are playing so good.
That 4-team fight kind of
Navi need a big game here. They need to take this, Navi. Where's Falcons in the little building? NIP, Fnatic, TSM, Sentinels, that building. Navi have the space, and Falcons in the building on the right, on the left. And the 7.
Really like Navi's positioning right now.
Navi are going to get jumped, I think, though.
Take this game here. Sentinels, though, have to be careful with those blue Evo shields.
Good shots from TSM over on Falcons.
TSM have managed to stay alive. They have the loot.
Don't know how TSM keeps staying alive. Doing 3rd now.
General looks like maybe lacking a little bit on that light ammo. Look at NIP. They got the armor slot.
Sentinel's dead.
Just in case.
I don't know who killed Sentinels. Probably Furia? No, NIP.
6 squads left as the zone starts closing in.
Yeah, Sentinels didn't have a single floor in this building whatsoever to play off of. I think they were just trying to play from the outside, and so
is that Falcons with the Falcons rushing Navi? What happened?
Waiting it out.
back.
We've got another maybe 10, 15 seconds before four teams are forced and evicted out of these buildings. Falcons
This is going to be
also
chaos.
awkward timing here, where they're going to have to drop
Crypto
out too. Na'Vi keeping an eye on them. As
Falcons are going down.
looking for a drop down themselves. Now
It's just
Fury
0 left up.
climbing their heels. They're all going to poke out. TSM
Na'Vi going down.
They have set up.
I told you Na'Vi was going to get jumped on. Na'Vi dead. I said Na'Vi was going to get jumped on. TSM in the middle. Furia. Furia or TSM. Madness drops. NIP dead. 0. Furia. I don't know what was going down. Get the music, please, for the love of God.
For our last 3 teams to collapse on one another.
They need to get better at that, man. But Furia take game 3. TSM with a good game there.
I mean, I feel like it continues to happen here on E District, where we just get some
Madness, Keon, and not. I hope that's Furia.
on top of the winning team position that kind of
That's
throws
awkward.
things all for
Yeah,
a
it is.
loop. Great recovery from Furia. We've seen
Wait, is
them
it?
from being able to really capitalize off of having priority on zone. We saw them get into the center of draft point.
How could you look sad, Hal? You've just gone like second, first,
They moved
third.
so much faster than the other teams to try and get into one of the priority buildings when we had that shift
Yeah, it is
down to the
Keon.
southeast side.
And you know why they were able to get that information? Because they took their time rotating from their POI over by Blossom Drive to Street Market, where there was a ring console.
TSM.
Played a little bit on the
So
outside
Falcons
of the
did get a
zone, and
third
then found their
against.
way
I told you
down
Na'Vi
to
were
the
going to get
dead
jumped on.
center part of that next zone that they had called out. Playing the Fury
All game
way,
is for
right?
the first
Madness's
bad
calls
game.
usually always on point
Cats
right
still
there
got
too,
5.
in trying to settle into that final zone positioning. As we take a
Furia,
look at the match
TSM,
results here,
Falcons, NIP,
were
Fnatic
falling.
with top
13
5.
KP. Furia take the dub with 5 KP.
Na'Vi had
But
all
you
the
saw
space, but they
all
couldn't hold it.
smiles all the way around
Ash
for
gets
TSM,
spammed.
happy at their performance in that game 3, finalizing not only second place, but with a 10 KP too.
And we don't typically get to see that kind of spread, right? First place with 19, second place with 18, third place with 17. It's typically not that kind of spread out in terms of KP, but that's an amazing result. And so with Falcons as well, now with another top finish, it wasn't a top 2, but it was still, of course, a lot of KP, a decent amount of placement points for themselves. They're already our lobby leaders. Now after 3 games, they're at 50 points.
I mean, this is all about farming that KP, farming positioning, and that's what already Falcons is doing after 3 games alone, because of course, we are playing 10 games no matter what throughout the pool section here for Pool A specifically too. And Falcons already on top with 50 points. I mean, look at the amount of points that they've been able to soak up in 3 games alone compared to the rest of the lobby.
I mean, just imagine, right? Imagine going into the final day, and there they go. Few teams have been able to get onto match point into 3 games, but Falcons are showing that they do have the capability early on, and we are seeing a resurgence from having them, of course, with that home ground, crowd benefit. They've got that huge group behind them to really cheer them on too.
Furia, they take game number 3. We got more E District coming up on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
Championships are not given, they are earned. This moment, you cannot let it slip by. It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for, sometimes lifetimes. This moment does not go unnoticed. This is something special.
That feeling of winning is no better feeling in the world.
It just feels unreal. It's just a great feeling that I will never forget.
Welcome back to our ALGS midseason playoffs day 1. My name is Rainday, and we are back in the studio with our analyst crew, Jayhawk, Snipe Down, and Glitter Explosion, to talk about what we just saw. 3 more games are upon us as we look to switch maps on the tail end of that as well. But most importantly, guys, big announcement if you saw it, Japan, Sapporo, we're back 2 years in a row. We will be going and taking our championships there. The next LAN on the Apex Legends schedule after this. So, of course, big shout out. Love Daiwa House. It was so fun being there and obviously getting to go back. But guys, let's turn our attention to what just happened 3 games away. Jayhawk, we raised questions on Falcons. How fast will they start? They have the home crowd. It certainly has been a boon for them. They're off to the races here.
Absolutely, and it's been America's dominance. I mean, the 3 winners of all those games was America's teams, All Gamers, and then Furia as well. But Falcons, I mean, they're showing up, and who's surprised?
16 teams, Lauren, were qualified into this from the Americas. That is a testament to how well that they've been playing. I expect this to continue, but was there some bright lights for some other regions for you in those 3 games?
I mean, I think what we're seeing here out of a lot of these squads is that it's day 1.
Yeah.
And we're playing the field a little bit. We just saw it in the final game, which we're going to get to here in a couple moments at the end, was the stacking of the teams in the building. You're talking about other regions. Fnatic was one of those squads fighting for their life in the final moments.
And you know what? Na'Vi, 3 points in that last game as well, a team we had also mentioned. Snipe, game 1 started off, it was All Gamers who would win it, but they set the tone for our first few matches of the day.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things here about AG is that they came from Overlook, so they knew they were going to try and come from height. You could tell early on that this zone was going to end right around the train track. So once you get that first zone knowledge, they kind of had an idea of where they wanted to come in from. They ended up taking height, clearing out the teams around them. They had one team in the truck behind them that they knew they had to clean out, so their back was good. Fortunately for them, ORC was actually under them as a duo, which allowed them to clean that up. And if they didn't clean them up under them, they wouldn't have been able to drop down for free like they did. And once they did that, they were able to control most of the map. Falcons was actually struggling throughout this entire time. We saw them on the ground getting rezzed and all that, so AG was able to drop down, use the cover, push them, and keep them trapped on the side.
We did see the return of Watson into a premier pick. You'll see that in scrims, the recent buff. People are questioning, is she going to come in? Oh yeah, absolutely. Certainly a top-tier pick. Game 2 as well would see things continue, Jayhawk, with America getting the edge.
Absolutely. This game was a little bit of a change of pace in terms of the winner. Falcons, unlike All Gamers in that game 1, weren't able to get a ton of kills. They're the only team at Skyhook. There is no team landing at Skyhook East, and so in this zone, I think Zero reads this one, says, okay, it's going to be pulling sort of towards countdown, but it can't end in the POI, so it's going to go a little bit outside. So instead, he rotates to Skyhook East, comes to the far eastern side, and is just able to hold all these other teams out from zone. As you can see here, all these teams are coming from countdown side. They're all eliminating each other. Falcons just drop the fuse ult, and at that point, it's just letting those Devos rip, and you can close it out. Now, they were a little bit split in this end game. Things got potentially a little bit dicey as Hal did go down, but regardless, it didn't matter because the Falcons, they've got the firepower to clean things up, and they're able to get it done.
Wasn't a lot of aggression from those teams as well fighting through. They were so busy with each other. Wolves, Sentinels, Gingy in the mix there, as well as TSM, who would play a bigger role in Game 3 after Falcons celebrate, take their headphones off. It's because, you know, they want to rest, but they also want to hear the crowd shouting their name, Lauren. But this would be TSM's moment here in Game 3.
Yeah, and this is the chaos that we were talking about. We're going to get to a point where you're going to see all of these teams stacked on top of each other inside this final building. And like I mentioned, Fnatic being one of those squads. TSM was in here, NIP was in here, Navi was in here. I mean, this was so much chaos, and people were able to stay alive in this building for so long. NIP had tried to get that rooftop, which they were able to claim the space of and able to hold for a while, but under them, so many of these other squads, Furia included, Kinotrope was in here, Algazio was in here. Everyone was trying to fight for space. We thought it might have been NIP at the top who were able to utilize the roof and maybe have better angles. They end up dropping down, pushing through, and Furia able to close this out. And I'm glad that we get to see this out of Furia here after that Catwall had split everything in half and able to win, because we talked about whether or not they were going to be able to show up here, and they were able to get the win in Game 3 already.
They certainly were.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things I noticed out of the NA team specifically is their ability to jump on teams when things are getting hectic. We watched TSM get constant resets over and over and over, and we were all commenting in the back, like, why are these teams not cleaning this up, cleaning their backs? And we saw the pileup that happened there in the countdown side. And if teams just decided to clean this up, they wouldn't have to worry about this. They would have been able to play the field. And I think that's the biggest thing. We saw NIP in the last game, tons of kills. AG in the first game, tons of kills. It's that confidence that they have that is propelling them to the top of the leaderboard right now.
First day jitters, you could be just warming up, feeling this lobby as well, players getting used to this. But guys, we've got a big segment that we've got to rush to, because I need to hear some conversation that's as fiery as the gameplay that we've just been watching. That's why we're not going for hot takes. We're going for our doctor's notes here, which means we're getting Jayhawk and Snipedown involved in a discussion, and I need to know what the prescription is. What have you prescribed for your doctor's notes? Of course, a segment thanks to Dr. Suleiman. I'll help you.
Yeah, let me prescribe everyone some knowledge real quick, because I have a take, and I've had this take, I think, for almost a year at this point. I said it in Japan, and I don't think a lot of people have really caught on to this belief of mine. I believe that Zainu is the individual best player in the world right now. I'm not talking about all time. Okay. Listen, I know the Zero and the Imperial Hal debate, it exists. They've got all the championships. But Zainu's got two of himself, and ultimately I believe he's the most flexible player in the world. We've seen him lead North American Pro League his rookie season in kills. We've seen him win a LAN playing Watson with SSG as the anchor player, and I think if you go listen to his comms, he could IGL a team, quite frankly, if he wanted to. So I believe that Zainu is the best player. I think he's the most valuable player, and I think that he is the most flexible player in the world.
High praise.
Yeah, I mean, my take is that I just think it's undeniable that Hal is still the best player in the game due to just the kill records. I mean, the numbers that he puts up consistently. He's IGL'd, he's been IGL'd, so he's shown that he can do both. He can be flexible. We've seen him play Newcastle. We've seen him play everything as well. I think the number one thing, yeah, it wasn't great. His crypto was also very questionable. That's a complete axe. But I think the biggest thing for Zainu, because I will give him his flowers. I mean, he's got wins on two separate teams. I am waiting for him to IGL because I know. I would agree. I think that's his next step, because you can tell, I mean, even when he was playing with Phony, that there comes times where he loses confidence in his IGL and he tries to start to take over and maybe calm too much. Zero has said this when he played with him. And I think he is so aware of how talented that he is, that until he feels like, you know, when he starts to IGL, I think is when we see him at that top of the level, because he's right there. But you got to give it to Hal still. I just can't go any other way.
Like I said, if we're talking all time, I'll go Hal. If we're talking individual best fragger, I'll go Hal. If we talk best IGL, there's a debate there with him and Zero. If we're talking the entire package,
where does Zainu come in here?
The entire package.
Zainu's getting
the best all-around player. Wow, I'm going Zainu.
All right, Zainu getting the prescribed doctor's note there from Jayhawk today. Maybe Snipe will bring us something tomorrow. We'll find out. That's been your Doctor Note segment as well for this afternoon. And of course, if you guys have been watching, you've been watching your way, hopefully, by using Faceit Watch. One of the beautiful things that we add to our experience in the ALGS, you can go to Faceit Watch and add multi-view. You could add that map screen, which gives you all the detailed information on those rotations. Like Jayhawk mentioned earlier, Mouse versus Edward Gaming. How's that going? As we switch maps, does it increase? Does it decrease? How about listening to some of the team comms? Will there be another crash out live at EWC? You can catch it first if you've got those monitors pull to faceit.com/watch so you can have a chance to watch it your way. And obviously, Lauren, you know, it's the name of the game. Just, you know, everybody, we're trying to get a map screen over here. We love a map screen.
Oh, yeah, I've got everything pulled up.
All right, guys, it's 3 games in, 3 more to go till you see us again. So, casters, let's get the action back on.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. We got everything going on, everything but Snipe Down's luggage. But it's okay. At least our legends are loaded into our 4th match here. And, you know, highlighting what we saw at the very end there, very chaotic. Furia having that slight high ground before sliding in, talking about how they even got there in the first place. Something that was important to mention, though, were the end game catwalls, too, that were specifically put up in that final zone just to split up a lot of that attention. And going into this next E-District game, Jamerson, I'm expecting the Catalyst to continuously be a problem.
We'll see, because we still have the Legend Band system in play here. Match number 3, of course, it was the Ash.
Game 4, let's go.
And that's 2
Ash, Altar, and Watson.
Yeah. From game number 2.
Oh, this is getting tight. Falcons have got top 3 or 3 games. Surely they can't do it in game 4.
It doesn't seem like a lot of teams are actually going for that mobility.
Who's bottom 3? Who's on the verge of getting eliminated?
More aggression, the ballistic that we were seeing throughout Split
Koi,
2, pick up
Gen,
more and more
G, and
Mouse.
3 teams I don't care about, so it's good so far. I'm not gonna lie, if NRG got bottom 3 tomorrow, I'd cry. Timmy's retired. I'd cry.
Man,
Genuinely.
I hear those Devos in my nightmares. It's like my sleep paralysis demon, and then you add in the ballistic. It's a cherry on top of just nightmares and crying.
Never ending. It's never ending, because, you know, you pop that
Ooh,
you've got double, maybe triple Devo, right?
Oh, no.
You don't need to go triple. You just go double. Just go double.
We're
and then
so
you're
gonna
just constantly
go.
just with 2 weapons. Never reload. 45 seconds Devo, completely swinging. But here in match number 4 on E-District, our 2nd time on E-District, we do have a different pull. It is going north, but we don't have a ring console pickup quite yet, so we don't know how far it's going to go. But we're probably expecting a Lotus pick here.
He looks so young.
Wouldn't be too surprised, honestly. A lot of teams are already on their rotate. We've even seen a zone like this pull on the outskirts of Electro Dam, which actually would benefit Fnatic, considering that is their POI. They could hold on to high ground. They also had access to a ring console. That's right there. Of course, a survey beacon being at every POI too, just scanning maybe a little bit later to see where everybody is going already ahead of time. Na'Vi being one of those teams already positioned there, as you can see right here, but also rocking the crypto, so they can get some information with that survey beacon remotely and then pinpoint where they want to sit.
Yeah, we'll see where they decide to go. A lot of teams a little bit slower on the rotation right now, as we've got plenty teams still at their home drops, so not as many as we had in game number 3, match number 3, highly prioritizing getting into draft point. I think
They're tenacity.
though, they are starting to make
dropping already to MKoi. Jelly. Dude, I guess finished.
They've got a few teams around them. They've got
Come on,
Fnatic to their north right now that they have to worry about, but we do have an early engagement.
Not a good start for Zero Tenacity.
Early on in match number 3, but they will take out Zero Tenacity.
It's a bad death there. MKoi needed that though.
You can see crypto drones flying overhead, just getting information to see.
Bud needs a big game here.
Indeed it is. Right in the distance though, they're going to be able to reset. I'm wondering if that could have been
Orchid
Na'Vi
going down to
their north
E36
side.
as well.
Movistar Koi are rather isolated, one of the teams rocking the Sparrow, and looking to see if maybe they could get even more information, because obviously Genji are going to be able to come out of Lotus eventually. There is a survey beacon right there too, but so many teams have already gotten ahead on their rotate over to the northeastern side.
Yeah, Alcutzias are here, Mouse, Wolves.
Alcutsia.
We had a small fight, Ender Force 36, I believe, got a few knocks on to Orchid, or at least one knock and a finish at the very least for Alcutsia. They're just going to be playing on the outside of this wall. I love this.
Just
Without
safe.
having the altar in play, you don't
Wait,
really
did that
have
thing
to
get
worry
destroyed?
about
Yeah,
teams just
did.
kind of coming up behind you for free.
I can't remember what it's called. Evac Tower. Jesus Christ, my mind is bacon. Orchid down.
Wall down to give themselves that extra defensive capability. Team Orchid will get
You miss so
eliminated,
many
though.
teams get
Finally,
eliminated.
Ender Force 36 with the help of
So far.
Na'Vi will finish them off.
It's a
And
bit
Na'Vi
annoying.
just sitting pretty by that fence line, by that zip line building too, taking that
Na'Vi need a
finishing
big
blow
game
there
here.
over to Team Orchid, but holding this positioning too, while also making sure that they're not going to get pinched from behind with a team that could try to pepper them down from the high ground. It's all about getting that information, and it works great into their team composition, considering they have the rotates available to them with the Wraith. They have the Crypto Drone. You can see how Orchid is going to be able to to get information, just get the scan ahead of time, because there's other teams now rotating from that south side. Aside from Movistar Koi, entered Force 36 being right there too, as well as Alkepsia.
Now, we've also got Fnatic, who I believe do drop Electro Dam, playing very much on the edge of that zone. And really, I do like how they're approaching this one. For Sentinels, though, making their way on in, they've got Edward Gaming to their south. They've got another team above them. That was going to be AG.
All gamers.
If they come to
What's
blows
up, Cap?
here, but I think all
Cut
three
off. Come
teams are more than okay. Just holding their positions for the time being, play out the chokes, make sure that they control that, and no team comes to try and push through. For Fnatic, though, this is a squad that should see no teams really coming in their direction. A lot of the squads that have entered into Electro Dam from the south side are basically playing the gatekeepers for them. Fnatic just extremely safe there. We'll see, though, if they can try and convert this into a Zone 4, Zone 5, get a top 10 for themselves at the very least.
Because it's always scary to play out of Electro Dam, because you know the zone is going to continuously go over to your south side, and once you're forced out of that high ground position, it's what? Little to no cover. You're basically out in the open once you're forced to drop down from the dam side of things. Na'Vi are holding one lot, and then you have, what, 3 teams holding that right lot that we saw Fnatic in, basically babysitting that ring consoles. We get to see a fight here. Mouse were able to get that knocked up piercing spikes.
Don't you knock anything out over there.
This is against Alkepsia as they get eliminated. 17 spots left, and you can see after
Money.
rate, they're going to be able to get right back, trying to see if they can get the reset.
Lead.
But look who's waiting for
It's a little hurt. It's cold.
They get a whiff of the
Sorry, Edward Gaming go down.
Just in time.
Talking about Cap.
And survive with the res coming out to get 0-0 back up on his feet. So Mouse not punished quite yet. Sentinels not quite having the lay of the land here to see if they can try and follow up on this one as we get a better look.
All gamers, sorry.
Closing.
Edward Gaming, Zero Tenacity, awkward.
Dam, maybe favor
QAD, is that Alkepsia?
Still that 50-50 split.
Alkepsia dead. I missed their death.
Had a pretty hard shift on to that side. Now, a few teams are still lazing about on the outside of the zone. A few of them, Kinotrope Gaming there, about to get involved in a fight. Furia slow rotating through this one, of course. They were
I don't know who gets banned this game.
They did not have any kind of priority here. They'll take their time. It's Team Nemesis on the other side of this fight, up against Kinotrope Gaming.
Kinotrope dancing around these zip lines here. Cannon just trying to find them up on the high ground while Team Nemesis still have that rooftop. Zuni's able to get away to pop that med kit hopefully here. With 16 squads still left, though, and other teams taking their time to rotate.
Where's the game sound going?
Kinotrope and Team Nemesis will have a much more isolated fight.
They're having so much audio issues, man.
Specifically, could take their time, get the scan on the ring console over to their south side, and then another ring console on their pathing over to the north side on the east side of Energy Bank, away from Furia, who are already going to get a scan on the survey beacon. And then Furia specifically could position themselves in the southeastern choke to try to gatekeep Kinotrope.
Kinotrope up against Nemesis here.
Yeah, they've got the survey beacon.
Both low on KP here.
As well. So the timing for this fight is going to be important.
All game is dying to Falcons.
Looks like Falcons making their play. Zap.
Hal goes down, but all gamers are dead.
And all gamers will get knocked out. We're down to 15
with a few kills
here in match number 4, and Team Falcons
Ulti's
have
showing
not
up.
slowed down whatsoever this set.
They're crazy. Getting some energy
Falcons
from the fans.
are playing unreal
so
right now.
holding up those signs. They're just built different here. But they got to keep this energy throughout the course of this week. Looking great with 54 points, still getting some KP to their name. And while they loot up, the team that's going to be coming up from their south side on the edge of this next zone will be Furia, who have already scanned that survey beacon, so they saw that fight earlier on go down. They have the scan 2 on that ring console, and they're going to be able to now slowly approach this without trying to put themselves in the middle between Team Falcons and NIP.
Wants it's Kinotrope Gaming to go down here as Nemesis.
Kinotrope goes down.
Really cut them off. This was an extremely long fight, by the way. Yeah.
Fury moving up after their win.
For like the last 2-3 minutes there. And finally, Team Nemesis were able to get the heads up on that one. They are going to be delayed, but like you had mentioned, they have a nice rotate through here. They will have the survey beacon along with the ring console as they make their way on in. And so they're not going to be really caught unawares, right? It's not a blind rotate for them. They have plenty of time to really suss out a game plan for themselves, but the path to get into the next zone is still going to be difficult, right? You had mentioned Fury can cut them off. Ninjas in pajamas are already in position there on the eastern side, and even then it gets tougher because you got Mouse, you got Sentinels still playing that southeast side of Electro Dam.
NIP's always really good on their rotate too on E District. They're actually one of the teams that find the most success on E District. And I specifically would prefer this rotate here into that
Sentinels need a decent game here.
Galleria.
Where are they in
You
the
see
ladder?
a huge congestion spot, but are trying to engage from afar.
NIP's into the top 3 now.
Primed and ready to go. Trying to find some spacing here as Carter's forced to drop right
Get to see
down,
Sentinels
calling
in
the
Navi's
catwalk.
on 14
He says
KP, so they are low Sentinels. Yeah, they're only on 13.
In the line of sight, right there by the other team over to their left side, just going to be able to get over to the slip and pop the shield back.
Yeah, solid retreat there. They don't have to overcommit for this one. Again, there's still plenty of teams alive. You are still trying to play for the placement points. During this time, though, Team Falcons, playing off of Galleria, were able to secure themselves that mythic bin. I thought maybe Furia would come in to try and contest that one, but Furia with Team Falcons with full control over it will be able to secure that for themselves. Have the extra loot, that's going to be strong for them. But with this ring closed, we do have a pull. It is going to be going over towards the Electro Dam side of that wall as we have another small engagement here. TSM just peppering Gen G currently.
And Fnatic have managed to make their way down south from Electro Dam too. That's important. While TSM looking at that portal, looking to reset.
He's definitely a controller. You can see his arms just not moving.
Seeing if they want to try to get involved in this fight for right now without giving up this space here before they eventually have to get closer here to try to take them out. But Gen G and TSM also have that server beacon to their north side. And do you know who's going to wait for them here? Whoever comes out on top of this fight is Movie Star Koi, who need these points, right? They've been pretty lackluster over the course of these last 4 games, still sitting all the way in 20th place with only 5 points. And those points were only able to be obtained this game.
Yeah, like Dan said, though, it's not a sprint, it's not a marathon.
Sure, yeah.
It's somewhere in between. Not quite a 5K either, maybe a half marathon, I don't know. So you have plenty of time. You have plenty of time, right? And I think that I like how Falcons had approached this, right? You get that first pick on on World's Edge. You dominate there, get great points, and then from there, you get to see how you need to play. If you're on the other side of the coin where you first pick and you have a really bad first 2 maps, well, you still have 8 maps afterwards to try and catch up. You can adjust your play in regard to it and have a lot more flexibility in that regard.
What I love about our expansive map pool that we have going on. You see the survey beacon that's scanned. Falcons on the other side of this choke. It's Dupe that's taken over to the high ground, and to the right side choke is Furia, who are getting involved in this fight. Up ahead, you talk about the Tempest, you talk about the Devo, and you let it ring here as Nocta trying to close in the gap, trying to follow up off the EMP.
Yeah, Team Nemesis tried to cut off Furia. They were both able to basically hit the scans around the same time and get their way on in.
You just took out my Snorlax, brother.
At this point, though, and Furia.
Sentinels dies. Sorry, I was talking about Ken again.
For this fight. We know that multiple
Those Fox dies again. They've not been too great so far.
Team inside Galleria beforehand, and instead they're going to opt to disengage from this fight and start working their way into the next zone. But like we had mentioned, the path to get into the next zone is not safe at all whatsoever. Movie Star Koi and Na'Vi, though, currently in a fight here on the northern side. Gen G looking
Na'Vi not looking good.
This is big, though. If Movie Star Koi could at least confirm this KP, even better. Na'Vi trying to run for their life while Gen G invited to the party a little late.
He's got to get that finish. He does. Shield swap. He gets it. Doesn't get the shield swap. Koi goes down.
Movie Star Koi get eliminated, but again, at least they got the KP that they needed. Even better, Gen G
gets out
to finish off what was left, as the still solo left from Na'Vi.
Furia goes down.
To the south side.
We'll
6th place Furia.
How long he can survive for. If you want to rat on any character, though, the Wraith is fairly handy. We've seen, of course, in the history of Apex Legends, how well she can do it, but we don't also get to see that much ratting when cryptos are in play. Right, the drone's gonna be flying around. We've also got the Sparrows.
Oh, I never even looked to see who's gonna get banned in this game
we'll
either.
See how long he can survive for. Now though, Nemesis, round number 2 again.
55 points. Oh, come on, Zero.
Falcons coming in.
What are you doing, Zero? Hit your shots, pal.
And it looks like Team Nemesis are trying their best to stay converge on each other, but it looks like that first knock from Team Falcons might just be too much.
They're wiping it cleanly.
Farming right now, like they're literally playing with so much aggression. They know they don't.
They're
have
playing so
to
confident right
they're
now,
just gonna
Falcons.
try to send it at this time too. They had gotten that crack originally on the Sparrow. They slide in with the Devo. Zuni's the next victim, and now only one member
I was
left
already got 800
from Team
damage.
Nemesis.
Yeah, NIP throughout all of that, we're eyeing this one up, but no real trades coming out from that fight, and so Team Falcons will be able to move up with some closing in on them right now.
Na'Vi about to get jumped.
Rat versus Rat.
Oh, Rat vs Rat. Na'Vi gets it. Nemesis drops. Well played.
Kill leader for himself as the Rat there on the western edge.
Dude, that was like the Spider-Man copycat meme. Like, they both wanted to go in the same
Falcons.
corners, just the
Evac towering in.
One of them just tried to pop the shield back.
One of them wasn't pointing, the other one had a gun.
Yeah, literally.
Are they landing?
You love it when you see moments like that. Well, Falcons, by the way,
Can they settle? No, they can't.
I mean,
They got targeted. Hal goes down.
Without the catwalk being called in first in front of two different teams, and Mouse try to fully extend on this. The nades come hurling in. Great space coverage, just so that way they can try to reset in this corner.
Falcons are done for. Mouse looking above. The crypto ult though.
They knew that NIP were holding
Gonna go for the reset.
but it looks like they will be able
Mouse.
to get a reset.
Got a knocked. Panic might have saved them there. Duplex goes down to Vayne. And TSM die. Eliminated at 9.
They eliminate TSM from the lobby thus far. Mouse are still sharing the other side of Falcons. They're outside this next zone, and a lot of the chaos is happening to their north side. It's 3 squads fighting over to the north. It's E36, Gen G, and Wolves right now. So if they want to move up, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, and our 2 squads inside zone right now.
Harvey dead. Zero take that KP as well. They got the full reset, of course they did.
Again, it was very dicey situation for themselves. Mouse, though, been a little bit more, a bit off more than they could chew at that point, but Falcons now moving forward. That red armor giving them so much more extra HP to really survive throughout a lot of this here.
Falcons are just on top.
Enter Force 36 dropping down.
Oh, I don't think. Did they know they were there?
But they are going to chase after. Dexter's the first one to go down.
Gen G down. Oh, but E36 are also low. Yep, there's Mouse's third party. They both killed each other. 36 and Gen G down. But Wolves, third party's Mouse.
And the 5 squads left. While this collapse is still happening on the north side, it's going to be Wolves versus Mouse.
See what comes out ahead. I think it might be.
Oh, Zero's in a bad spot there. Wolves down. Fnatic in a huge game here.
I don't even know.
They need a huge game to get out of the elimination spot.
We're getting whiplash going from one fight to another. Mouse gonna be able to pick up that banner right at their feet. You saw those nades hurtled in their direction. NIP now looking to engage on Mouse, and that's with NIP getting that res earlier. NIP win this fight, and Falcons over to the south side are sharing some of this space with Fnatic, but Falcons down a member, only 2 of them left.
Yeah, we're split here. Final 3 squads. NIP controlling that northern bridge. Fnatic here, though, with that one thirst, we're able to pick up at least that red helmet.
Fnatic here in the 10th now.
Take a lot of damage. They don't quite have
Oh, he's in a bad spot.
NIP know
Bang was in a bad spot. Oh, it's just Zero left. Rat.
Zero to try and survive for as long as possible.
I don't know who killed them.
Looking for it. Zero's been hitting some of these Kraber shots, but with the Devo at his back, good luck. NIP now looking down.
Oh, there's some good shots.
Over Fnatic, the catwalls were called in from
Fnatic down.
But they've already scrambled like flies here as McLovin just
Zero. They get a second place again, Falcons.
Zero is able to survive, and he's gonna try and hold it down. But
Imagine if he did it.
Ends up missing. McLovin holding an angle on one end, and NIP converge. That's gonna be
NIP needed that win, but Falcons with second. That's 4 top 3s in a row.
With another top finish there.
Jesus Christ.
Second place in match number 4. They have not slowed down whatsoever.
Falcons are playing unreal, man.
NIP too. We were just talking about NIP converting a lot of these E-District games into a plethora of points. And not only do they take the dub, they take it with 12 KP to their name.
That puts them at second place overall
Falcons with
48
4 top
after
3s.
4 matches here.
I can't believe that.
That was a great conversion for them again. They did a great job of not rushing into Galleria, just holding the choke, which is one of the most important things when it comes to E-District, especially when with how the meta works out, with how the Legend Banner works out, getting rid of the Ultra, getting rid of the Ashe, getting rid of so much mobility to get around a lot of these chokes, well,
Now, NIP were able to
NIP with a 12 and 12 first place, Falcons with a 6 and 9 second place. All top threes in a row. Fnatic with a 2 and 7. Fnatic needed that. Mouse with 11 and 5. That's a huge game for Mouse. Wolves Esports with 3 and 4. They're playing solid. E36 with a 4, 3 and 6. They're playing solid as well.
So you see a lot more teams coexisting. Better look here, NIP not only taking that dub once again with 12 KP, but Mouse too, who had timed a lot of third parties to get 11 KP to their name, as we see some of our top performers.
Importantly for Mouse, what I really do want to note for their performance there in match number 4 is that they went for an aggressive timing for an early fight on zone 1 closing, which I think really did catch off the team. I don't remember which team it was that ended up going down first, but they were able to get that early fight, catch teams off guard, and they were able to continue on with that. I think they got a little bit over-aggressive when they tried to go after Team Falcons, when they went for that drop.
And they know what's at stake too. They're at 21 points after taking that early fight, and aside from staying in this tournament and not being an 18th or 20th, something else that's at stake is sitting comfy while watching everything else play out for our top 17 lobby right now.
Yeah, it was Noise Fox and Movie Star Koi and one other squad I didn't quite catch there at the end that are currently in our 18th or 20th position. Here, day number 1, day number 2, the bottom 3 teams will get eliminated, and then we will have our last chance match on day number 3.
It's been really fun to be able to see how a lot of these teams have had to adjust, not only around the Legend bands, but transitioning into E-District 2. We got some more E-District coming up on the other side of this break.
Well, shout out to the Gen.G boys for finally getting that in the right order. I was a little bit confused when they appeared on stage there and had the balloons in the wrong order, but they got me and they got it right. And one team who certainly got it right in the previous game is the team we're looking at right now. Ninjas in Pajamas with their first win of the game in match number 4.
Shout out NIP and Raven for getting me some ALGS fantasy points as well. But a very impressive performance, and I think Vicky and Jameson highlighted it as well. When we come to E-District, we were almost expecting that from them, but can they do it again here? Because we will see E-District for one last time before we move over to Stormpoint.
Well, let's just remind everyone of the overall leaderboards and how things are looking at the moment as we approach the halfway point. Of course, you can see on your screen right now, one more game of E-District and Catalyst will be banned, but Team Falcons on top. Very, very impressive performance. A lot of aggression being shown by them now that they're feeling comfortable in this group. And I want to kind of talk about third place. Ninjas in Pajamas took second with that win in match number 4, but third place, team who hasn't won a game yet, but has got miraculous reset after miraculous reset, and that is going to be TSM. You get the feeling that some of the games, they really should have been out in 10th, 11th, 12th, but they've managed to get back on their feet, keep fighting to those final moments, and that's put them in third place.
TSM with the never say die attitude, but we are going to see Catalyst banned, so that is now 2 controllers gone. Again, that is another Ring Console legend removed from our pool. Perhaps we'll look towards a bit more Rampart, maybe a sprinkle of Caustic, and of course there are other options throughout perks that can be used as well. Mr. Fuse himself is always going to be a valid option and has been used already so far in this series, but a couple of others that can be sprinkled in there as well. Maybe a Mirage, maybe a Vantage.
Well, that's the great thing about this 10-match series, right? We're going to get a match 9 and 10, and you saw in the international scrims in the build-up to this event that all of a sudden we're playing an elongated scrim block.
So
because
cold.
Teams need to work out what they're going to play in match 9, match 10. This isn't preparing for a normal LGS format tournament where the shorter series. This is one where in match point is usually the only time we're talking about games 10, 11, whatever it might be, but now that we have game 9 and 10, as a guarantee you have to be comfortable on a composition when it gets those games.
It's not only what you're playing, but what you might be playing against that comes into your consideration as well. I remember interviewing back during the regional finals, and Gibraltar made it to one of the later games, and they said, well, one of our big worries was against a Maggie and how that would affect us as well, and they had to play the game in a way that if Maggie drill arrived, would they be comfortable in avoiding it? Would they be able to hide behind a building, etc.? So all these different considerations have to come into it when you are picking your composition.
Something to keep an eye on as well. We do have to remind you and remind ourselves and everybody who's watching around the globe right now that we will be eliminating some teams at the end of this day. The bottom 3 will be the ones that go home. And even though we have 6 games still to go on this match day, in this pool, Gen.G Esports, Noise Fox and Movie Star Koi are the bottom 3 as it stands. But still a long way to go, but they've got to get it right pretty soon.
The cutoff at the moment is 11 points, so yeah, it's not too much of a worry right now. It's 6 still to go. Interestingly, obviously when we started the day, AG, they got a first place victory. They put 23 points on the board. Since then, only 4. So they are starting to slowly fall down that leaderboard, only to 4th right now. But the real question is, if this consistency carries on trending that way, they could drop further and further, maybe outside of those top 7 positions, because whilst, yes, we will be eliminating 3, we'll also be sending 7 teams to those match point finals.
So a reminder for everyone as we head back in towards E-District here for this next match that we will not have Catalyst available. So those buildings are going to get a little more difficult to lock down. I'm seeing a few caustics popping up in the lobby early on, which is certainly interesting. Sparrow, Rampart, already being played here as well, so the compositions are starting to get a little bit funky even at this point.
Yeah, a little bit funky. People trying to maybe go for something that might last a few games rather than being banned straight away. Of course, at this point throughout scrims, we
game
start to
5,
see things like
Catalyst just got banned, still on E-District. Falcons with 4 top 3s in a row. That's insane. It's the first I've seen that. They've gone for 5 in a row. Surely not. There's no way they get 5 top 3s in a row.
Little bit game
Surely not, right? NIP's in second place now. Cat gets banned, Ash is banned, Watson's banned, Alter's banned. Has Wraith been banned? I don't think so.
Let's check out Ninjas in Pajamas though, understandably so.
Yeah, I think it was Watson round 1, Alter round 2.
So just double checking, so it's going to be 10 Wraiths and 10 Cryptos. So
and Sugar Ben round 3,
as a reminder, the
Ash round 3, Cat round 4.
Who wins If you have that legend on your team and you win the game, that legend.
Oh, I don't know who's picked most here.
If there is no
It's
legend
Ballistic.
on there, it will go down
No?
to second place.
Newcastle?
And thereafter.
No?
I'll explain it if we get there, but for now, it's either going to be Wraith or Crypto ban going into match number 6.
Wraith or Crypto?
Will be throwing this game to get out of jail. That's what's going to happen right now.
So it's a Wraith and Crypto tie, or?
Let's see where we're going then. It looks like we are going down towards south, pretty similar to what we saw a couple of games ago, actually. Over at Checkpoint by the looks of things, over by Draft Point, Viaduct is going to have good idea of where this zone is going to be going as well. TSM, they do have a ring console to play with. Ninjas in Pajamas got a little bit further to go, however, so back-to-back for them is going to look a little bit tougher as they're dropping over by Stadium.
Yeah, down in
top
the
7 looking
priority
pretty
areas,
good,
TSM,
though.
Sentinels,
Navi's letting me down,
Algatia
and Zero
are all
Tenacity.
going to be moving fast and might have a little scuffle if they are not careful, but all of them should be able to find somewhere to play. Wolves Esports and Movistar are going to be the two teams that will arrive thereafter. AG don't have too far to go either, and they do have a ring console to work with, providing they have a ring console character as well, which they do. They're playing the Caustic. We said, you know, Caustics will pop up here or there after we've seen a few bans come in.
Interesting that Skittles isn't on the Caustic. I mentioned a little bit earlier how one of the most notable players when it comes to a certain legend is certainly Skittlecakes when it comes to Caustic, but obviously he's probably playing more games on the Crypto at the moment. He feels very, very comfortable on that. So Drops is going to take that responsibility. And Z10 going to pull away just as Drops had a little peeky at him.
Yeah, just zipping past them, it feels. Furia also are going to be behind them. AG, that is, but I don't think there's going to be any clashes just yet, as everyone is still prioritizing their rotation and moving fast, as they have been throughout this entire series, really. Again, I don't want to harp on it, but very different to what we saw in scrims.
Well, Fury, of course, will be pretty happy to see this zone. This is one that they took home just a few games ago. See if they can repeat the dosage here. Tom with the charge rifle in his hands. 2x4 on that is certainly going to be able to do a lot of damage as they early rotate, and will be able to hold this position with the rampart walls down as well. And I tell you what, you don't want to hit that evac tower right now, because a charge rifle behind a rampart wall can certainly do a huge amount of damage.
20th place at the moment for Movistar, and we were watching live scrims happening yesterday. They were performing very well, but haven't really been able to find that same form. And as we mentioned, they are in very much the danger zone, as all these teams are starting to land. Mouse quite close to Sentinels, too close to Sentinels.
Sentinels and Mouse both need to keep performing well here. Who's going to die? Mouse goes down. Sentinels with a clean fight there. That's very well played. Yeah, very well played there. Caustic, Ballistic, Sparrow. Not a bad combo.
Let's be completely honest, and sadly that can happen when you just try and dive blindly in.
Riley with 3 kills as well.
Not only have the Caustic defensively, but they have the Ballistic available as well. You saw the Devos there. It was 1, 2, 3, easy as that. Now, Movistar have been able to use that time, though, to get into the building next to Sentinels and at least find somewhere safe.
You hear the grenades and the fuse cues going off. And here, everybody trying to lock down their positions at the moment. One of those teams is going to be Sentinels, like you mentioned, in the building next to Movistar. It's kind of a Rampart versus Caustic when it comes to who's going to be able to control the space, who's going to be the more defensive legend that's in the composition. Interesting to see the MCOI playing the Caustic as well, so a little bit earlier than we've seen in scrims historically, Caustic coming into the fray.
Yeah, 3 of them as far as I can see, and I mean, if you look at ranked, Caustic one of the lowest select legends overall throughout all the data that's available, but I think some of these pro players might show you why Caustic can be very beneficial, especially in these kind of environments, when it is a little bit more slow, when it's a little bit more setup heavy, as Z10
Panic
trying to escape the boat check.
Yeah, great shots coming in from Panic there, but looks like the mobile shield will be just enough cover for them to make the cross that they wanted to.
MCOI need to keep dominating here. They need a big game here, or they're going home.
I'm sure he's going to be able to convert that one, but TSM,
or they are going
home. Zone here. They're going to be pretty comfortable, especially with Panic with this bow check, hitting shots. Like
TSM playing so well right now.
Interested to see where Ninjas in Pajamas go here. At the moment, they're rotating through on the southeast side, and might come across Team Nemesis, but we have to keep an eye on NIP because they have been performing very well on E-District and have a chance to try and really climb those leaderboards and be one of those teams to really look out for throughout the rest of this series. But everyone seems to be comfortable now. There was a little bit of
just chilling.
People were making their move, but here is the Ninjas in Pajamas journey, and they are just held out. They were hoping they were going to have an easy move into that building.
They're pretty split at the moment, Ninjas in Pajamas. I think they're just doing a little bit of scouting. You can see inside of the zone at the moment. They just hit that survey beacon, which is going to give them a good bit of information as to where they're being held and what chokes are going to be available for them to meander through in a few moments' time. When it comes to rotational legends, don't really have anyone in the composition. Probably going to have to rely on the Ballistic ult to try and cross ground in the open because they don't have a Wraith. Obviously, we don't have Ashe available as well, so no Catalyst.
Wraith's available, isn't she? Doesn't mean bad.
Spot A to spot B.
But it is going to be a composition that will last into the next game as well. Again, something that they maybe have focused on here. And those ultimates can be very important when they get to the later game. It's just about getting there. I think you're right. If they can get into the circle, into the final zone, then it could be a very powerful composition, but it's getting there first.
TSM looking for a port, looking for somewhere to play. They do have a little bit better rotational ability. Looking for the kidnap by the looks of things. Panic, who was having good fun with some of the kidnaps that he was able to pull off very recently in scrims. This time, not quite able to capture a member of T10, who are going to be very happy to avoid what could have been a slightly embarrassing play.
Very interesting right now. This is the halfway point as well.
And over and have to fall back because of the pressure that was being applied by opposite teams. So it's Na'Vi, it's Gen G, it's NIP. The three teams
Gen G, MCoy, big games here.
And of course, 36 have been holding down.
They need to just get out of the bottom three.
Now, turn their attention towards where the zone is going to be going. It is actually pulling
Man, he
down
looks
south
so
a little
mad.
bit from where we saw draft point. And where a lot of teams.
I've always said that they complained about there not being face cams. They've got the face cams there now, which is good. They weren't ready, I swear. They had so many errors early on.
To go past Street Market, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. They're quite far away from a lot of this traffic.
Very impressive start to the tournament. It has been from Falcons.
Gen G taking their time.
Number one in the leaderboard at the moment, 65 points.
If Falcons get another top three, I swear to God.
NIP in second. And it looks like they are going to assert the same dominance in the early stages of this tournament as they have been in scrims, really. The most consistent team for sure. They did play the most scrims out of anyone, and they really have been putting in those hours, so it looks like practice is paying off thus far.
Oh, Zero just got clapped.
Practice that.
That's a difficult one.
Out with the fuse ult to suppress him. The crypto ult.
And Falcons, who have been impressive so far.
Come on, Furia. Stop their top three reign. They've been killing it. Taking everyone's points. Zero back up. No, Hal couldn't get him up. Had to leave him. Awkward with third party. Hal and Zero go down. Falcons eliminated. They don't get a top three. They were going for 5 in a row. Thank God. They're playing so well. It's about time.
19 for Falcons. First bad game that we've seen from them, though. It's been almost perfect, to be honest with you.
It was just cracking shots as well. That
in game number 5, got the game they would have
made that
Zero gets
unfold.
picked. And unfortunately for them, they just get pinched as they don't have the timing on that rotate that they were looking for. Na'Vi taking a little bit of damage here. Furia full of confidence after that. As Ninjas in Pajamas are in the feed as well, taking down a member of Edward Gaming.
I feel like Na'Vi were trying to make some sort of portal out, but Slab got absolutely ripped apart, so they had to go for plan B, which is just using their own good old 2 feet. As Furia were able to stop them, and see Furia as well, live in the studio in the Gidia Arena here. The real question is, can Furia find another victory to send themselves up these leaderboards? From that position, they're going to have to do quite a lot of work.
Ninjas in Pajamas just kind of tiptoeing their way in towards zone. You can see they've secured the space in front of them on the bridge. It will allow them to be safe inside of this zone, but then it's about working their way forward. They've got Alcazia underneath them. They've got a couple of teams around them as well. Edward Gaming still have a solo alive below them, even though a couple of players have been dealt with. You can see return on the bottom side of this bridge. As they inch their way forward, it looks like they've cleared a pretty clear path to where this zone could potentially be pulling. Interesting to keep an eye on Kinotrope Gaming as well. They're playing for the next ring console information, and I think a lot of teams would love to know.
Fuck, I don't think he knew it was there. Edward Gaming goes. They get the KP as well, NIP. They're in second.
Yeah, they have drawn the attention of Alcazia by the looks of it, who are going to look over this one and make it pretty difficult for NIP to make their rotation. Also worth noting, it looks like all gamers have got a mythic bin to work with, but the real question is, can they actually pop it open? Because it's in a pretty hectic area at the moment. There's a few teams around.
Ooh.
102 definitely hurts, but NIP are able to get 2 of them up.
kind of haircut you get as a British man. They show you it, it looks terrible, and you go, "That's great." Smile, love it.
Smiles,
never go back again. Where this zone is going to be going, though, Zero Tenacity and TSM, the only two teams inside of the zone. That gives an indication of how far away from draft point this zone has pulled down to that southern side. Na'Vi involved in a lot of the traffic on this northern side, who are going to have to leave. Sentinels also.
Zero Tenacity, TSM, right in the middle of the next zone as well.
Pick up a lot of KP here. If they can find some angles to shoot
TSM looking solid again.
Clear LOSs, excuse me.
M-Coin in the big game here. I hope they have one, just to make it interesting.
Now, this Mythic Bin is still not been grabbed by all gamers, and it looks like Noah's Fox are looking to see whether they can get it instead. As I mentioned, it's a very hectic area, so it's not been easy for anyone to really take that time to open the Mythic Bin. And
oh no, dropped.
No one opens it at all, and Drop's taking a lot of damage here.
Oh, good cover fire coming in. Like the play initially. Doesn't get the one clip, but just overextending a little bit, see if there's any KP available. If you just sneak a kill on that Wraith, Q's away to keep himself alive and return to his team. And I think
yeah, they didn't like that spot. They backed up and rotated. Smart. Smart from all gamers there.
As well. One clipping Caustic, very doable. Very big hitbox to work with, but AG will be able to stay alive for now. And I think a lot of teams are going to have to forget about this Mythic Bin, because now Team Orchid are also arriving from the north. It's got even more dastardly around these areas.
Yeah, it'd be too risky.
It's going to shift a little bit further southwest, though, down towards Zero Tenacity, TSM, and
look how many crypto drones are on the map.
They're going to be rewarded for playing patiently and waiting for that next ring console information. They're going to have a really, really good walk in. A lot of buildings and cover to play towards this endgame. And indeed, they actually will be inside of the zone alongside TSM and Zero Tenacity. So, Gen.G Esports, they've got a long way to go. They've got to work from this northern side. You can see where their position is in the top left-hand side of your screen on the map overhead. There's so many teams in front of them right now. Movistar, Koi, Na'Vi, Sentinels, Wolves, Furia also.
At least Falcons can't get top 3 again.
Will be able to.
Oh, Dexter, that's... There you go, hit a couple there. Crypto comes out, they're pushing this.
Gen.G not only a long way to go in this game, but in this whole series. 11 points
I
at
would
the moment,
not
still
drop.
down in 19th position. There is commotion happening below them, and you can see they're trying to see if they can get eyes on here. It's Furia below him right now, and Orchid on the other side of that. You don't want to
Furia
get involved,
going
drop down,
low
and then
ground
suddenly
now.
find yourself between two teams, but they do have the shield advantage amongst all of this. Just two blues below them.
Fnatic eliminated, no.
The ultimate as well.
Damn, man.
Which means that they're not going to be able to scarper away. They're not going to have that sling weapon available, the ballistic.
Skittle case goes down.
Not going to be able to do so though, as No Name.
Wolves have been so impressive.
And now they're going to drop onto Zap as well. Should be able to get this kill.
Zap gets side.
Can they find the angle though?
That grenade could be huge. Oh, that was unfortunate.
That's frustrating.
Happens to 1 in 10 Sparrows, but he is going to be able to at least...
Oh, his teammate goes down. Zap's going to be able to heal there. Might even get a reset. Wolf gets finished.
That is sometimes the danger of dropping.
E36 getting reset as well.
Something you've got to be aware of.
Drop gets back up. Zapped and drop.
Very, very frustrating.
And all gamers go down. But Wolves are not looking good here either.
16th overall, 15 squads
No Name goes down. Donut and run. Try and get that reset. I don't think he will. Unless he delivers the beacon there. M-Coy settling inside.
Just because of the ring. Looks like he's trying it.
I don't remember who NF is. To be honest with you, I just think of the bloody artist. I don't know who's that trying to rotate in. Is that Furia?
Nothing slow about Sheila. Fun. Having Sheila and a charge rifle is gonna have a lot of fun. Yeah. Despicable.
That's dirty. That's Gen.G. He just... Oh, Gen.G died anyway. Nice shot to the R9. Donut down. Wolves down. Alcadzia dead. Straight from Flame drops as Nemesis wipes him. But E36 with the third party. Nemesis goes down. E36 have been very consistent so far. They are only on 21 still though. They still need a big game. They're taking a lot of damage here.
Pressured slightly, but those squads, both south and north, are kind of stuck in the middle. So I like that they have just dipped down.
Na'Vi need a huge game. A lot of the bottom teams are still up here right now. A lot of the top teams are eliminated. Except, of course, TSM and NIP. But 8th and down or up. It's only 2nd and 3rd who are still up.
This is where Na'Vi will be finding themselves. But this floor is free. It's beautiful from Lycan and
Those Fox are in elimination right now. They need to get out of it.
Afterwards, just in case it got a little bit too scary, but they are going to be able to hold this now. With 20 seconds until this zone closes, and still teams on the north have
Wraith,
to move. Remember, Sentinels
Crypto,
locked building on the north a long time ago with the caustic, but now they're going to have to try and cross here.
Not a bad combo. There's not much else to go for. 5 characters already been banned. A lot of movement characters as well. TSM, Na'Vi, the same building with each other. I still don't remember who NF is.
The amount of times they've been down and been able to get resets. Well, now they're in a really good position. A little bit of a different look to their game. As movie starts, we now have to work
Yuri gets a
their way
knock on the
in towards
Sentinels.
this zone. They were in a pretty good spot early. They had good
Sentinels are
priority,
dying
but the
here.
zone shift down to the south has now left them with a rotate to
All of the
back.
rings to try and get up top.
As well. Lota last alive.
Oh, what a shot.
Sentinels
drop. Nice points there for Orchid, but they're in a bad spot here. Same as MCoy. MCoy's dying. Fun goes down. Fury eliminated. MCoy's gonna die too. MCoy down. Orchid's gonna die as well.
And this is the place that's been held down for so long by Kinatrope. You can see
Cersei with the wrap.
Cersei still alive here with a Wraith Pool available to jump into.
What's he gonna do here? He's not in a good spot.
That's the real question here. If E36 spot him out, they're gonna.
Oh, it's this end zone. I've got a YouTube video of this end zone up that went crazy. That we won. It was me and a random against 6 squads, and where Cersei is right now, that was where we held down for ages. I think he played Caustic or I played Caustic, I can't remember. We were here, we were ratting here for a bit before we rotated in. That was like a diamond rank game, that was intense. I don't know how we won it too. There's no way Cersei can do it with it. These are pros. Get the shots off, Jen. Didn't go for it. Oh, the dirty angle and zero tenacity.
Really good play from Gent as
Panic
well.
gets one of them.
They were. He knew he could get an angle, and regardless of where you get the kill or not, you force another team away from your building.
This is going to be a good end game.
Poor
zero tenacity. They're getting absolutely fed right now.
As the port is not good enough for Z10 to survive on the other side of it, so they have to port back, and that's just easy kills for the likes of Jet and Panic to clean up.
E36 are chilling right now. Zero tenacity go down. NF's moving to the middle.
Escaping the building as do.
Oh, Cersei's so dead.
Oh, it's Fox onto the low ground. Zero tenacity's final player will go down. Setsuki.
Who's NF? Is that Ninja's pajamas? It is, isn't it? Orchid goes down. I think it's NIP. No, it's not. I still don't know whose NF is. Kinatrope Gaming on the other side, E36. Kinatrope's dying to NF. Oh, it's... Yeah, I know who NF is now. They're the one team I pretty much don't know. But they're like the nose zeros, whatever you call his name. Kinatrope goes down.
And that will mean they will be eliminated. They will be out of the lobby.
Go down. Noah's Fox might be next, but E36
Noah's Fox, that's it.
Na'Vi, who have to take this fight.
TSM with another good game here.
TSM at one point were really struggling, but now they're very much
E36. Na'Vi goes down. Devo.
Coming in from Sinab there with that Devo sling weapon. They are dastardly, and Na'Vi, after being eliminated, will watch the damage coming in.
No way Jed's staying alive here. E36 goes down. NIP might take this. TSM goes down. Yeah, NIP's got it. The solo. Kurev drops. NIP with a good win there. Is that back to back? Yeah, back to back. Good wins there. I think they've launched into the... Oh, they've taken number 1 over Falcons. NIP. Fair play.
Very clear leaders in this lobby right
Fair
now.
play.
And I think it's safe to say NIP and Falcons have already done enough to make sure they...
That's impressive. Back to back there on ED.
And they are pretty close to doing enough to even get...
Do we have a third game of ED or on a different map?
Just through the first 5
Too sure.
matches.
Impressive stuff indeed.
Impressive,
a lot of
yeah.
questions coming in. Ninjas in pajamas, impressive in scrims. Can that transfer to the live event? Can that transfer here to the ESPORTS
12 and 12.
World Cup
Nose
and
Fox
mid-season
with a 4 and 9. That's huge for Nose Fox. T7 with a 6 and 7. E36 with a 6 and 5. Darby with a 2 and 4.
when you just want
That's
the previous one
huge.
as well.
And NIP had no Wraith, they had no Crypto, so it goes
Wraith
down a little
banned
bit
as
further
well.
to second place. And
This
Wraith
is really
was
shaping
featuring
up.
in that one, so Wraith will be banned going into the next match.
Ooh, McLovin with 2k damage.
Crypto. It actually went even further than that because Noah's Fox had both, so it goes to TSM.
It's pretty solid.
I'm glad you keep an eye on these rules.
It's very solid.
I'm a simple man, you know me. Steak and eggs.
Just tell him a straight number and be happy. 100%.
Tell me where to be. 1 out of 1 is about as good as it gets, but
That's the top
in the
7
series
right now.
results,
Who's
this is how
going
things are
straight to
looking
the
at moment.
final.
You can see
Gen
the
G,
animation
Edward
top
Gaming,
right
and
side
Koi are
is
just
screened as
getting
well.
eliminated.
NIP
They don't even go
take
to
away first
LCQ.
place for Team Falcon, 72 points by the way.
Nemesis, All Gamers, E36, Wolves, TSM, Falcons, and NIP going straight to the final as it
The
stands.
7 teams that would be going through to match point finals on Sunday, but of course we're only halfway there. And whilst
There've
the
been
likes
some
of
good
NIP,
games.
the likes of Falcons maybe have done enough already. Still a little journey to go before they can really solidify their spot into those match point finals. But everyone else, it's still very much up for debate about who is going to be securing their spot and who would be instead relying on those last chance qualifiers on Saturday.
And of course, who is going to have to either watch in the stands or will be ordering a little bit of plane.
Championships are not given, they are earned. This moment, you cannot let it slip by. It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for, sometimes lifetimes. This moment does not go unnoticed. This is something special.
That feeling of winning is no better feeling in the world.
It just feels unreal. It's just a great feeling that I will never forget.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS mid-season playoffs live at the ESPORTS World Cup. We are halfway through our first matches here in Group A, but that means we have 5 more matches to decide who is going to be going to those match point finals, who is going to be going to the last chance qualifier, and who is going to be going home very early indeed.
Who can spend a little bit of time on the Esports Boulevard that you can see in front of you. Lots to do, of course, for maybe your eliminated teams. Not what they would want to be doing, but certainly can keep themselves busy should they be eliminated from this lobby. But turning our attention back to business, it's very important to highlight that Ninjas in Pyjamas' performance has been amazing in these last 2 games. 2 wins in a row for them, knocking Falcons off their perch at the top of the overall leaderboards. Things are feeling good.
And good news for NIP is they can keep their same composition going into the next game. Again, perhaps planned that they're going for such things, Ballistic, Fuse, and Sparrow. Maybe we'll see Crypto banned in this next one. Maybe we'll see Ballistic, because he sometimes does, on average, get banned around this time. But of course, we move away from E-District now, the comfort for NIP, and instead we go over to Storm Point. And we're going to be doing that for 3 matches as well, before 2 on Broken Moon. So the real question is, can NIP continue their brand new map here after their back-to-back wins in 4 and 5?
Well, this is what has gone down so far. As you can see, Ninjas in Pyjamas, those 2 back-to-back wins, and not just wins, by the way, 12 KP in each of those games, showing that it's not just being able to get the win. They have the slaying power to make sure it's a points tally that anyone would be proud of. But as you say, next, we're going to be Storm Point, and we're going to have no Wraith to play with either.
And it is worth noting, we are going to see Ninjas in Pyjamas with their main pick here on Storm Point.
Interesting.
They had 4th pick. They went for Barometer. So maybe these points can keep on rolling, and there's confirmation of that ban. Our second skirmisher will be leaving, so that is another mobility legend disappearing. So perhaps we'll start to see a few more Pathfinders in the mix now, as that seems to be where we go once we start to lose them. But this is what I was talking about. NIP down at Barometer. They had 4th pick, but we also have to look at Genji. Remember, Genji struggling today, but this is their moment. 3 matches on Storm Point, Lightning Rod where they're dropping. Maybe they can pick up some points.
Yeah, looking at all gamers as well, they've had a little bit of a shaky start, had a few games after a very good start in that game number 1, where of course they got the win, but they've got Mill here, so they're going to be in a really good spot to have not only a Trident available, but a good amount of loot to play with as well. And I think Falcons are going to be a little bit fired up as well, because we know that number 1 is all they really care about. Number 1 is what they play for, and to see them being knocked into 2nd place, even though we're only halfway, just might increase the focus just a few extra % for them.
I'm already seeing lots of Cryptos on my screen, and as I expected, a lot of Pathfinders now coming into the equation as well. NIP still going for exactly what they did previously. It doesn't matter if they're on E-District or on Storm Point, it's still Ballistic, it's still Fuse, and it is still Sparrow. But is it going to mode as well on a different map? And of course, will the zone play into their hands? Let's find out.
Well, here we go then, match number 6 about to take place. We are over the halfway point now. Well, we will be as soon as the players drop out the drop ship officially. I know you're one of those people who would hold me to that. You'd be like, it's not yet.
Game hasn't started
yet. But it has now. We are officially over the halfway mark here. And like I mentioned, game by game, pressure goes up.
Game 6, baby.
For those teams who want to get straight
NIP went back to back. Can they go 3 in a row?
Yeah,
Can they do it?
I think it's got to be the main focus. If you're
it's
down in
cold.
the kind of danger zones, that's what you focus on first.
NIP takes first place, very impressive.
Just to try and secure your spot in the
Very
tournament
impressive.
before you start thinking about qualifying for those match point finals.
One thing I love about Ninjas in Pyjamas, by the way, is the mesh of personalities. You think about the stories of these 3 players, right? You know, Vayne's been in and out of the competitive scene a little bit, kind of took a little bit of time off, came back again. McLovin, a great rise through the Challenger circuit. Controller player who really stood out. Very impressive stuff from here. And then you have Kurev as well, who gets dropped from that Team Liquid roster after winning BLGS, as Jaguares goes back to join his boys. So it's kind of like a mishmash of people who have very similar personalities with how they see the game, how they approach the game, don't get too flustered about certain things, and just have a really good mentality that seems to work so well together.
Got a decent coach as well.
You can see where we're heading on the map, and you can also see all of the legends that have been selected. And if you're doing your math quickly, Fuse has been picked 10 times and is going to be banned for the next one. So I'm saying
a lucky
avoiding the bans. Well, now they will lose Fuse going into the last 4. Sparrow very close to being banned as well on 9, and Ballistic on 9 as well. So maybe people are starting to see the success of NIP and saying, well, yeah, maybe we should start using some of those legends we haven't been.
I also have to correct myself, as I often have to do. Arcadia are actually over in the mill. It's all gamers who are just above them. It's the down beat. So apologies to everyone. But I corrected myself. I held my hands up. I made a mistake.
It's very small writing on the map we have in front of us as well.
Thank you for giving me an excuse. I just saw it wrong.
You haven't got your glasses on. Neither have I. How are either of us seeing?
I actually don't have my glasses on.
We both forgot our glasses today, so we're stood 6 inches from the monitor. We're going full Zainu.
We are pixel sniffing our way through this next game. Fnatic, 14th place overall at the moment. We'll be safe and we'll go into the last chance qualifier, but of course they want to get into the top 7. They want to be in that match point finals. They don't want to have to come back and play another day until Sunday comes around. Where that zone is going to be going, you can see a lot of people heading out to the eastern side of Storm Point right now. I'll be one of those teams who are making their way through the mountain lift at the moment.
There's a shield battery here.
Looting on their way.
Yeah, a few teams were able to hop in their vehicle and able to move very fast indeed. There's other squads that are more than happy to take the Trident a little bit later and perhaps go for a rotation all the way around onto the eastern side, go around the coast, and then cut in. But that's always dangerous a little bit late as Kinedrope looks like they're trying to take Edward Gaming here and have done very
Edward
well.
Gaming.
Yeah, return last alive.
You guys are struggling game.
Or should I say, one bow is going to be enough, or should I even say, one arrow. And look at Kinetro Gaming, by the way. They are fired up after that. All smiles, and why wouldn't you be?
I mean, 6th place at the moment for Kinedrope, but for a team that really struggled in scrims. Again, this was something you were talking about, playing on ping.
I was going to say, we talk about crypto jail, let's talk about ping jail.
Yeah, they're out. Kinedrope didn't win a single match throughout scrims. They were only one of 4 teams throughout who didn't win one. I think their highest position was 6th, and now they find themselves in 6th in the overalls.
Well, Falcon are making a really aggressive early play here.
Zero Tenacity's in 7th place,
See a lot
Jesus
of teams
Christ.
moving down to the southern side of the hill.
I'll take some shots there.
Zero picking up 2 kills here.
Oh, what a
Get the last one
grenade!
with that nade as
E36
well.
dies.
36 are dealt with, and Falcons will pick up 3 KP.
They were deleted so fast, and now
Yeah.
Falcons will have the majority of the southeast side of this circle that is being played for, but they're going to continue moving a little bit further, it would seem, until they find somewhere they can
It'd be so
comfortably call
daunting
home.
being in
These
that
blocks
bottom
can
3,
work pretty
man,
well,
knowing that you're
as long
going
as you are
home.
very aware of your surroundings and know what positions you're going to be
Don't
pushed
pull
from.
a good game out of
Zero
that.
actually got one of those kills with the Whistler as well, with the Q from Ballistic, which is
Be so
quite frustrating if you're on the receiving end of that, but enough damage was done to mean that he only had to
Wolves
tickle
have
him.
been very impressive.
Supply bin there, if you like.
Pushing up that second KP for Falcons. Wolves take a little bit of a different route here.
How about we reposition over there?
Spider Cave. All the way on the northern side of the map at the moment. You can see that they've pinged the survey beacon. They want to hit that and see where everyone else is playing ahead of them.
Do have access to both Ring Console and Survey Beacon. It's going to be different when we go into the next game, when we lose Fuse as well. A lot of these Ring Console characters are starting to disappear. And you might have to move for something a little bit different as we get a little replay of that final bow check shot. Right in the backside.
Sentinels then.
Give us a listen.
They're closer to launch pad at the moment down the southern side of where this zone is. You can see they have Ring Console information, so they're going to know where it's going. AG saving their legs at the moment and making sure that the Trident, their preferred mode of travel, pick up a few bits of Evo and attachments as they hit these spiders on the way through too.
And again, I don't want to keep harping on about it, but AG went from 1st place in the first game and have only solidified 5 points since then and now find themselves in 7th. So a team who was looking to maybe try and secure their spot in match point finals now find themselves on the cutoff of
Oh, straight in flame goes down from Alcatia.
Really need to start finding a couple more points on the board.
Certainly do indeed. It's one thing I always say in esports, never celebrate early in a series. Enjoy the moment, have fun, celebrate at the end when you know the work's done. So many times we see people get beaten in the backside by doing that. I'm just going to hope that's not the case.
Sometimes I think the relief of game 1 can be an outburst of celebration, and especially when you're being heckled by the fans, as it seems like AG were.
Level 3.
But alas, they are still in 7th. They are still in one of those qualification spots, so it's not all doom and gloom just yet. And the position they find themselves in, they will be holding the northeast side of this next zone, so they could hold out the likes of NIP, Fnatic, TSM, and Team Orchid, who will be arriving late. But the zone will continue to move east, closer to the likes of Na'Vi and Mouse.
Has gone up north though, and it looks like it might be finishing around the end of the cannon, the kind of cannon launcher. So a lot of the teams who are down on the southern side, the likes of Zero Tenacity, Furia, Falcons, Nemesis, well now, they're going to have to make a very, very treacherous trip uphill.
Never really do like my incline steps.
Oh, it's delayed.
How are their calves would be the real question, because if you don't have a trident, you're going to have to make that merry old walk, and it is not a fun one, let me tell you, because there's going to be teams shooting down from above.
I'll also give you a bit of advice, speaking of carbs.
Yes.
Never train carbs before you get in a flight.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah.
Agony on the way over.
Good. That's advice for everyone.
Small carbs.
Not just for me. Advice for everyone.
Edward Gaming, man.
He does lift a lot.
I'm here for you.
Man, struggling. My bottom
Nemesis
three
are gonna be
was
the first team that will have to
Edward
move on that
Gaming,
eastern
Gen G,
side, and
and
they could potentially,
Zero's
though,
Fox.
maybe stop Falcons from moving. You can see
Zero
Nemesis
Tenacity
find
is
themselves in
shot.
right now.
And
They
Koi I thought
will
would be a
able to
little
just,
bit
crawl
better.
up the east, but behind them are Team Falcon, so perhaps that's why they're just waiting in the moment to see if anyone's going to join them. And there is that option. You can see the ring console is just down to their bottom right, but I don't think they have the possibility to use it. Oh no, they have Pathfinder, so they are going to be able to use it as well.
Spider. Poor Spider-Man is trying to live his life. TSM have managed to find their way into one of these staircases, which can be a really, really good spot to hold for this endgame, especially with the teams above you at Stormcatcher. Everyone else is rotating from the south, having to find their way through bullets and fire, and you can kind of just hunker down and see what's going on. Speaking of hunkering down, thinking about seeing what's going on. Jacko trying to get a couple of walls down here on the rampart to find some angles of the teams who are coming in late from the north.
Only 24 points at the moment for Na'Vi, finding themselves in 12th, but
Very
Shield
weird
has
setup
been
there.
ripped out. Might be able to rip through some shields from those teams that are arriving from the north. Remember I mentioned Gen G and Lightning Rod, and they had the number 2 pick in this draft. They went for Elrod. Can they capitalize? At the moment, they were kind of being held out by Wolves Esports.
Who are they
haven't
looking
been able to do
at?
anything thus far.
Ooh.
Falcons about to take.
It's going to be an intense fight. Team at the top and a team at the bottom of the ladder.
The worry for Falcons is the armor disadvantage they find
Oh,
themselves.
Nose Fox are actually up to 11.
It's going to be. Oh, it's Fox without the purples. Falcons haven't been able to engage enough with anyone.
Crypto ult comes out, but Zero gets
Out
cracked.
for a few seconds, but I think that's more just to keep Zero in a position where he stays alive and get that battery off.
Yeah, it was a peak from Zero, but he had taken so much damage they had to use the EMP defensively.
Falcons are running here.
But I'm not sure that Nose Fox
Getting
are
out of
going
there.
to really capitalize from it.
It's getting really busy in this area as well. You can see from our map overhead as well. You got Nemesis at that high ground.
This could be a good and yeah.
Fox down on there. You got Falcon Sentinels having a look at it as well. It's really tough rotate for all these teams.
I do think that was why Nemesis were hesitant to push up too early, because they recognized there was going to be a lot of traffic coming behind them and potential to pick up some KP here. Falcons are still alive. We'll go back to their rocks. But don't be fooled by the rocks that they've got, because they are going to have to move soon.
That wasn't unintentional.
It wasn't.
Was it? Oh, it was intentional.
They lost their middle though.
Very intentional.
I couldn't tell if you were happy with yourself or devastated.
Awkward with the rotate here. Oh no, they're getting held out by Karev and NIP.
Trying to make their way.
Cersei goes down.
Also, Team Orchid
NIP first place, they're gunning it, man. Devo!
Cannot get away.
Nice damage from Karev.
This fight's inside a zone. Only zone 2 though, so both teams recognizing that, and NIP will be able to not only grab the KP, but also should have enough time here with zone 3 about to close. Hit that evac and get back inside.
There's something in my eye, man.
It's only Karev. He is the only player that went on a journey.
Yeah, that was
get the remaining
risky
kill.
from Karev.
One player from Orchid has survived and will be reviving
Pulled
the
it
rest
off,
of the
though.
team as well, or at least crafting the rest of the
Orchid
team.
are going to look for a
Getting
reset.
back on the map is a different matter. I would imagine Orchid should get back up, as NIP will also hold now the western side. Their closest competitors are going to be Algatia, Movistar Koi, excuse me, also in the same area.
Kinetropes, 6th place overall, by the way. And in one of those good spots for where this
Jelly
zone
going
is
down
going to be
for
pulling. We
Koi.
mentioned the grav lift. This is where the zone is most likely going to be ending here.
There's a mark out there in the distance.
Enemy spotted.
And if they can put another good game together here and put some KP alongside a good placement, there's a long way to securing potentially a match point final spot for them.
I like their position, I like their composition as well, as Team Falcons now eventually will be taking on a fight against Furia. Madness has already fallen, Madness gets finished, and now Keon is going to be the next to follow up.
Furia fighting back though, and Koi goes down.
And Zero is going on a rampage. rampage right now.
Ooh, Fury go down. It's well played by Zero.
In a position to stay
Third
alive
party,
here,
maybe?
Should be able to get this res as well.
Nah, they're gonna get the reset.
Will fall. It's 4 KP to the name of Zero himself, leading
Yeah,
the
Zero
lobby.
playing well. Looking to take that #1 spot back.
Worried about their zone is moving as it shifts a little bit further back down south.
Karev!
Well, you would have thought Falcons were going to be struggling.
Oh, that's a
but now
nice
they're gonna have to
rotate
come
from
back to
Vayne.
work. Essentials taking on NIP.
Loving to go
Double pullback
down.
in this zone. It's been a fascinating one to watch. As
Vayne,
Vayne
though.
comes in once again. The cause of
Oh,
problems in
Vayne!
2020's come
Oh,
out.
he almost
He's
threw that. Is there a third
looking
party?
2020 as he takes down
Nah.
the final player, Sentinels.
That's
Next
well
out of the
played by
lobby.
Vayne.
Well, where do NIP go though? If they go south, it's going to be a real struggle. So you might have to
NIP's
go up
dead
and
here.
go over this mountain. But again, where are you landing? So many teams
They're gonna die to
are gonna be
zone.
taking up space here. This is going to be a rough landing for them.
I wonder if Kurev was able to pop mech it. Yes, he was just about.
Darby getting the reset,
The
but
zone is gonna be
NIP's just
buried,
dead
burning.
here, man.
Vayne has just about managed to get inside of that zone, but they're not going to be able to get McLovin back in the game. They don't even have the banner as yet, but this tree spot will keep them safe for now.
Got a little spot just to hide.
And Z10 might make
Zero
it even more
tenacity
uncomfortable.
right there,
Two
though.
duos alongside Falcons
Well, I was
now.
going to say, Z10 might actually take a little bit of attention away from Ninjas in Pajamas, because Falcons might have to focus
Alcadia
on
dead,
eliminated,
Orchid
as are
dead.
Team Orchid.
Interesting
Oh,
to see
Zero
how the
Tenacity's
other
dead.
Team Falcons at the moment. Nemesis and Noisy Fox are trying to rotate
Zero
behind
Tenacity
them.
down.
But Falcons are keeping their heads on a swivel here. Zero's taking a lot of
NIP
damage. He's just
settle.
found out where those shots are
Ghost
coming from as
Fox
well.
down
And he
at
finds
11.
A little cubby just to escape here and get that
This
battery
fight
back.
for the top
Those
7's
Fox
getting
go
good.
down. Team Nemesis were able to get the final hits onto them, and they have got a knock onto Zero. Are they going to push up on it is the real question. Elsewhere, Fnatic taking on Kinotrope.
Kinotrope have been holding down this spot. Fnatic have crashed the party though, but Kinotrope have given the space up and have stayed healthy enough here to stay in this fight. Fnatic will hold this space. Fnatic will be safe for now.
A lot of grenades coming out.
A lot of nades.
But I don't know if there was much damage from them.
That is
But
a lot of
Kinotrope, they're
nades.
going to send it anyway.
That is a lot of nades, and as you can see, here comes Sheila.
Kinotrope!
Alive now, trying to get in a position to hold
Oh,
it down.
surely
but
someone
Yuka's
third
still
parties
alive.
this.
And Yuka
Fnatic win it.
crushed
That's
for
huge.
Fnatic.
He went back. He wanted to get the shield.
Will they
swap,
get the
but I believe
reset,
it was
though?
a dead swap in there, and it just killed that fight. In
NIP
the end, as Falcons still holding
right
on
on
as a
Falcons
two.
here.
Again, another member has gone down. NIP
Hal's
getting
gone
involved
down.
in this because they sense there is a potential to push up on the Falcons.
Rev's gonna peek over. Oh, what a PK shot from Zero!
Zero! The Peacekeeper! Max damage! That'll teach
Vayne's
you
gonna
to
run.
Doesn't matter if it's a Peacekeeper or a Kraber. Zero will always find a way to pump you for enough damage. As Vayne's going to try and escape.
Nemesis with a
But it
third
looks like
party.
he's gonna be chased, but behind them comes Nemesis.
Yeah, Waltzy just got caught in a pinch here, and look
NIP
at
down,
this.
but
Nemesis
Waltzy
right
gets
behind
dropped.
Zero
Hal
and
dropped. Zero's got to
get
run.
the kill on the solo.
It's a great third
Nemesis
party
sees
from
the
Nemesis.
opportunity brilliantly. And even though Ninjas in Pajamas
Get the
are eliminated,
shots.
which will mean they will not go back to back to back, Falcons might look back on that moment as something that, a bit of an overextension, bit of a misstep.
Well, Nemesis will finish up the remaining pieces of Falcons that were still on the
Zero to
floor,
be
but
solo.
there's
Oh,
gonna
this
be
is
some
chaos
action
here.
elsewhere.
Navi, TSM, Fnatic.
all getting involved here.
And again, TSM hold behind a Newcastle wall. TSM hold
Surely
in a position
TSM can't get another
where it looks like
reset.
they should go down.
We get
Duke
resets
needs to
every
last
game.
alive. We'll be able to get the swap here, and he's looking to finish these downs, but Fnatic have sniffed him out. See that he's a solo. They
TSM
want
go
to
down.
Hyaka, he's going to get it though. TSM eliminated. Hyaka sliding away.
Darby
but
go
Navi
down.
will go down as
Fnatic
well, and
looking
Fnatic
good here.
control the entirety of the North.
Gen G go
Zero is
down.
still alive, has now secured top 5 for Falcons as Gen G
Zero ratting
eliminated.
again.
Nemesis will hold the south, and you've got Wolves on the east. Mao still alive, as well as Fnatic on the north, but Mao's have taken so much damage here. Both them and Wolves are in very difficult
Fnatic getting
spots.
more
Fnatic
KP.
are picking up KP after KP.
Attack over there.
First it was Kinotrope, the clutch from Yuka. Then they swing it onto TSM, clean up that
Yeah,
damage.
that clutch, that 1v1
Alongside
clutch was
Navi, who
good.
get credited with that kill, but they make him pay and they get a bit of revenge by taking down that final player. And now Fnatic, like we mentioned, control the entirety of the northern side of the zone. The southern side is Nemesis. Falcons still alive, Zero. Still breathing.
But it's going to be Wolves now full sending it, but Mao's are going to get the better of them for the beginning, but it's going to be a 2. Yeah, they're already
Wolves
ripped
down.
through. Great
Owls
job
with a good
from
game here.
Mao to
They've been impressive so far.
It looks like they should be okay. Fnatic are taking
They're gonna get a reset too.
But Fnatic don't want to give up their spot, so they are not going to commit to it.
Yeah, 4 squads alive. It's always an awkward number. They will know there's a solo in the lobby doing the quick maths that is required. And Nemesis have got a horrible surprise.
Nemesis pushing Zero.
As they zip towards him. They want this KP. The Zero somehow keeps threading the needle here.
How is Zero still alive? There we go, Zero down. Fnatic get the KP as well.
In the haystack, and that'll be Zero and Falcons eliminated. Top 4 for them.
So Fnatic still in prime position, but as they are temporarily distracted from Mouse, it will allow Nemesis to walk up and take center.
It was a bit late on that ult.
But Mouse have just found a cliff edge to work with. And it really is going to be a very difficult position for them to try and get up, because Nemesis might actually get an angle on them here.
Yeah, the pace of this end zone is going to be controlled by Fnatic, whoever they decide to focus on.
Oh, Mao's crypto ult to no one, but Mao's are pushing up.
How's it going?
Sneaky, sneaky Mouse. Going all the way up towards the north. But Aku's got to be careful.
Mao's are launching on Nemesis now, playing for second place.
We got to play for second somewhere along the line, but Nemesis will be credited.
That was horrible from Mao's. That was so bad.
We'll now have a 3v3 to win this game, and that's a big EMP. Nemesis take the damage from the EMP. The grapple up isn't great. And surely this is just opening the door for Fnatic to close this one out.
Fnatic have dominated this game.
This is a huge win for Fnatic.
They look to dominate this fight as well. Nemesis
huge win for Fnatic. Well played. Well played, Fnatic. Very well played. That was bad for Mouse. They went up top, but then they launched down bottom and just got caught in the middle. Got caught in the crossfires from both teams. It was bad play from Mouse, but well played by Fnatic. That's a huge win.
The big clutch from Yuka on the side of that cannon. In that 1v1 scenario, set them up for success. And once the opportunity arrived to win the game and clean up in the way they did, they didn't make any mistakes.
So interested to see the cameras there. Nemesis right behind Fnatic where they're seated. I mean, obviously, they would have had no idea while it's happening, but they'll stand
Fnatic with a
up,
9-12, Nemesis with a 7-9, Mao's with a 5-7, Falcons with a 12-5, Wolves with a 1-4, Gen G with a 1-3, Harvey with a 3-3.
Pretty good position to find yourself.
Not bad.
Is indeed 9 points on the board again for Ninjas in pajamas, though it's not.
Show the overall. I want to see who's in that top 7.
Consistent once again for EMEA fans. And
Falcons, then NIP, then TSM, then Nemesis, then Fnatic, then Wolves, then Kinotrope. Mao's just outside. All gamers now in 9th too. 836-10. Alcadzia down to 13th now. Navi 11th.
Clear leaders, and with 4 matches left, a 30-point
so far
lead,
only Falcons and TSM.
I think I can safely say
are in my top 7 that I said. I said Falcons. Wait, no, did I say NIP?
Though, and that's the one we have to keep an eye on as these 4 matches result.
Yeah, you probably noticed how close it is from 7th down as well. Just a couple of points between those places. But not a lot of room for mistakes now as we have 6 games done and dusted, Dan. We've got only 4 more to go. This is getting a little bit hairy for some of these teams. We'll have to see who has that clutch factor and who can handle the pressure as we get back from this break in just a few moments' time.
Welcome back to the ALGS midseason playoffs here in Riyadh. My name is Rainday, and we are joined by a very special guest for this halftime recap. Of course, we got Jayhawk and Snipe Down, but Kelly Milkey's from Alliance, co-owner. And Kelly, it's amazing to see you not only at any venue that we have, because you hand me cool stuff that I could put on my daughter, right? I mean, the cute onesie for Alliance. We haven't got it on broadcast, but it's adorable. But also, you're such a big part of the presence of Alliance at these events. People come to know you, and it's just great to have you here and be able to pick your brain a little bit. How you doing?
Great, thanks. It's actually my first time at EWC, and I'm really excited.
You know, one of the things that, speaking of like first times, the opposite of that is Alliance's tenure in Apex Legends. You guys are really one of the oldest, if not the oldest in terms of length of days that you have been in org and representing players in Apex Legends. Talk to me why it's been such a good fit for you. Why has this made sense for you guys to stay here so long?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, it's one of the best BRs out there. Second of all, we have amazing players. Third of all, we have an amazing community. So sponsors love the game as well. It's hard not to be in love with the game.
Yeah, I mean, and it really shows as well. You talk about hockeys and you talk about the stability of this roster now with Unlucky and Effect, but it wasn't always that. I mean, you guys have bounced through so many different iterations. You brought up Yuki. I mean, what a sensation he was when playing for Alliance. You guys have also found a way to find a synergistic team, Kelly, and that to me is harder to do. Finding players who are standouts by themselves, sure, but somehow when Unlucky and when Effect, these guys, they're stars on other teams, come together, they make it work. How does the org stabilize players like that, and how do you support your players to find that synergy and keep working together when many teams break up?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Alliance is quite a special organization. Most of our leadership are ex-pro players, so our performance culture is really strong. We have a really great performance team working around our current team. Of course, one of the most important things for BR is like teamwork and synergy. Yep. It's easy to say it, but it's very hard to attain. That themselves, I also have to give players credit. they themselves, you know, they really buy into the culture. Not every one of our roster does, and those are not so successful.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of trust in the team. We try a lot of things. Of course, what you see on stage is like the tip of the iceberg, and the homework that it's put behind by, like, you know, our GM, our performance coach, and our head coach. It's a lot, and the captain works really closely with them. When we're scouting players, it's a really long process.
Yeah.
For us to want to remove or make a roster change, it's the absolute last decision to make. Something that is, you know, what a lot of the other teams don't have is that typically when you lose a tournament, you kind of want to make a swap.
Yeah.
We haven't exactly been having great results at LAN pre-EWC last year.
Right.
Often at times we have even been like double digits at LAN finals, you know. So there's a lot of analysts and there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind it, and I have to say a big part of it is, of course, Hakis.
Yeah.
So the last thing I would share a little bit, because I don't want to, you know, share too much about how we work.
Imagine you throw all their team strats out right now in this interview. They're like,
how we win.
Kelly?
I was going to ask the performance
I mean, Pontos is probably going to kill me right outside if I do that. But in Alliance, number one, we invest in our captain.
Yeah.
And it's really important for us to find a strong captain in any team games that we have. And we have that in John. And he's like an incredible human being. He has extremely strong work ethic. He is very strong as a leader. He's calm when he needs to be. He puts pressure when we need be. Of course, that comes with a lot of, you know, working together and trust. But yeah, I'm glad we decided to go the way we did, because, you know, now we're here as defending champions.
You guys have had an incredible run since last EWC. You held up a trophy in Riyadh last year. We'll see if you can do it again this year. You play tomorrow in Group B, so if you're excited about that matchup, make sure to stay tuned and keep it here for the entire 4 days to see Alliance in action. But fellas, I'm going to shift towards you as we get back to the action that just occurred. 3 games came by, 4, 5, and 6. A lot of that, though, felt like maybe 2 games, maybe 1 game. If we were talking about one team in IP most of the time.
Yeah, I'm so happy that I was able to talk about them before this started, and we get to see Vayne here, and honestly, just this NFP roster. Okay, first off, we saw Falcons earlier on. They're just going to be playing as aggressive as they can. They're going to be going for kills, and this is the time where we talked about Vayne's confidence level, and them getting these back-to-back wins, especially on E-District. Honestly, after their momentum in the game before, where they had, I think it was 12 kills and a 4th place, the game that Furia won, it just set the tone for them, especially on this map. When you start getting, you know, back-to-back-to-back maps, and you get that confidence, they're able to run through, and their kills is what's putting them ahead of this. And honestly, something that we noticed in the stats is that they are 1, 2, and 3 on the kill leaderboard in terms of overall kills for this tournament. Even though Falcons was at the top, they're still able to pull that off, and that's just only going to set the pace for the rest of this.
It feels like Ninjas in Pajamas, definitely the team that we thought they were, coming in 2nd place in terms of overall qualifying. These groups are positioned, you might be wondering why these groups feel the way they do, though, based on championship points. So obviously that 2nd place actually went to Shopify Rebellion based on those points. That's why they're in the other group. But going back to game 2, John, it was more the same. It's just NIP finding a group.
Yeah, once again, like Snipe was saying, I feel like this roster maybe on paper, sure, they don't have the talent level of a Falcons or an Alliance, but they have the cohesion. The top 3 players, like you said, all in terms of kills, is those 3 guys. Sure, maybe you wouldn't predict that any of those guys are going to be the kill leader, but when they're performing like this, you see the results, and it's not any individual player. All 3 of them are able to perform. And that goes back to what Snipe was saying at the top of the show, where, okay, Vayne can focus on the IGLing. He doesn't have to micro either of his players, because you know that McLovin's going to perform. You know that Kurev being your anchor and also being able to, you know, get some mix in with those calls. All 3 of them can just focus on their own individual things, and that leads to things like this, where they're coming from Stadium, maybe draft point, it's a little closer, but it's not the most ideal in terms of potential end game, and yet still they're able to get the ultimate high position and able to close out the win.
I mean, we saw that one in a beautiful panoramic view, so made sure for our observers to catch that action from the top down. And speaking of top down, it was Fnatic who would have the height here on this one and take the win. I mean, going back into your statement, playing with cohesion. This is something that Fnatic's always leaned on and done well. It was up to Yuka to find new teammates. The conversation was, here's a list that we think, and Yuka said, hey, I've got a list too. He handed that down, and guess what? I think they went with a lot of Yuka's list. And it started to work out well for them. A team that we expect to continue to be relevant in top 5s. That's kind of where they make their bread and butter. Top 5s in circles, top 5s in tournaments. They're trying to get back to that and represent APAC North in a different way. It's been over a year since they've raised a trophy in the ALGS. Now trying to do it yet again. But the whole being greater than the sum of its parts. We're seeing that clearly with NIP. Sometimes for a team like Fnatic and a team like Falcons too, the whole just being equal to the sum of its parts is fine. It's okay for day one. These teams do not need to be at complete synergy right now. But if you just look at that screen and the passion from the yelling, you could tell it's a bit of relief, Jay, just the fact that they got that win.
Absolutely, and for Fnatic, it was definitely a project because Yuka said, I want to pick up 2 younger players, and that's sort of similar to what Ninjas of Pajamas did. Sure, maybe they're not young, but it's a project because McLovin, he's not necessarily a player that we know for having a lot of success on LAN previously like Vayne does, and so, like I said, on paper, this team doesn't quite make sense as one of the best teams in the world, and yet here they are.
Ninjas in Pajamas, you can see their tally overall, 24 points, 20 kills plus in these last 2 games, and you add the 7 at the end, but another man matching him. And of course, actually, you know his name, you've seen him before, he was standing on stage. It's Zero from Falcons. They might have taken their foot off the pedal and a little bit of that speed, but they are still operating with an intense surgical-like style because they know how to get the job done. Joint kill leader, Zero, with the NIP guys as well. Kelly, I want to thank you for hanging out with us. This was amazing, and good luck tomorrow. I know you'll be watching. Any particular place? You're going to be in the stands, or you got some kind of cool booth or box while walking around? Where are you going to be?
Yeah, we have 30 fans from all around the world that came with us.
That's
So
right.
I'm gonna be in the stands, yelling at you guys, you know, yelling at the stage. So make sure to tune in to watch the best games in Apex.
One of the coolest things about that story, man, flew in 30 fans to Riyadh. Big shout out to Alliance. We got to see all our orgs doing that as well. It's time to get these games going for our last setup before we come back for one more final halftime break. So let's send it over to our casters to kick it off.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. We've already seen the action break down here on Storm Point. Vicky Kitty here alongside Jamerson, and it's crazy to see how things have been shaping up, but even better to see how many teams right now have been soaking up that KP, because the competition is tight if you want to feel comfortable in the top 7 to sit in the finals lobby.
And the 2 teams, of course, that are standing up top are extremely comfortable, but they have been trading blows back and forth between Falcons and NIP. 1 point between the 2 of them. We'll see who stands out on top of the day. For now, as we continue on in Storm Point, we got to see Fnatic with their history here on this map, being able to secure themselves that north side of the map, getting trident, even though it was a 3rd pick. And this is one of the 3 maps that
game
so,
7.
just the simple fact
Fnatic took game 6. Who's going to take game 7? Can Falcons take the top
gives
and get
Fnatic a
another
lot
win?
more freedom in how they want to move down to the south here.
It's great. You get the quick rotate too with the Trident obviously as well while we take a look at where this next zone is going to be taking us. And again, just to remind everybody, it is the top 7 that make it into that final lobby on Sunday. And I emphasize this constantly because looking at how tight in terms of points the overall standings stay, it's Mouse with 33 points in 8th place with Kino Trope with 34 points. And then going down from Mouse, you have AGAL with 31, Enterforce 36 with 30, Navi with 30, and that's with Navi popping off to on E-District at some points. So it's crazy to see how close it is.
Yeah, that is extremely tight there on the bubble. But here, as we take a look at the ring pull, our first map ring,
to
does
tenacity.
seem like, well, we're going back to Jurassic, and what a time, of course, to go back to Jurassic of all places here. But also want to note that with the bans that came in, particularly with that Fuse getting taken out in match number 6, we have
Fuse
our
got banned in
picks of
6,
a
man.
few
There's so
console
many
legends.
characters banned.
Ring console legends, not controllers, ring console legends.
Watson,
That's going to be the Pathfinder,
Ash,
a huge pickup from
Alta,
a lot of our squads. We did also have a
Catalyst, Wraith,
the
and
Rampart there,
Fuse
particularly Navi and Kinotrope, along with Mouse and Z10.
It's so funny that no matter what, right? Like if it's the Wraith off the table out here, you talk about Fuse, I know Ash, no Alter. Let's bring in Pathy. 14 Pathies right now in this lobby. 70% pick rate with Crypto following right behind with 11 Cryptos in this lobby to get that information. I know you saw that side by side with Sparrow at some points to be able to remotely get the scan on those survey beacons here while we get set up on Team Falcons, who are holding first place by a 1-point difference.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, especially with today's banned so far. How as soon as a legend like perks their heads up, well, you're banned, right? So the Fuse picking up a lot of traction there in game number 6, going immediately down, but it's Mouse now. One of those teams currently on the bubble with 4 matches left to go, trying to secure their spot into the finals day, trying to avoid the last chance qualifiers. But Wolves Esports, another team also on the bubble, trying to fight for their lives right now.
Very important fight right here. No Name taking a nice off angle, putting pressure onto Lefko, having to back away just for right now. You see Donut, you see Crazy Kong.
It's a crazy Newcastle
all
ult.
the way up with a Newcastle wall too.
That's a crazy Newcastle ult.
But Donut is the first to get knocked. It's a trade up from both sides.
Yeah,
good
Crazy
trade.
Kong biding his time for now.
How's it gonna win this? Wolves are down early too.
With the Mozambiques, we'll be able to finish them off. A great time for them, but they've got to be careful.
Two are gonna die early here.
Things around for them, so they need this KP preventing the reset onto Mouse.
Oh, 0-0.
Oh my god, they're both dead. Wow, both eliminated.
Mouse roll their way up the leaderboards.
Needed it. Needed it here. Again, we're already at Matt. As we take a look at Sentinels, honestly, just bottom of the barrel teams thus far in their performance and what they need to work out as we go through these different maps here. Fnatic inside of the tunnel, looking to try to take this fight against Movie Star Koi, who are currently sitting in 19th, also at
Need to
risk
get
of
that
elimination.
reset.
Yeah, they're trying to hold that north
MCoy need to play
side
goodie.
of
Fnatic
Jurassic
dying
early.
early, last round's winners.
Bible Ace still bleeding out, but you can see Yuka is giving them that information with the drone. TSM.
Everyone's in
Not
here.
able to push up quite yet. They're still looking for their
TSM pushing in, they get a knock.
Trying to clean up some more KP here.
Oh, that's a
TSM
good
have been
grenade.
Fantastic. I love the way
No,
that
why
they've
showing a
played
replay
with
now?
confidence.
This
So
has
we
got
get the
live
nice
up
little
though.
highlight, the side by side before the quick third part up. The TSM still taking
Tunnel.
this fight.
Panic goes
Navigating around
down.
the maze that he just threw right in front of him.
MCoy
Trying
hit
to
back.
reset here too. Off the low ground though, but it's going to be Movie Star Koi. Blinkster going to be able to get
Fnatic,
that first knock,
MCoy
and
gets
it's
one on
turning around
Fnatic
as
too.
Fnatic look to get involved in a third party.
Yeah, this is always an awkward play coming for the third
TSM
party.
running.
You know that teams will be moving into Jurassic very early on. You've got teams that can also come in from the northern side, but it looks like this will largely fizzle out. Both teams reset, and it's just economy that's been wasted from either side. But it's always an awkward fight.
So many
There's
teams
always
fighting
a long
early on
fight
here.
to get in because they're
North.
And this early too, right? Like a lot of teams have already been able to get their
NIP
stance.
Dane are in the bottom 3, I
expect
think.
more of these chokes exiting out of Jurassic, specifically Southside by Barometer, by Cedo
Is that the
Station,
finish?
to get congested
On
very
Edward Gaming
fast.
or
A lot
another
of
knock?
teams like to
Not too
hold
sure.
those
of Jurassic,
Get rid of that.
like Alcatsia currently. Ninjas in Pajamas also on the south side.
Dang,
Zero
it's another.
Tenacity
No, that's
controlling
Pite
the
again.
choke coming in from Pylon. For Noise Fox,
Is he just
though,
knocking him over and
they're
over
taking
again?
their time coming in from the northern side right now. They do have all gamers.
It is a 30-30.
After taking match number 1, has slowed down significantly.
Thus far, Zap holding the high ground with the bow check in hand. He's got some great loot too. The R9 with the gold light mag. Just looking to try to gatekeep this team for right now because they know that Noah's Fox either has to wrap around that beam wall here or
This
actually try
fight
to
for the
commit
top
to coming
7
out
is
from that
getting
north side, while
really
Edward
intense
Gaming
right
are
now.
able to get the reset and Sentinels popping off in the feed on E36.
Throughout all of this, Fnatic were able to get res onto their 2 members. Ninjas in Pajamas, we were talking about them controlling the south side here. It's the southwest side, so that does actually make a pretty big difference. Not too many teams coming out from that Barometer side. We might have a crash there, but currently it's a lot of teams focusing on the Pylon rotate, but it's still early on. Teams are still kind of rotating through that south side, and we have plenty of opportunities for them to show up and challenge Ninjas in Pajamas for that position. For Falcons, though, this is one of the teams moving in from the Pylon area. We've got Zero Tenacity and Furia holding this down, though.
Love it. He's preemptively shooting after the scan off the crypto drone, gets into position, follows up with how they have the Tempest activated. Very scary situation to look at here as they grapple onto that one player trying to run for his life. It's Noctu's one shot.
Furia goes down, man.
Face the inevitable at this point.
They also got a knock onto
Falcons
Z10,
pick up
so they
another
can
one. Zero
completely
Tenacity
control
now running as they get
inside of
another
Jurassic.
KP.
They're trying to follow up on it right now. And
They
there
get
it is.
another one.
One more knock onto Missy. Fuda gets
TSM going down as well.
Team Falcons
Zero Tenacity
playing with
eliminated.
pure aggression, and they have so since match number 1.
Falcons are
Looking
dominating
great
this
on clearing
lobby.
this side. Look at all that extra KP. The points here too, trying to build up that gap between themselves and NIP, which By the way, NIP, a team that's holding that southern choke that we talk about over by Jurassic Park, are in the other spot that I would love to hold in a zone pool like this. Because if NIP clear their backs, it's really Sentinels that they have to make sure will not rotate on their 6.
Yeah, it's our 2 top leaders there on the south side right now, NIP and Falcons. But it's been Falcons who've been picking up these kills and maybe get more. Nemesis coming in from there. But it's Orchid right now that we're on board with, coming through from Cascade Falls. And again, not much in the way of friction because a lot of teams have moved to the western side of the map. We do see ahead of them Movie Star Koi still inside that tunnel. But Orchid, all purpled up, will have a better fighting chance at this one than Movie Star Koi.
Trying to get some poke pressure down while they
Fnatic
are
versus Falcons.
trying to shoot at them from afar. It's Fnatic that have now wrapped up behind Falcons. So it wasn't just Team Nemesis. It's the fact that Fnatic are now here still in between Falcons and Nemesis this time around. So you talk about some cleaning up some KP when they're trying to gatekeep these teams. Falcons now looking at these 2 teams with hungry eyes, hearing them down below.
Yeah, Fnatic were forced to go for that reset, right? And behind them all.
Nemesis wrapping behind Fnatic too. But they're backing up when they realize Falcons are there as well.
6 KP right in front of them. So both of these squads, Nemesis and Fnatic, have to be careful about how they approach this. They still have, of course, plenty of time to maybe revert and go around the mountain and challenge ninjas in pajamas. But really it comes down to what Team Nemesis do here, right? They're going to be the ones that could force that sandwich onto Fnatic, but they will also have that priority to try and rotate around from the south side.
Akatsuya were able to get that Mythic bin too. Better position here, considering where they're going to be approaching by that fence line that leads into Jurassic once you're forced outside the choke of Cedo Station, where we know there's going to be a 3-team pileup eventually, as we get to see the map view here too. Team Nemesis, Fnatic, not moving an inch from the edge of the zone while Falcons are just hailing down more pressure onto them. And it's that inevitable fight between NIP and Sentinels too that will be having to collapse on each other over on that southern side. It's the EMP, it looks like to start things up as
Fnatic's pushing Falcons here. Oh no, there's it right up the top.
Falcons,
True.
Falcons have to divert their attention, right? They've got Team Nemesis on the move. That actually clears things up for Fnatic, and now Team Falcons are actually left inside of this sandwich. They're going to try and get aggressive here with the Tempest popped.
Ballistic and Crypto ult.
With the Devo ready to go, Hal just
This is aggressive from Falcons.
over to the other side of the Newcastle wall, but you have to be careful.
Fnatic's pushing up behind them.
Wrap around and take Falcons' position
Get the
after
backing up.
that zipline originally too.
Smart backup, smart backup. Very smart backup.
So much time left on that
Now
Tempest,
Fnatic's
they knew,
backtracking.
hey, we are now in this sandwich. We have to turtle up. We cannot go and just completely throw this game.
This is really intense 3v3v3 right now between Fnatic, Nemesis, and Falcons.
Found a moment to push forward onto that fence line. Now it's Team Falcons stuck here. Again, they have a pathfinder themselves. They can try and zipline, make a similar play, but it's 2 teams now.
NIP killing Sentinels off. Already got a knock. Oh no, NIP got knocked.
And then E36 had reset to then come in from the zone to collapse.
Sentinels have 2 down though.
Team Nemesis fight that Nemesis are holding by that tree trunk.
NIP though trying to hold things down up against Sentinels. You had called it.
This is getting intense. E36 have now joined the fight. Crypto ult comes out.
Fnatic coming in for the third party.
E36 are so low.
Get into a pyramid, and they're
Sentinels down.
Sentinels ultimately get taken out. They're on the other side of this mountain, but it's not over.
Oh, Zero got finished. They're
like
respawning him.
Get Zero back in. There's just so much pressure here that no team can really make a move.
When we see the side-by-side of the action happening on the other side of this choke, NIP now forced to play that out as a duo. We hear the res.
What the fuck are you doing?
Trying to contest, but he has to reload at the same
Why are they
time.
contesting that?
Get the first initial knock, and now Team
That was
Falcons
so
come up
bad
with
from
clean up on
E36.
aisle
That was
3.
so bad.
This is why you turtle. Fnatic were consistently
E36 out.
posturing for a third party after third party, but it felt like
E36, that was a horrible play.
We have to try and take this fight right now. Even
That was
though
so
we didn't
bad.
have the utilities behind it. Now with that pressure alleviated, Falcons are back.
Must have been a
to
reason
that.
why they
Well, not
did
even
that,
square
surely.
one. We're at like square 3 at this point with all the little chess
These
moves that we
3
have between Fnatic
teams
and
have been
Team Nemesis.
fighting this whole
They're
game.
still now getting gate kept by two
Ooh,
separate squads.
NIP fighting NF.
Here, though, Orchid ultimately getting taken out. Ninjas in pajamas in their move, getting
That's got to be a good grenade.
Oh man, Sparrow ultimate up on the roof.
Oh, Kadsia down.
Unable to pop the shield back here in this moment. Sasuke though tries to get the finishing.
NF's dying here. It's a 1v1. Nice.
AG slide in. We're talking about being a little quiet. Well, now this is the opportunity.
NIP second place down, and Nose Fox also down. As Fnatic now, and all gamers.
And they're about to get third party by AG.
They're all third partying each other.
But this is a much closer fight between the two squads. Neither of them taking too much damage.
Fnatic taking a lot of damage, same as all gamers. Skittle Cakes peeks and goes down. He solo peaked, that was bad. Oh, it's a trade, it's a trade. Ooh, Zap, he's so good. He was a kill leader for a reason, bro. It's all gamers take out Fnatic. As this fight for the top 7 is getting intense. It's getting good. All gamers back into the top 7.
Rampages go crazy. Zappers have been having a fantastic day
Nemesis in the top 7.
And now you get to see AG not only take over that building, you saw the double Pathfinder zipline on the roof side of that building before Fnatic had gone down, showcasing how many teams were trying to time these 3Ps, these 4Ps that we keep seeing on both the southern side of this choke as well as the eastern side of this choke. But this zone will be pulling over to the north side, closer to where
Well, they're going for an evac tower play.
Coming out from Falcons, we'll see if any team can
Which is risky. This is really risky. That a Pathfinder.
Really focusing in this balloon, so Falcons will be
they're getting away with it.
That one up for free, but do they
Where they're gonna land?
Spot inside of the ring. They're gonna drop down onto EDG's building.
I don't know about that drop, but they're safe.
Now, so Team Falcon surviving.
Oh, I don't know.
Nah. Imperial Hell taking a lot of damage over here for Kinotrope. They're getting pushed by
Kinotrope. All gamers getting more kills. Dropped and Zap. Kinotrope goes down. Zero's pushing them. They're pushing all gamers for a third party. Zap's down. The best player's down. Drop down. Skittles down. Nemesis dead. And all gamers dead. Edward Gaming. Last place. Ooh, they were going for a third party, but they realized it was Falcons and ran away. Don't blame them. Falcons are the kings of this lobby. The bottom 3 teams are going home. Zero Tenacity and Sentinels. Damn. They need to get out of that bottom 3, man. That is so close. That is close. Oh, Falcons got jumped on the dead.
A great game. Team Falcons ultimately will go down. So
that's nice from Edward Gaming. That's huge. Can they get out of the bottom 3 here?
Much further, securing themselves 93 points.
Oh, Navi with good shots.
Finds a nice knock onto EDG, but they can't
Chaco's his name.
after this one.
I said Uzaka.
Again, in
to
that
Chaco.
predicament where they have really
This is a good
strong
end game.
control over the late game.
A lot of teams just holding the edges here.
So
no one's in the middle.
Should be able to get the res on this. We're down to our final 4 squads. Navi, Edward Gaming,
Navi take it. Oh no, zone's on the left.
Yeah, they're also one of the teams not running the Pathfinder, and even if they did, this is a
Navi's the powerhouse team still left alive. 16th, 17th, and 18th. All 3 of them need it to get away from that bottom 3.
Literally with the 1x2 as well.
They all need
but this
points here.
Because they landed Cito, they made that quick rotate. They're holding onto Sniper Tower and looking at their legend comp alone, having that
Navi's in a decent spot here, man.
Really coming clutch with the ballistic and the crypto to get information.
Oh, they're good shots from Slab.
This is an important
Edward Gaming loses pipe.
Currently, Navi are the only ones sitting in.
Oh, Koi's so dead here.
8th overall with 40. For Genji, EDG,
Koi's so dead here.
All with about 20 points.
Edward Gaming dead. Koi gets the top 3, but they're so dying here. Navi win this. Navi win. They're launching into the top 7 here. It's game 7. 3 to go, and Navi are launching into the top 7. Unless Gen G has something to say about it. Koi's so dead.
That will have height unless Navi and Gen G collapse on each other, which would allow Movie Star Koi to reset.
Yeah, we do have to also mention the differences in terms of compositions as well. while we do have the ballistic across all three teams, two of them are running the crypto.
And the Rampart.
The for Movie Star Koi, and of course, like you saw there, the Sheila for Na'Vi. So some extra firepower to finish things off for them.
Dude, I swear, Rampart is my sleep paralysis demon. That Sheila, man, it's crazy. It feels like it's so extra personal, too. You're so close to getting into cover, you only have a blue knockdown, and then Sheila's just enough to be a nail in the coffin. But very smart move, too, because Na'Vi understand there could be a chance that Gen G...
Na'Vi will push it up on Gen G here. Crypto comes out.
Movie Star Koi could even reset. As you can see right here, they try to move in.
You get a knock.
Distance, but Slab with this
Could Koi third party this?
The Tempest originally here, too, is going to be able to actually...
They're playing slow, Na'Vi smart.
Huge timing push coming out from them.
Yeah, they've nailed this, Na'Vi. They've nailed this. They've nailed this. Gen G down. They've nailed this. Fun goes down. Yeah, Slab nailed that. They've nailed this. Yep. Well played, Na'Vi. Well played, Na'Vi. Very well played. Very well played. They launch into the top 7. Third. Damn. This top 7 is getting close, man. It is getting close. It is getting close.
Na'Vi feeling themselves. We love to see that momentum right in. And of course, I just feel like it's so gross. The Ballistic Tempest into the Sheila too on top of it. You're controlling so much space.
The matching skins as well.
Oh yeah, pretty fresh.
Na'Vi knew this was their game. And it certainly was, right? They ended up drafting, of course, from Sito Station. Had one of the highest priorities for where this zone pulled. It pulled towards them.
Na'Vi with a 13-12, Koi with a 6-9, Gen G with a 2-7, Edward Game with a 5-5, Falcons with a 7-4, All Games with a 6-3, Nemesis with a 0-3.
Rotate into the south side, creating a huge pileup of a squad.
Zero Tenacity with another bad game. Zero Tenacity gonna go home.
Our two teams at the top of Falcons and NIP. Of course, facing that traffic, go down. They don't have an opportunity to try and go for that late game once again.
Ooh, Chaco is 7-3. 2.4k damage, you know.
Usual playstyle.
And
he got the same amount of damage as all of
Koi.
Koi.
In favor for Movie Star Koi. Like, look at the amount of KP they're able to secure. Gen G2, yes, they get the 9 points in total, but these are two teams that were on the bottom end of the overall scoreboard, and we're running out of time, Jamerson.
Team Falcons in first, NIP in second, Na'Vi's in third, TSM's in fourth, Fnatic fifth, Nemesis 6th, and Ketatrope Gaming 7th. As it stands, them 7 orgs are going to the final. All Games Mouths, Wolves, just outside, 11th all the way down to 70. Edward Gaming, Zero Tenacity, and Sentinels are going home as it stands.
Bottom 3 on the verge of getting knocked out, but they still have 3
That is shocking for me.
Exactly.
Zero Tenacity and Sentinels,
Not only with the
shocking.
teams that are at risk of elimination, but even the teams that are looking to find their
It's so
spot in
close
the
right now.
finals.
It's getting
Literally a
intense.
point difference
It's getting so
separates
intense.
themselves or having to compete in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and again, importantly, with this 10-match set and with how much of the points have been kind of monopolized at the top by Falcons and by NIP, Na'Vi were able to jump 5 points throughout all that. But we got more Apex for you. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back after this.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion. This land is calling.
going on here? Na'Vi take game number 7, push their way all the way up into a nice comfy spot in the overall standings here as we move on to game number 8.
Yeah. And importantly there, for Na'Vi, the victors of match number 7, or 6, 7, 7, match number 7, they were able to secure top 3 off of that. And that's really important again. We were talking about that just before the break, but they were in 8th place before that. And so that was a huge shift for them. That goes to show right now, again, with how much Falcons and NIP have been monopolizing the points, that still leaves so much room for the teams at the bottom. Even Z10, currently sitting with 21 points, work their way up into the top 7 with a decent win here. So if you're on that bubble like Kinotrope currently in 8th place, or excuse me, in 7th place with 42, you're not safe. You are not safe at all.
You know, if you've been falling behind and you're not safe on following up here on the Apex Legends Global Series, make sure you guys follow us on our Instagram and TikTok that just launched here at Play Apex Esports, both on Instagram and on TikTok. Love to be able to stay up to date, find everything in one place so that way you don't fall behind on what is happening within the ALGS.
You know what? I love all of our social media people too, so you know they're going to be on it. So make sure you follow them, and I will do that right after this game because we are about to get into match number 8.
I was there frame 1, Jamerson. I was there. I mean, I saw the name change at 1.2, and I was like, all right, I'm watching. I got a tab over here, making sure that we don't miss out on those socials as we get a nice little pan of our audience here, trying to give their energy to their favorite teams.
Falcons are killing it, man.
Looking on top, but I really like how our team is playing so aggressive in this lobby. I mean, you have to, and now at this point, we're entering game 8 territory out of 10. This is the moment where our bottom-end teams that are at risk of elimination have figured out what they need to do differently. Do they need to start farming more KP? Do they have to get aggressive? Do they have to time these 3Ps way better here? Maybe try to change some things up here, because at this point, if you haven't found that momentum, man, it's been already intense, 7 games done and dusted. We get another legend ban, and it's time to adapt because Pathfinder will not be available to play for game number 8.
haven't won since game 2, though.
Yeah,
we just got him. But yeah, it seems like for every single ban, it's just as soon as one gets banned, you know, it's a new legend that we really weren't seeing picked up that much, right? So it's just slotting in after slotting in, but we did get to see an uptick of the ballistic over time here, the crypto as well. And honestly, when we hit, we don't really get to see this deep into the pool often, right? Only for regional finals so far. We don't know what to expect. What do teams still have up their sleeves? Of course, we did see that Sheila coming in big, the Ramparts.
Probably
Will we see more Sheila pickups? Of course, Bangalore is a popular pick here on Stormpoint, and we saw some smattering of Bangalore even when we were on E-District, so there's still a shot that she comes out.
I think it's so interesting now that we have way more data on these legend bans, which has been my personal favorite thing that we've included within the ALGS, that there's not a single support legend that has been banned over the course of these last 7 games. And that's, you know, after the patch coming out, seeing a lot less Newcastle, I also feel like it's been really dependent on the different regions and how these teams like to lean to their comfort. I'm expecting to see a lot more Rampart and Crypto going into this next game. And again, game number 8. Finding ourselves back on Stormpoint.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, you know, Crypto was a legend. Game number 5, game number 4 definitely did see bans around that area, but with that shift, with Watson taking up one of the earlier priority bans, it has actually increased his shelf life throughout all this. The fact that he's still here in match number 8 is kind of crazy to me.
Interesting. See more teams kind of playing into their comfort, because, you know, if you don't have the Crypto, it's usually the Sparrow coming out instead. But what I do think that we were seeing teams kind of piggyback off of the Ballistic and Rampart coming out to play, or that Bangalore, like you mentioned too, for teams that feel more comfortable. But it's usually that Ballistic Crypto or Ballistic and Rampart.
All right, game 8. The race for the top 7 is heating up. It is so close and intense right now. Plus the race for the bottom 3. If you're in the bottom 3, you get eliminated. You're going home. It's so close down the bottom there. In top 7, you go straight to the final. It is also so close. It's getting really intense right now. This is so good.
While also looking at where our zone is going to be taking us, Jamerson.
Yeah, this is more of a northern pull, but we'll get confirmation in just a bit as soon as that ring console reveals itself. But for Na'Vi, again, very nice win for them. They don't have to really change up anything at all whatsoever in terms of their composition, and so they can continue to play that same game, but it's not going to be the same because this ring is now pulling up to the north side. We saw for a split second there. There he goes. He came back. Don't be shy. The wall is where we are going, possibly here. Of course, with this zone in particular, we can see it kind of split the middle between Command Center and the wall. So it's going to be interesting to see how does TSM, the team that is at the wall right now, approach this. For Fnatic, a team that's right there at Trident that can easily make that rotation. Where do they want to take in terms of priority positions?
Or are they going to be thirsty? I'm thinking about Fnatic in this case, right? Because lackluster loot when you land over there by Trident, where you try to bank on playing more so objective. You do have that Evil Harvester that's right there, but is it enough? Do you want to take early fights? Because you know teams are going to go in for early rotates. Kino Trope is already on the way over to that northern side of the hill, where there's an Evil Harvester that leads up the zip line on the outskirts of Command Center. Wolves Esports is going to be able to take that big jump tower too, and they see in the distance a scan on that survey beacon.
Yeah, Wolves do not want the part of any early fights. It looks like the Genji and Mouse were kind of cresting the hills there to get up to Zoo Station, but with that balloon, they'll get pretty deep. And it seems like TSM end up holding that northern building there, the zip line building, and will hold out Wolves for now. So Wolves are going to be in an awkward position unless somehow they can maneuver themselves further in, because you will start having a collapse of teams there eventually. Mouse are already positioning over there. Genji are taking their time over at Lightning Rod, but you have to expect other teams to start rotating in from that northeast end.
Trying to theory craft here the composition for TSM. They were banking. They're literally the only team, because we don't ever see this played out as often, but they were the team banking on rotates because they were actually came out with a Valkyrie composition. The only Valkyrie in this lobby just for the zone to pull on top of them instead. So now they have to prevent other teams from just getting information on their survey beacon on top of their building and still hold height to have the ring console also in their line of sight, because this is their POI, which means that they can really only boost up their own Evo shields with poke pressure looking at their weapon compositions.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense, right? You're at the most northern part of the map. This map goes downhill from north to south. The Valkyrie gets a lot of value with that Skyward dive.
Yeah.
It is kind of unfortunate that it does end up pulling towards them. So it is going to be a bit more difficult for them to try to hold things down. We're already getting some early movement from that further northern side. Movistar Koi are actually wrapping around. They came from checkpoint and went all the way up north. Fnatic gave them the space because Fnatic ended up rotating from the south there, from the chokes instead. Now here on the scramble, Furia versus Z10. Not gets that knock on to Phoenix. We'll see if they can follow up and get that third. Keon's gonna try.
Get over here. Everyone's thirsty to try to get this extra KP, but it's a great fight for Furia to take right now. They're just making sure they're not going to get 3P'd, but they won't. No other team in the vicinity other than Na'Vi who are looking to make an appearance. But 0-10 have already left at this point. They're going to try to reset probably in Stormcatcher, where there is a Replicator and a Moby and an Evil Harvester, so it'd be great. Yeah, I mean,
so
literally scattered so quick.
Ninja, scatter. Please, we have to. We need to stay alive. Team Nemesis, though. I think this is Falcons. Oh, no, this is Edward Gaming. Excuse me. Just trying to hold things down. Do have eyes on a squad, and like we had mentioned, right, with all the bans that we've gotten so far, and the fact that we're still here on Storm Point, you can see the strength of those smokes with the Bangalore picks from some of our teams. And even though it doesn't provide you actual cover, the visual cover is enough sometimes to be able to get through situations like that when a Sheila is just staring you down.
It would have been quite a shame if the crypto drones would have just revealed where you're positioned around these smokes. Interesting to see a lot of the counter picks coming out too, with teams trying to run the very similar compositions here. But it's going to be Noise who are going to now rotate on their own. Trident taking their time. One of the teams to play objective, of course, too.
Yeah.
And play on the edge of the zone. They're going to try to get at least the survey beacon, the ring console over by North Pad. Take their time, get into this next zone, probably with purples as well. So you can see Team Orchid playing inside the bunkers this time around. Just have to make sure that their backs are cleared. Because really, if Noise wants to commit to this rotate and coming in from specifically the western side, they would probably either want to see if they could take a fight by that bunker side, if they hear a fight going down already there, or by the southern choke that you had mentioned we saw Fnatic take originally.
Yeah. For Team Orchid here, though, again, it's just about surviving. They are on the bubble, right? Quote unquote. 17th place, 24 points. If it ended here, they would be moving on to the last chance qualifiers, but they have so many teams, or excuse me, like very little space for the teams behind them. So they cannot misstep. They cannot afford a 0-point game here whatsoever.
We've got an Evo
We saw how close it was on the bottom end of those leaderboards. 18th and 20th are axed already in
NIP
this
dying,
first
the
day
Sentinels
as
here.
Sentinels, another team who desperately
NIP
need
goes
those points,
down in
have now cleaned up
20th.
NIP. That was huge
Wow.
here for Sentinels, and they're going to be able to reset too.
This is also another opportunity now for Falcons to continue to grow their lead. Remember, in that last game, it was 1 point between them, but now Falcons have a very comfortable lead to come out the lobby leaders here. And like you had mentioned, for Sentinels on the other side of the leaderboard, just trying to get into the top 17. But there's still a lot of room for movement. They can easily get into the top 17. Currently, it's Kino Trupp with 42 points. So an 18-point game here for Sentinels can easily get them up into that 7th place position. But with the KP that they already have, this is already looking great.
Makes it a little scary for Team Orchid, who are tied with those 24 points right there side by side. It's just Team Orchid just in a better position in terms of where they stand in this next zone, as long as they can make sure they can clear their backs, because there are two different entryways into that next zone, right? It's that south side and the bunker side too. You could technically take a little bit of that ring damage, is completely fine to rotate from the north side, which is actually what Noah's did, because there's an Evil Harvester on that pathing. So Team Orchid probably heard that Trident looking behind them to make sure it's cleared, while AG now, over by the Prowler side of things, are going to be able to hold this hilltop here with that 30-30 right behind these rampart walls.
Yeah, this is really one of the few options that all gamers had, rotating in behind the priority teams, right?
goes
TSM,
down.
Movistar, all of them were able to get that north side of the wall, so they couldn't
skip
get
that,
any
'cause we
deeper
don't actually
into
see
the
the
zone. But this isn't bad at all whatsoever. But there is a small chance that maybe it continues to pull up to this hill. It's very unlikely, but if it does, AG, a team, again, that lost so much momentum, can get that back. Currently, they're sitting in 8th place with 40 points. Just 1 point, or a few points off from that 7th place position.
Good spot to hold, at least for right now, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's probably going to keep pulling over by the wall side, where a lot of these buildings we saw get taken really early on, while E36 trying to put in some pressure onto Team Nemesis.
E36, they've been on the hunt. They've slow rotated throughout all of this, and really, again, with a pull like that, you can't really expect to get in deep into this zone. And so trying to find the fights on the edges is going to be extremely important for them. They will be able to try and cut off Team Nemesis. I mean, Team Nemesis already showed that we're running into zone. The only natural movement for them is to continue their way on up from that eastern side to get to Lightning Rod. So Ender Force are just going to cut them off.
Even more important, while we're watching Ender Force rotate here, Gen.G just got involved in a fight. A team that's literally in like 16th place now after picking up points, and they took out 2 members of Navi. Now the third party's coming in as Furia are looking to take the fight versus Gen.G, and Edward Gaming aren't going to be moving from this position. They're actually going to stay here the whole time. They're going to try to waver off any pressure from the teams that try to take that spot, but I don't expect them to get pressured at any point for now, since they have the high ground, they have the Sheila ready to go, they have the Evil Harvester if any team wants to try to grab that in their line of sight. So even more important, looking at the teams that will be approaching from the east side. Furia see that it's already too late for the 3P, so they're backing out for now, maybe trying to find the straggler that is Navi.
Oh my goodness, Navi are on an adventure right now. their solo player looking to try and get the res. So he's going to try and go out to Lightning Rod once again. He had to turn back around because of Enter Force, but hold on just a
E36 is wiping Fury here.
drop on knock. Take him out with the 3-2-1.
Did they rat on him?
Do have a Sheila in their way.
Madness with the Sheila though.
Keon backing them up.
Crypto ult.
No, I think the drone got cleared here. Furious Trills still
Oh, hit the shots. Nice Madness.
and there's the knock to try and even things out.
Madness goes
But
down.
E36 are
And
able to
Fury
converge on them and
eliminated
knock out Fury.
E36. Fury put up a good fight though. They put up a really good
I know
fight.
he got that knock, but he had to reload, and then we saw that last member of Furia also
Oops.
having to reload. Even better situation for E36 to get that initial jump and to get that first knock for them, while Navi still staying alive here, playing outside the zone after they got the res.
Yeah, huge play out there for Hierarcha, and honestly, it was that aggression coming off from E36 that gave them that window to do so. Team Nemesis also kind of swerved away from that and actually are making their way towards Command Center. But now, as Na'Vi are working their way on in, Enter Force 36 is continuing to find knocks here and there. Na'Vi, though, in the scramble, are trying to find the best position to try and play off of here. It looks like they might be able to get the survey beacon scan.
Look at him dipping and dodging, shimmy-shading his way on the drone to get that information on their survey beacon. It's not for that Evo Shield. They're maxed out with the purple, but even better to look at the teams waiting for them.
Yeah, they got it just in time. Gen G spotted that drone out, tried to take it out, but now Na'Vi, with crucial information here, know that they're going to have to avoid Ender Force 36. You can see now Hierarcha is making his way on back. They're going to move over towards Command Center. They know that Team Nemesis have just made their way on in, but they're starting to double back actually off of this.
Coming in from that bunker side, Mythic been out and about right next to Edward Gaming. Will they be able to get it, or will they feel the pressure away from Falcons who are off that low ground? Okay, charge rifle in the distance. Finding the crack onto Hal's shield as AG.
All gamers fighting Gen G here. Crypto ult goes off.
I
was eating a lolly. Just came out of nowhere this fight. Zap dropping Skittles. Trying to pop off here. Gen G pushing up. They're in 16th. This is a very important fight for Gen G. Because if they die here early, it could send them home. With only 2 games to go after this.
Just only send one.
Get the good angle. Another crypto ult comes out.
On out. Will stop the aggression from Gen G.
Zap's down.
Zap goes down to that nade.
Like with a nice rotate.
And now more nades come in.
It's raining.
Nemesis fighting Sentinels.
It's the way that they're just
It's all popping off here. Evo's out. Drops goes down. All game is eliminated at 17th. That's huge. It's huge for Gen G.
There's a huge pile up over to the south side.
This fight for the top 7 is heating up, as well as the bottom 3.
Wrap up behind them, even looking at that Mythic bin. Sentinels also jumped on top of Edward Gaming and have now taken that exact building high ground away from them.
You can see Na'Vi.
Zero Tenacity eliminated at 16.
They were looking for that third party, but Noah's Fox played this one much safer, pulling back away and take a look. If you can see on that mini-map,
Edward Gaming going at 15.
Continue to pull up to the northwest side. TSM, of course, the team that dropped that wall, will be able to
RB and
rotate
Gen
and pull
G
that
now.
EDG throughout all this, and
Right
they're
next to
getting
each other.
knocked out here. And Na'Vi somehow
No.
in one of the strongest positions here in the lobby. It's all up to Noah's Fox, though, to try and stop them from advancing.
This is what all
further
gamers
into the
had.
zone.
They
We're
died.
hoping a little bit that Noah's can try to take some shots at them, but
Oh, crypto ult comes out.
are in such a good position out of
Did
the
they destroy the
line of
crypto ult? I
sight
think they
of
did.
Fox. As you can see,
Falcons
Sheila
responding how?
to play, shooting at the crypto drone right above them.
Waka
Looks like
pushing
Gen
up
G
again.
wanted to try to approach, maybe with the opportunity
Getting
of
that angle
the
again.
crypto drone
That's how we
EMP,
wiped
as
all
Noah's
gamers.
Fox are trying to also get into a different angle. They want to stop this
Na'Vi
from happening.
again are
If
getting
they
wiped.
overcommit, they have to stay in
That
their
same
position,
spot's
as
being
Gen G are
wiped
also
back
looking
to
behind
back.
them.
Yeah, you can hear all the 30-30 shots coming out from above them right now.
Who's jumped?
As Gen G
Na'Vi.
gets the knock on the
Na'Vi
shot.
down. Gen G get more points into 12 now. That's huge for Gen G. Koi goes down.
From Enter Force 36. Asia on the slide.
Gen
just
G.
commits to this fight.
Dexter the
Dexter
clutch.
the only one up
Another
for Gen
crypto
G
ult.
as an EMP comes in for the third
Gen G
party.
goes down
Enter
now.
Force 36 will be able to get this
Third
squeeze
party's
down
on
the
them.
line.
Who is it?
Possible third party once again.
NF.
Back to back. Look at the graveyard at their feet right now. E36 also
Falcons down at
reset
11
good
too.
out of that oh, we're shooting ghosts out here too, I guess. Trying to make sure they can find the crypto drone flying around them, who's invisible too, by the way.
Nemesis goes down at 10. Nose Fox are throwing this. Nose Fox are throwing this.
So much damage.
And Noah's Fox played this one way too safe.
Rock has to run. Sentinel's down at 9.
The full 3 to commit onto E36. So now it's a 2v2. Excuse me, a 2v3 in favor of Enterforce 36. Now here on the south side, Kinotrope trying to make their way on in, but it's Wolves Esports currently playing the gatekeepers.
Kinotrope are getting pumped here. Fnatic with the rotate and the swing. The PK. Kinotrope goes down. That's clutch. He just doesn't go down too, Ace.
And we're seeing some pop-off moments right here.
Good shots from Donut.
Still with 2 blue Evo shields are playing on the edge of the zone.
This is getting intense.
We're also able to reset after the Mirage we saw go invisible to pop that medkit, to pop that back here, and then Noah's Fox
only top 12 alive
now, instead having to play this out as a duo after they were here in that final zone from the beginning.
Yeah, we'll see if they do have mobile respawn beacon for themselves. The crypto drone is out right
Nose
now.
Fox respawning too. They stayed alive.
You can see Enterforce 36.
Getting that
Their
reset.
only eyes are on Noah's Fox right now, and it does seem
We're getting
like
it in
they
zone
will
too.
be able to get that res. But throughout all this, Mouse note that and try to advance on their position.
Guys are swinging
They
them.
know that one person is playing anchor back here. They've got the fight. Now they're pulling back with their third to try and go for this, but I think enough damage was done. Someone got
Panic goes down.
Yeah, that was the third.
Noah's Fox now have the advantage.
They're getting pushed by both. Now's an E36. Now's going to get third party. Now's down. Nose Fox, can they get the reset again? Satuki to Crypto. Oh, they destroyed it. Nose Fox down.
Here, though, for both Fnatic and Enterforce 36. Fnatic, a win here basically secures
Fnatic are playing really well right now.
For Enterforce 36, that puts them on the bubble. Right now at 45 points, though.
Wolves Esport goes down.
Wolves will get eliminated. E36 on the other side of this fight.
Fnatic versus E36 here. This is a close fight. He shot his own teammate. Oh, third party. E36 goes down. The Mirage res the Crypto. The Crypto ult. They'll try and hold him at bay. They're not pushing. TSM aren't pushing. It's a 3v3. Fnatic versus TSM. Fnatic has the shield buff of the red. Oh, the grenades! The grenades! Duplex goes down. The PK shots. Chen goes down. And Fnatic win it. I thought those grenades were going to flip it in TSM's favor, but Fnatic win it. What an endgame, and this top 7 race is getting so close right now, and the bottom 3 is also getting so close for people going home. Top 7 straight to the final, bottom 3 home and out of the tournament.
Nobody was blocking Fnatic from just walking outside a wall. Why? Because TSM and that fight versus Wolves Esports took forever. It took, by the time the third party came around, by the time that original fight finished, by the time Fnatic healed and then repositioned themselves, TSM was still not there. But nonetheless, they got the KP that they needed in terms of the placement as well.
And also, just the comfort going into the final 2 games of the day. Fnatic with a back-to-back
Fnatic with a 13-12, TSM with a 5-9, E36 with an 8-7, Wolves Esports with a 1-5, Nose Fox with a 2-4, Mallows with a 3-3, Kinotrope a 6-3.
Still might be able to secure it, but you know, Fnatic.
This is getting tight for the top 7 here. Show us the overalls.
Whatsoever. Man, that is fantastic for them. That will move them up into the 3rd position. Very comfortable.
Clutching up, playing really well right now.
Especially considering the teams
2 wins in the back 5
right now in NIP and Falcons. So, some of our top dogs from our regions, from our different regions, really
Falcons
starting to show their
51
hand.
and 47. So Falcons in first place with 98, NIP in second with 85, Fnatic in third with 71, TSM fourth with 68, Na'Vi fifth with 56, Kinetro sixth with 51, and Nemesis in seventh, 50. So fifth place all the way to 11th is only 16 points, and only top 7 go to the final. This is getting close, and look, Furia and Alcadius in the bottom 3, and Furia's almost in the bottom 3.
You are not comfortable, right?
Oh
I
my
think there was
god.
a 9-point shift between the 4th and 5th place squad, so you can still consider 5th place on the bubble. That's how insane it is and how tight this is. Just to try and avoid that last chance qualifier, of course, if you get knocked down into the 10 teams that move on to the last chance qualifiers, it's not the end of the world, but you want to be able to just avoid that if you can.
Exactly. We got 2 more games coming up to go here. Only 2 left as we move on to Broken Moon. Things are heating up here. You don't want to miss it. We'll come back right after this break.
Shining never shady. Girl same cute, but I don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and now she crazy. Please never play me. He said please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days be just never break me. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss got my new ones better. Playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss got my new ones better. Playground. Bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. They see a pretty bird and bird don't want a cage out. It's a playground. Telling me mine I don't play about. I tell them rise up.
Welcome back to the mid-season playoffs here at the Esports World Cup, and my goodness, are things about to get a little bit more serious than that bumper as we go into our final 2 games here in pool play for Group A, and we will find out who will progress to match point finals, who will go to the LCQ, and who will be going home.
Yeah, and it's getting very tight down there in those elimination spots as well. Pretty dicey for some of these teams, but there will be 2 matches to try and rescue it. It does mean we are going to be moving onto a new map as well. Broken Moon is where we're going to be heading for matches 9 and 10, which does make things a little bit more chaotic here on the main stage.
Yeah, certainly unpredictable, I think, for a lot of people who are watching at home. And of course, if you're watching at home, we've got some Twitch drops for you. This is an ALGS event, so by tuning in and watching and being a part of the broadcast, and of course, we love to have you here. You get some goodies. You can see on Thursday today, if you watch, you get the Crimson Crasher Wraith skin, and you can see as you watch throughout the weekend, of course, with that Nemesis skin available on Sunday, where we'll have match point finals. You've got to watch 30 minutes, and then you'll be able to claim those goodies thanks to Twitch drops.
And as I was alluding to, we are moving maps. We are heading over to Broken Moon, which is going to be the last-ditch saloon for some of these teams, especially those who are in the bottom 3 right now. And those teams are Zero Tenacity, Edward Gaming, and Algadzia. Is a surprise.
Certainly is a surprise. It will be a shock if the team who placed 3rd overall at the ALGS Open were to fall out here in pool play from the tournament. And this is where we find ourselves. By the way, Fnatic, what a day it's been for them as well. 2 wins on the board out of the last 3 games. Match 9 and match 10, though, as you can see, Ballistic has recently been banned as well. And it's all about Broken Moon.
So it's starting to get a little bit dicey to try and find your ring console characters as well. With Fuse going and Pathfinder now gone as well, we are going to start to look to having the ability of Caustic available for you, as well as Rampart, and then you could go down the Mirage route. Could definitely go for Vantage as well if you fancied it as well, but this is going to be the POI draft on the Broken Moon. It all comes down to this map. There's probably a few teams that are already in the top spots, but I'm going to heavily be focusing on those bottom spots and where the cutoff is.
Yeah, keep my eyes on Algadzia Esports here, because you can see they're landing at the bottom side of the map, and we do see some zones pulled pretty heavy towards where that POI is going to be over at Atmo Station. So if they have the opportunity and they see one, and trust me, I'm sure they are looking upwards and hoping that there is an opportunity for those zones to pull towards them, there's a good chance if they do, they'll be able to get the points on the board required to stay alive in this tournament. Just to give you an idea on how close it is, by the way, the teams that are closest to Algadzia, who are holding down the final elimination spot, so to speak, are Furia, who are currently joint on points with them at 27. Just above them is Sentinels on 28, who are joint on points with both Team Orchid and Movistar. So, I mean, that is crazy. That is how tight it was when it comes to our elimination spots.
Yeah, Furia would pip them on tiebreaker, which is kind of crazy to think. But there's still 2 more matches, plenty of time to get points. It might be starting to run away from you, but there is still a chance to make a difference here.
Here we are on match 9.
Before we go into
the
that
last 2 games, this top 7 is so close. And bottom 3, Furious in 17th, Algadzia 18th. Algadzia's going home. I can't believe it. I had them in my top 3, bro. They're going home as it stands.
2 wins on the board,
that's crazy.
in 3rd place in the
This is
overall
going to be
standings with 2
really
games to go.
intense final 2
Like they will be
games.
safe for match point finals, which
Algadzia and Furia need to pop off here.
boost for them. And looking at where the zone is going, Team Orchid are going to be happy to see that Terraformer is where we are going. And I mentioned the southern side, and for Algadzia Esports, a great opportunity to have Prio to this zone, but they're going to have to be very, very careful of a team that are called Falcons, who are going to be rotating in from a very, very similar position.
A lot of pressure on Algadzia right now. Ballistic banned as
good
well.
priority to zone here.
Edward Gaming as well.
Yep. All the teams that are really struggling. I mean, Z10 being down in 20th position, also a bit of a surprise to me, but it can all change very quickly. And yeah, you were pointing it out on the map to me. Zero Tenacity have a pretty good rotation into Terraformer just through the ability to go onto the rails. The real question is, will they take it that fast? Well, they have to take a second as we get a pause at the moment on the main stage just to sort out any problems there might be there for the players.
Yeah, it's fascinating to actually look at on our map overhead the teams who are going to have prior to this zone. We mentioned that bottom 3. Well, towards Cultivation, you've got Zero Tenacity. They're going to have a really quick rotating on the rail, like you mentioned. You've got Algadzia, who are right next to them. at Atmo Station. They're going to have a very quick rotate in. You've got Team Orchid and Edward Gaming, who are already in Terraformer. This is a massive opportunity for all of those teams to convert this zone into what potentially could be a tournament-saving game for them, but also knowing that those 4 teams are going to be next to each other more than likely is kind of terrifying for all of them, knowing that they can eliminate each other.
Yeah, this game could put you far enough away from those teams in elimination that you don't even have to worry about it, and you can start to hope that maybe you can break into the top 7 so you can secure your spot in the match point finals. It's not just Falcons fans in the buildings, Sentinels fans have been able to arrive and find their seats here as well in the Gidea Arena. And it's quite a good chance to really celebrate your teams in a pause, because you will definitely be hurt.
Certainly. Just to give them that little bit of a motivational boost that they maybe need, just to calm the nerves, I think, a little bit. She's certainly something that's going to play a factor in these fights, in the gunfights that go down. I can decide how this tournament pans out for some of these teams.
So interestingly, I get to look across the legend pick rates. Bangalore is going to be banned going into match 10, so that does leave up Sparrow, does leave up Crypto, for example, 2 that have been close to being banned in earlier matches, but Bangalore really used here to try and give you that ability to make rotations, because that's one thing we've seen throughout this series is we've started to see those rotational characters just plucked away one by one, losing Alter, losing Ashe, losing Wraith, now losing Pathfinder as well. You really just need someone else that can give you a little bit of coverage and the ability to kind of cross those sight lines.
Well, something to just to highlight here, some of the legends that we haven't really seen too much of. Alcazia are going to be playing Vantage in their composition, so you can see that they've had to go deep into the pool. They maybe feel like some of her recent buffs are enough to get her in, maybe more than just ring console reasons. And if one thing that's going to be great is, you know, having that ultimate available, the sniping that she does have available. If you have early prio to some of these zones, being able to pick off damage, stop teams and zone them out with that ultimate is going to be really, really important for them. And look at Zia as well, they have ring console. So they're going to be able to get great info here. And with Vantage, when you look at zones sometimes, it's like, is our composition going to work for this zone? You have to say that Vantage could be a real influence on them having a really strong game.
Yeah, as long as they can get to blue quick enough to get that ring console and get the priority to zone, then everything you've just said can genuinely follow up with. They can get that position, they can use that sniper rifle to full effect and maybe pick up some kills to get out of those elimination zones. Otherwise, yeah, it could be a very disappointing Thursday for them. And it feels weird sending teams home on a Thursday, but that's how brutal this format can be. As you can see, 18, 19, and 20 will be eliminated from the competition today after match 10, but we will also be sending 7 teams to the grand finals, those match point finals on Sunday.
The craziest thing about looking at this is there's still 2 games to go. You think that some of the points have been put on the board by the likes of NIP, by Falcons and Fnatic in those games. It's 20+ point games, right? You look at Alcazia at the moment, 18th spot. They will be the first team, if we were to finish right now, that would be going home, right? Look at Enter Force 36 with 47. That is not a chasm between those 2 teams. That's one big game between 18th place and 8th place, who are on the cusp of going into the match point finals. So outside of the 2 top teams here that we have, who have stolen a lot of the points away, Falcons and Ninjas in Pajamas, it really is extremely tight with 2 games to go.
And I think it is a genuine surprise for Alcazia to be down here. You mentioned it at the ALGS Open, 3rd place they found themselves finishing, and there is their key. Now, is it going to be crushed today? That's the real question. Or do they have the bottle to ensure that they push through? I mean, we look back at the ALGS Open, Pricey was tied on kills in that match finals point lobby. He was one of the best players, yet they find themselves now in this elimination zone. But you've alluded to it, they are not that far behind. It's all very tight, but I'm sure they're going to be extremely nervous about what's happening.
Going to be a tough one for them to obviously navigate, and the thing is, it's very different to be in this position. As we take a look at Furia as well, when we looked at the overall leaderboards, they got one win on the board today, but they are still in that group that's probably kind of stuck between looking over their shoulders and looking forward. But it's an interesting situation to be in for a lot of these teams at the moment. I would say outside of the top 2 who've done everything they need to do. Do you look forward? Do you look back? It's so how differently the overall leaderboards can look after this one game. It's pretty crazy to think about.
I do think a decision has to be made from your IGL about like how far are you looking Are you looking to just try and get over the finish line so you get through to the last chance qualifier on Saturday, or do you think you have an... Oh, well, I mean, that just took me out of train of thought. So much aura from Doom. I'm so glad he's back. But are you looking to try and push all the way to get to match point finals, or do you just need to do enough? Because if you're just doing enough, you don't have to go too far here. You don't really need to commit to too many fights. Just trying to play zone, you're trying to just eke over, and it is just match 9, and I say just match 9 because there is still leeway. You do still have match 10 to fall back on if things go wrong.
Shout out to the Wolves esports fans, by the way. Made it all the way here to Riyadh to support their boys. Sentinels, of course, we saw some of their fans in the crowd as well. They'll be hoping for a couple of solid games from them to keep them in contention for not just staying in the tournament, of course, but for also forcing their way into those top 7 positions. Well, as you can see, everybody, the wait is about to be over. 5 seconds until we unpause and we get back in to match number 9 here on Broken Moon.
As beautiful as it's been checking out the shots in the Gidia Arena, it's time to go back into Broken Moon. And we do check in with Team Falcons on their move.
Falcons are on 98
They're going to be
points.
down right in the southeast by Nomics, and they have pretty good priority to zone as well.
Yeah,
as you can see, they are running the Mirage. That's going to be how they try and hit this ring console. But of course, like some of the other legends, they need to get up to blue first before they can use it to its full ability.
It's kind of a scary thing to think about. We've talked about all the teams who have great prio that are down at the bottom, right? Well, they've got Falcons who are going to be wrapping in behind them. That's the scary thing for a lot of these teams. I think they will be aware, of course, of where Falcons are going to be dropping. But knowing that a team which is, you know, arguably one of the best fighting team in the game is going to be in a position that they're going to challenge you at some point, it's got to be slightly nerve-wracking for all of these teams. One team who's not going to be feeling the nerves too much right now is the team on your screen, Fnatic, already inside of where that next zone is going to be. Already got the caustic barrels down and already finding out that someone's playing Mad Maggie.
It is really interesting to see on the map overhead how spread out Falcons are just to try and get those Evo harvesters so they can ensure they go up to blue. And they're not the only team playing that way. We've seen a few teams who are using these legends where you need blue to get the ability to use the ring console. And that's one of the benefits of playing Caustic, for example. You don't have to do that. You can hit it right off the rip and get the Evos from it, as Na'Vi are going to be making their way through on the railings here and maybe taking a fight unless Sentinels take it to them.
Yeah, I mean, Hyaka's got to be very, very careful here. And his shield's ripped away. He's trying to find a safe place to escape the clutches of the chasing Sentinels players just to make sure he can get a battery off. But as the last player, it looks like in his team, well, certainly separated from the rest of his team, Sentinels have got to now make the choice. Do they chase this one down or do they just play a little bit slower here? And most importantly, play together to make sure that they don't make any mistakes where they get picked off.
Sentinels, I mean, only 1 point ahead of that elimination zone right now. We saw all the Sentinels fans in the Gidia Arena.
All game is going down. Drop's dead.
Will they be able to give them something to cheer
Very
about
early
here? So
too.
check in with Mouse. They're going to be holding the northwest. And actually, that hazmat tunnel is going to feel like a hazmat tunnel. Trying to come out of it and survive.
Na'Vi losing to Chaka.
We'll check in with AG
Chaka,
as
Chaka.
well.
Say his name. Yep.
Not too much for them to worry about. The
Game is trying to get that reset.
The game because he has been taken down, but skill cakes on the crypto.
They need to get into that top 7. Top 7 goes straight to the grand finals. Bottom 3 go home. 2 games to go. This is going to get very intense right now.
Maybe carving a path to where
Going to be really tight. All these teams are fighting for $2 million right now.
Moved in underneath them, so we got a little bit
Top 7 goes straight to the grand final. Fnatic in 3rd. They are going as it stands.
Shaco has been taken down, and that means that Na'Vi are going to have to probably
I
retreat
can't
on their
believe Zero
rotation
Tenacity and
go back to get back up to a
Akadia
full
are
three,
in
but
the
other
bottom
than
3
that,
right
A
now.
lot of teams, yes, they're having
As it
pot shots
stands,
at each
they're
other,
going home.
People are reluctant to take fights, and again, we're
It's
going to start to see
unbelievable.
more nerves arrive the further we get into this.
Oh, without a doubt,
Series,
they're going to be
whether it's
nervous.
match 9 or
$2 million
match 10.
on the line.
The thing is, it will be different with match 10 as
2
tonight,
games
is
to
it will
go.
be the
Will they
last
make it to the
chance for a
grand
lot of these
final?
teams to
Will they
get
make it
points,
to the
and we
last
might
chance
see
to
more fights 'cause
qualifiers, or
people
will
get
they
even
go
more
home?
nervous, take unnecessary risks.
E36 rotating.
I think the fact that the lobby is so close. Usually we see a
Oh,
team
it's
that's
so
like a long
tight.
way away.
So close.
They'll try and run it down just to get the points because they have no choice. But because it's so close,
This
I
is
don't
going to
think
get
teams
really
have that option.
intense.
They've got to play the long game. They've got to play the slow game. Which means this match number 10.
E36 1 spot away from the top 7. Sitting in 8.
For more than one team, for sure. At the moment, you can see E36 just kind of counter-rotating. Do a little bit of craft.
Draft those
few
bats.
extra batteries as they work their way into
This is going to be a very intense
right now. So they're
endgame.
the one team that is trying to force their way into that top 7 towards match point finals.
Yeah, and I think Falcons, Ninjas in Pajamas, and I think Fnatic, maybe even TSM, are going to be feeling pretty comfortable at this point of making those match point finals, but everyone else is still up.
I think the top 4 settled. Falcons, NIP, Fnatic, and TSM are in the top 7. But Na'Vi, KN, Nemesis, they can easily drop out of the top 7.
And C10 down in 20th place, so that's not good for them. And this is the worry I was talking about for a lot of these teams who are in the box 3 that were rotating pretty close together on that southern side.
What
Falcons are gonna be
grenades?
a problem at some point for them. Speaking of problems, MKOI having to reset here, having to get rampart walls down, having to use the mobile shield just to get healthy.
This doesn't look fun. Looks like literal torture being
That looks
down
like
there,
fun,
but at least they are going to be able to stay alive for now. But TSM are going to look down over this, and once this shield dissipates, it's going to be very difficult to stay alive. Big nade, though, to force them back.
Clear in a bad spot here.
Yeah, this spot playing early
TSM
is
looking
really
over them.
tough. This is somewhere
All
that
gamers
usually
getting the
teams try and play
respawn.
a little bit later on. As you can see, the amount of damage that they're taking at the moment, having to cycle through rampart walls, mobile shield, and now with the ability starting to run out, they're having to scarper away, and this is the problem with playing this spot early. There's so many lines of sight. Jelly's going to be left on his own.
A lot of responsibility here.
Koi
When you're
going
match 9
down.
and you need points. You are down there in those dangerous areas. TSM, however, they're looking to try and solidify their spot in match point finals. 70 points right now, 4th place. I think you're probably
Koi eliminated at
You can
20th.
very much cement it as Movistar will be taken down in 20th position. That's rough.
Yeah, and when you're coming into the game in 14th overall.
Oh, what are you doing, Cersei? He overextended.
Onto Cersei from Panic, and that's Orchid again, another team who are down at the bottom of
That was
the
a
leaderboard.
bad
So they're gonna have to work
overextend
very
there from
hard
Cersei. He overextended
to get
way too
Cersei
much
back
there.
into this game. And Orchid, who had great prio and a great spot in this zone,
I retract that.
have to play this one as a 2, and no crypto to go and collect that banner. It's all going to have to be done manually here.
Good shots from Luxford on Duplex.
The zone does shift a little bit further north, just outside of Terraformer here, which is really good news for some of those teams that were rotating a little bit late from that northern side. There were a few that committed on the south, likes of Wolves. They kind of held down a position. They're going to have a little bit further to go as now Falcons, with that information, begin to make their journeys. Nemesis take on E36.
Nemesis trying to force their way into
This is a
match point
close
finals
fight.
with two big
E36 in 8th.
Have to deal
And
with
Nemesis.
E36 at the moment. E36 was a good shot, but CNAP has gone down. But Yuzna
Jusna. It's all up to Illy. Nice. Nemesis go down in 19. E36 with a clutch. They are one spot away from the top 7. That is a huge fight. And Nemesis were in 7th place. That was 7th v 8th. And top 7 is what you want. And 7th lose. That's huge. Oh, what a Sky nade.
Also been taken down in the kill feed, so a lot of kerfuffles happening
NF
here.
versus
I can't
Na'Vi.
even say it.
Well, players being picked off as teams get desperate for points or maybe get nervy about taking fights.
This is an intense fight here.
Louise Fox. Jacko.
Na'Vi only in 5th.
Get that first knock, but Hiaka will get it. But
Oh, NIP with the third party.
slap on the flank. He'll find one, but he's got to pull off something
He's getting
superhuman to
just
keep Na'Vi
confirming
alive
the
here.
KP,
Just
smart.
trying to get a little bit of KP potentially.
And Na'Vi go down in 18th.
Remember though, and NIP will clean up no
And
spots,
NF down in 17th. And NIP with a great third party there. Oh, but they're getting third party by Falcons. First v second. First v second.
But Wolsey is back to his feet. How goes down
NIP's
as well?
winning
Now
it though.
Wolsey even got back into this game, has got decisions to make. Do I
NIP's
escape?
gonna run.
Do I take
Sorry,
this fight?
Wolsey's
That's the
gonna
smart
run.
thing for Dupes for him is just to run.
Falcons lost the
And by
third
doing so,
party. Wow.
Might be able to keep Falcons alive in this game 9.
I mean, the team in first place, pushing the team in second place, but NIP holding strong. I think they were way healthier.
Sentinels versus All
Gamers.
Gamers.
AG now taking the fight against Sentinels here.
Sentinels dead at 16. They're down. Genji down. They're both down the bottom of the leaderboard. They could be going home. All Gamers dying. Just trying to get it off.
inside.
Look at the syringe off.
The timing on the syringe, it doesn't
He's
matter.
dead. All game is dead.
Will win that fight inside of the
As
zone.
Falcons break 100.
And make AG sweat a
Wow.
little bit longer.
That is intense.
Have a breather.
This is getting so close for the top 7 and the bottom 3.
We did see a care package get picked up
20th
by
still up.
Algazia.
17th.
So we were saying it was
Alcadzia still
they need to have
up.
a game here. Well, they're into the top 13 so far. So
Fury are outside the bottom 3 now. They're in 15th.
out of the elimination zone though, so
Alcadzia in 17th, so they're outside the bottom 3 as well.
Maybe, just maybe, can give them all the goodness that they need. As Fury are just trying to keep Madness alive here. And there is Bangalore coming into full effect. But remember, she'll be banned.
Sentinel's dead and aiding Zero Tenacity and Edward Gaming going home as it stands.
Live scores currently will find themselves.
Alcadzia, Koi, Fury, Awkward, Gen G.
Sentinels out
They're
the lobby.
all right there.
Alcadzia still in the lobby though and have moved out of that bottom 3. Remember, bottom 3 will be eliminated from the tournament.
Bottom 3 go home.
Pool play today.
Top 7 go straight to the grand final. Falcons getting the reset.
Looked like they were down and out, but Waltzy was able to escape, and Waltzy is getting the rest of the team back up here. My question would be, is anyone going to be looking over it to potentially take them out when they land? Edward Gaming are right next to where Falcons are just exiting this dropship, but
Alcadzia, they need a good game here. They need
lot of pressure on their
consistent
shoulders here.
games.
Nicely popping this battery at the moment. Maggie Drill's going down. Alcadzia trying to stay alive here. And they're actually going to decide to hit a risky evac, but they're not taking to the skies here. They're just jumping to the other side of this wall, where they can then look out at the position of Wolves Esports. By the way, Z10's still alive actually in this game. I thought they'd been eliminated, but one player did manage to escape. Keep themselves in this game.
Alcadzia cannot die here. They cannot die, but Wolves Esports laying down the pressure right now. Alcadzia trying to rotate. Falcons dead.
Actually managed to get back in this game. The respawn comes in. The respawn for Falcons though, not as effective.
Alcadzia's gonna die here. Zero Tenacity dead and Alcadzia dead. Oh, they're both down the bottom. That's not good. They are very much in danger.
Team Orchid looking over Wolves here, and they kind of want to push. They do have the ability to. They have Mad Maggie.
They also got Cersei back into the game. Remember, they were a duo when he went down a little bit earlier on. So Orchid back up to 3, commanding a good position to where this zone is going to be going. But they've got to deal with Wolves here. They want to clear their backs before they think about moving forward.
And you can see why they're hesitant to push in, because, oh no, Luxford goes down from elsewhere.
Tina Trope dies.
There are teams in the area, but now Rambo and Cersei have to go and try and help Luxford here, make sure he's getting back up.
Trope Gaming have been eliminated in the meantime, so they will be the next team to fall out of the lobby as we're into single digits now. 9 squads remaining. And Wolves have just been playing the survival game at the moment. Dipping and diving and dodging and doing everything they can around the geometry of Terraformer. I've seen a few teams be eliminated while they have just been surviving. The Riot Drill goes in, which is going to pick away at Fnatic and not only get a little bit of damage there, but also gives them the indication of where Fnatic find themselves.
By the way, no one is in the next zone. And no one is in the final zone. It's certainly going to be a dicey one. I think Team Orchid, the only one who are hovering around that area right now. You can see it on your screens in the top left. Everyone's kind of in the surrounding areas. There's going to be plenty of fights as this zone closes. There's some big, important decisions to be made by some of these IGLs who are having to enter now. Mouse trying to force their way through Furia. Edward Gaming going to be trying to hold out anyone arriving from the southeast. You've still got NIP arriving from the northeast as well. Noct has just gone down.
Team Orchid going to overlook potentially Wolves' position.
This is going to be tight.
You can see the nerves and the decisions that are being made by Team Orchid
second
right
last game
they know
too.
They're going to have to move. It isn't too far. They will be safe inside the next zone, but they want to make sure
Furia
gets the jump on them. Furia though,
need a good game here.
Overall at the moment.
Can they get the reset?
And will be safe to do so, but can they stick the res? Is anyone going to look down on this? Mouse is the closest team to them, and they're going to stick the res onto Noct.
I think Enter 436
getting the
are looking
reset.
at Mouse, so Furia able to just avoid all of that gunfire, get back up, and it looks like Noct is going to have a chance to fully heal here as a care package is going to be looted by Dupe as well. So TSM
not in a good spot,
in a
though.
really good spot on that eastern side. Just NIP their biggest worry at the moment, but Furia back on their feet.
Owl's
and
overlooking
back with a chance. Remember, Furia were down in those bottom places, but are going to look to try and saw their way up the leaderboard. Now into 15th in the overalls.
Keon shaking his hands, getting a little bit of blood flowing here. He's rocking backwards and forwards. If you needed an indication of the nerves and the pressure these players are under on this main stage right now, just Keon's body language tells you everything that you need to know. Now's look pretty relaxed. And Aku, who for me in the EMEA Pro League was certainly a standout when it came to a player on controller who was hitting those big R9 sprays when it really mattered.
You need to rotate here.
Well, playing at home is a different ball game altogether to playing here on that main stage.
Bane going down, McLovin going down.
That Peacekeeper that I presume he found in the care package as NIP are on the receiving end, and NIP will be
dead.
wiped. And that is a fantastic set of kills for TSM because NIP have not been an easy squad to take down.
Olivka and Mouse now moving forward themselves. 8 squads remaining. So we're going to have a little bit of a pause here as...
yeah, someone's having an issue. Furia.
Going to take care of one of our players on the stage right now and just make sure that everything's okay with them. But in the meantime, Dan, you're looking at our final teams that are alive in this lobby. You look at the overall standings. My goodness, man. My goodness, how this lobby could change, how that bottom 3 could look, how the top 7 could look after this game is done. The teams we have left, we are going to see a big shift in that landscape.
A big shift indeed. I mean, just through this game alone, we're seeing teams kind of bounce up and down when it comes to the points that they'll be able to achieve, not just through placement, but every kill seems to be changing how these live leaderboards are looking.
TSM are vibing. Well, Panic's vibing.
Just the one. He gets the look.
Yeah.
From Dupe's just like, guys, come on. Focus, lock in. And for good reason. You have to try and stay locked here. TSM in a really good position. And if they can continue to fight as they just did against NIP, maybe TSM can put even more points on the board here. Maybe they can even find a victory. Right now they're in 4th place. They are just short of Fnatic, who are in 3rd. And as I've alluded to, I think all the top 4 are going to be going to match point finals by this point. You can see it on your screens there. Falcons, they've got up to 100, NIP 95, and Fnatic and TSM on 76. We'll be seeing them Sunday. I'm 99.9% sure of that. I have to say that just in case anything crazy happens.
You never know in this game, yeah. We've seen so many things we didn't expect to see in the LGS that it's always good to cover your back.
But then around the top 7 area, Kinotrope currently hold it, but Nemesis so close. But bear in mind, Nemesis already been eliminated from this game. Wolves Esports also been eliminated from this game. Oh no, Wolves Esports still alive in this game, excuse me. They were struggling, but they have been able to get back on their feet. And then Mouse chasing as well, still alive in this game to try and catch up Kinotrope and take over the top 7.
Well, now from the happy stories to the potential sadness stories, which is going to be those bottom 3, and this is how it stands right now. Sentinels, Edward Gaming, and Zero Tenacity, the teams as it stands. Remember, this game is still ongoing, who would be eliminated from the tournament, but Edward Gaming are still alive in this lobby. Zero Tenacity are not, and Sentinels are not as well, and I think as importantly, Alcazia Esports also alongside Movistar not, so this could be a huge jump up actually in the overall standings here. But Edward Gaming, should they be able to convert into enough points, a couple more placements, a couple more kills, they can jump up those leaderboards.
Maybe a good chance for Furia, who are just about still alive. We saw them struggling as well. They can maybe create a little bit of a gap between themselves and the bottom elimination zone teams in that bottom 3. There are some interesting legends that are still alive in this final circle, and leading into the final circle as well. We've got 3 caustics that are still going to be in play, and just imagine that caustic gas is going to play a huge factor. Of course, we know plenty of Bangalore's. We still have Cryptos available. Sparrow is going to be involved as well with that ultimate, and we do see Rampart and a couple of Valkyries, interesting. So I wonder if maybe that Skyward Dive could potentially change things going into this final circle.
Well, we're in the mid-season playoffs right now, but of course we've got a lot more action to come in the ALGS this year, and I think the biggest announcement that everyone was very excited to hear, we are going back to Sapporo, Japan for the championships this year. The ALGS champions will be back in APAC North.
Championships are not given, they are earned. This moment, you cannot let it slip by. It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for, sometimes lifetimes. This moment does not go unnoticed. This is something special.
That feeling of winning is no better feeling in the world.
It just feels unreal. It's just a great feeling that I will never forget.
I'm excited, Dan. I gotta say, Sapporo last year for Champs was a special experience, and everyone who was there in attendance, whether they were watching around the world at home as well, probably could feel through their screens if they weren't there how much of a special occasion that was. And to be there for the next 2 years, back there, of course, at the start next year for the event itself, I'm going to say one of my favorite events of all time. It was a special, special moment for me personally. I think everyone who was there certainly enjoyed it as well.
I mean, truly blessed. It's hard to really describe what it was like, the atmosphere in that stadium, unless you were there. 20,000+ people, and I'm sure it'll be even more going into these next 2 years as well. It is quite the spectacle, and as you said, it was a mind-blowing moment and truly an honor to be a part of it, and I cannot wait to go back. But the real question is, who's going to be there? Because remember, the mid-season playoffs play a very valuable part on who will be going to Sapporo, Japan.
Those ALGS points are certainly going to count for these players and these teams, and a good performance here is going to go a long way to making sure that you're going to be part of one of the greatest events in ALGS history. But of course, we're going to focus on what we've got going on ahead of us right now, and as we take care of our players here on the Gideon stage, we want to make sure that everything is right, that they're feeling healthy, that they're ready to go back into this game, and we're going to focus on what's going down in front of us. Of course, we still have another game to play after this one, match number 9, to decide what those final standings are going to be. And I've got to say, if we feel nervy now, Dan, can you even imagine what it's going to feel like on Saturday with that LCQ lobby? That's going to be fun to watch. That's going to be fun to cast.
I'm almost scared to cast it, honestly. It's going to be one of those. It's going to be a nail biter, but send us in and send us back in the Broken Moon. 8 squads now remain. Mouse have just got knocked, or at least one of them has, as this is now going to get down and dirty going into the final circle.
It's going to be an intense final game.
Coming into this game, we're talking about Orchid being one of the teams who was really in danger of being eliminated.
One game to go. E36 dying. E36 dead.
E36 have been eliminated. We're down to 7. Final zone starts to close here, Dan. All these teams are going to be forced
the crypto comes out.
Moving up to the likes of TSM, by the way, as we are going to see now.
Iria moving in.
Fnatic, and
Owl's going down.
Fnatic also losing 2 on the other side,
which you can bring out at any point. Deal max damage. Interesting to see if Fury are able to loot themselves.
Orchid in the right spot here. It's going to be a big game for Orchid. Same as EDG, as they're in relegation right now.
By torch, I mean heals, a battery.
Elimination, sorry.
And 0-0. He might not have
Good
much
knock.
left, but Orchid are helping him out in this situation. The shot's coming in from far. Take down 2 members of Wolves.
Fury got the reset.
Fury
Oh, no,
though,
they
are going to look to try and take that chance by the looks of things, wrapping round behind.
Fnatic down.
Fnatic get eliminated, and now Furia continue on
TSM
their journey,
getting
but
a respawn.
0-0 has nothing to lose here. Goes for the res, isn't
Mal's
gonna
out.
eliminated.
6.
Take
Fury
advantage
doing
just
really
as
well
Fury.
right now
2v2 as
to get
well
away from
here,
that
going on.
elimination zone.
Avoids the shots coming in from Madness. Looking at the
EDG down.
But now he starts to connect. Edward Gaming eliminated in the meantime. Furia and Madness starting to come to life here.
Team
Now
Awkward
TSM
down.
gonna
I
get
thought they
involved.
were going to
Team
win.
Will be eliminated. 3 squads. And
3
one
squads
of them's a
left.
solo from Wolves. TSM though, they've got the most
Did
members,
TSM
but
win this?
Furia are holding a good amount of space here.
Furia are
and
playing
have a
really
lot
well
to
right
work
now.
with.
TSM managed to get, once again, a double res in the last few minutes as well. They were down to a
TSM
solo, but managed to
3v2v1.
stick
They're
a
rushing the
respawn beacon,
solo.
get both players back into the game. To become a 3 in this situation, how many times have we seen that from TSM so far
TSM have
today?
got so
TSM
many
gonna hunt down the last member of
resets.
Wolves, and they will find
They
it.
got
Will
him.
that lead Furia to attack here? Furia have
The
the high ground
3v2.
over TSM. This is
TSM v
not
Furia.
a done deal for TSM, even though they got the extra player.
Fury need this win here.
TSM don't have a Sparrow as well to like hop
Right, it's a
over this wall.
3v2.
But Fury are going to climb, and they do have a Sparrow. Panic's up on
Oh,
the way, though, and absolutely
TSM win.
shreds.
Panic done well here,
Down,
but
not
TSM
till
win.
last, and TSM
Another
will
win.
Not die. They stay
They just
alive.
won't give up. Keep
Reset
getting
once
resets.
again.
1 game to go, and it's really tight. It's going to be so close for this top 7 and the bottom 3. It's going to be so close for this final game. It's going to be really intense.
Falcons and NIP. Interesting final circle there, and slightly worried what actually happened there for Fury. I feel like maybe he tried to get on top of the wall and not dive over. I don't know. Either way, TSM were happy about it.
I think he just wasn't expecting Panic to be in this position that he was, which was essentially just LOSing him as soon as he poked up above that wall. Was able to get the damage down, a little bit of help from a teammate. They combined to get that first knock, and then a 3v2 is a 3v1 very easy. I don't really care how good you are. Very, very rarely in that end game, in that position, are you going to see a player pull off a 1v3 at this level, and it's TSM. Ooh, look pretty darn good today, Dan. I have to say, pretty darn good.
It's another one of those scenarios as well where in a meta where you get legend bans, you're just never sure what you're going to be playing up against. So it's hard to play around things and to know
TSM
what
with
to
the
expect.
13-12, Fury with the 5-9. That was very key for Fury. Wolves with the 6-7, Orchid with the 8-5.
Very important 14. Remember, before
Edward
the start of
Gaming
this
with a
game, Fury were
1-4.
down
That's all they
tied
got.
in the bottom
That was
3,
the
but now
2-3.
maybe they've
Fnatic
just
with the
saved their
5
chances
and 3.
of getting through into the LCQ.
Show us the
Esports also doing
overalls,
their best on
baby.
13, and Team Orchid as well with 13 points of their own.
Yeah, by the way, you see Ninjas in Pajamas down here, I kind of squeeze it together to get it in. Like, I read it as one word, as Ninjas in Pajamas. That's not the org's name. Head-to-head here between TSM and Fury. You can see some of the stats from that previous game. 13 kills for TSM as well as the 13 assists. Helping a huge amount of damage. And I think the story for them today has just been their reset ability, which is a term I've just
Falcons 52. Falcons first with 100 points. NIP second with 95. TSM third with 93. Fnatic fourth with 79. Them 4 are going to the grand finals. The rest are not confirmed yet. Navi 5th with 57. E36 6th with 55. Wolves 7th. I didn't get to finish that. Motherfuckers.
On 28 points right now. 2 of them are in the bottom 3.
Wolves
2 of them are just
with
above.
55. Fuck.
Going into match 10 to be tied in the elimination zone.
This is going to be intense, man. This is going to be really intense. It's so close to who's going through the top 7, and then it's so close for the LCQ, and then it's so close for the bottom 3 who's going to be eliminated.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Dear Papa, my studies have been very rewarding. They have introduced a new game to practice our skills. No abilities, no healing, just you against another. Electric. And my friends are learning too. Yeah, I'm heartbreaker.
Now we know where you fit in the food chain.
But you know me, Papa. I take my education
The
seriously.
final game coming up here in a minute. It's so tight, man. There's so many teams fighting for the top 7. The bottom 3 get eliminated. This is really close. This is going to be really interesting.
Je t'embrasse.
Very intense final game coming up here. Game 10. Broken Moon. Get keen. Coming up here in a couple of minutes. Who's going to the grand final for $2 million?
All right, our day has almost come to an end. We've got 9 games played. One more to go to close it out here at our ALGS mid-season playoff here at EWC 2025. And just after that, we'll have our opening ceremony for all of the Esports World Cup. A little guy named Post Malone, up-and-coming artist. Check him out. I heard he's got potential, guys. Welcome back to the desk. I'm your host, Rain Day, alongside J-Hawk, and Glitter Explosion. Lauren, I'll start with you this time around. This is obviously, a testament to the teams that have been performing well. Yes, Falcons got off to that strong start, but teams that have done well in the split that we were like, will this continue? Especially TSM have kept up that pace and are really separating themselves from the pack clearly now.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a lot of really early on consistency out of those squads. Sometimes it's a little bit testy in what is considered the group stage of some of our lands, as things tend to be a little bit more chaotic, but a lot of these teams are just settled in already and looking so good.
Yeah, I mean,
start the final game already.
Surprised by any of the numbers that we're seeing on the top of this leaderboard?
The top, no. The bottom, yes. I mean,
bottom
Team
is shocking,
Furia all the way down there, and then Algacia as well. These are teams that we were not expecting to be down at the bottom. Another team that was a little bit buried on the leaderboard, Na'Vi here in this Game 7. They needed a game to have their sort of ascension moment to compete with the giants of the Slavi, being Falcons and NIP. And in this Game 7, they get a great start. They're landing at Cedo Station and it pulls to Jurassic. So a very simple macro game. One of the first spots available. They can take it.
This is going to be so tight.
Ultimately, when we get towards this late game, as you can see here, just raining down fire on all the teams from below, picking up so much KP. And also notably, with all the bands we're seeing, they were playing Rampart, and that Sheila was in fact singing.
9
good early push here
banned
onto Dexter and Gen G, and then from that point, they already knew the MCOY was a duo, and so it was an easy win.
And Nadas Vincere obviously showing the passion. You can tell they know there's a little chip on their shoulder to try to recreate the memories in Sapporo, which we'll be going back to as well. But Game 2, talk to me.
Now, I'm excited to talk about this one. We're mentioning squads coming out of these other regions. Fnatic here in this one specifically. And this was fun because Fnatic landing over at Troyden had absolutely zero zone information. So they decide to hang out in their area.
Game 10 coming up here in just a minute.
In dividends for Fnatic. You can see a bunch of these other teams going through, getting these fights
going to be really good.
But another team that was doing those fights was the Fnatic. They were waiting for all those squads coming through the wall area, getting lots of KP.
I don't know if Falcons are still the only team above 100.
Able to wait long enough so that they can rotate a little bit later on towards the north side of that wall. And in the end, this is what set them up here for success. And that combined with the PK in the hands of Libelace just was absolute destruction. No one could come anywhere near the Fnatic squad, and they were able to use that height at the end to clean it up.
Today.
Rocking a Mirage as well. Second game I think we've seen won by a team playing Mirage today, at least that I paid attention to. Could have even been more. Fnatic happy with that one.
What a shot. 30-30 shots today.
We just saw tonight.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things about this game was a couple different things. At the end of the game, we had Furia as a duo, and they were putting a lot of pressure on the map, which was exciting for me to see because it allowed them to get that second place. They cleaned up a couple kills, but the real story is TSM and their consistency here. They were able to control the middle of Terraformer almost the entire game, and what they do, and one thing I'm very impressed with, is their comms. We've heard it before, dupes, passion, all that, but they don't let the hectic comms sometimes influence their decision-making on the map. They're able to play extremely patient. They're able to hold that height. They know that's their power position, and they get picks around the map and then move up when they need to. And I think that's one thing that does separate the top teams from a lot of these other teams is you start to hear some panic and some comms, and you feel like you have to overhelp and overextend yourself sometimes. And we just see how well TSM takes these fights. A lot of times, no one's even going down. They're just getting these clean picks, and Fury was forced to make a play there at the end. And, you know, TSM has just had that consistency, and it's exciting to see.
It is exciting to see all that starting to come together. A team certainly creating a new version of TSM that the fans who have supported the black and white will be happy to see here. As you can see, the overall series standings.
Here's the ladder going into the final game. Look how close that is for the top 7. It is so close. Look how close it is for the bottom 3. There are 4 teams tied on 28 points. The bottom 3 go home. This is going to be so intense of a final game.
Doing it yet again. Na'Vi right behind him at 57, but again, it's a big 22-point drop from there. So the top 4 playing out of their mind. But you got to say there is a big difference, and more importantly, like you had mentioned, what is needing to happen here for teams like Godsia, Esports, Strafing Flame? We focused on him. Now he is in, if it ended now, a position to be out of the tournament in day 1. That would be very, very surprising for everyone watching Apex.
Absolutely, and at this point, they're pretty unlikely to get into that top 7, so you're just trying to survive. You're not worried about any potential cutoffs. You're not even worrying about winning the game. It's what can I do to just get in front of the 1 or 2 teams that are only a few points away. It's not impossible. No. That cutoff is not going to be majorly high. Those teams are right next to you, so you're just trying to keep track. It's kind of like match point. We're keeping track of the match point teams. And instead, you're just trying to keep track of the teams that are right near you on those standings so that you don't fall.
For those teams down in the bottom, it's going to be a really exciting, intense match coming up for Game 10. But for the coach of a team sitting pretty right now, of course, that's Ninjas in Pajamas and Raven. They should be feeling good. We have Lace standing by with them.
Thank you so much, guys. I do have Raven, the coach of Ninjas in Pajamas, and of course this team is having an absolute stellar performance so far. I don't know if you know this, Raven, but tied with Falcons for points from Game 8 at 51, and I think your team has the most damage, beating over 8k, probably very close to 10 at the moment. Now, obviously, we want to sort of have a chat about your coaching style. What kind of philosophy do you take when you coach your team? Are you kind of like hands-on, or do you just sit back and like let the IGL do the work?
I'm generally a hands-on type of coach. You know, I love getting in there and influencing, but I have 3 extremely talented players, so I do get to sit back a little bit. I've been really here mostly to give them like direction and structure and discipline and make sure that we're like sticking to our play style and not drifting from it. But otherwise, yeah, you'll find me talking even in scrims and practice. I do like to actively coach.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams sort of need that. And, you know, if they get a little bit lippy, you're probably there to, like, simmer it down a little bit as well. Now, how far did your team follow the prep and VOD reviews that you would have done? Or was there a bit more improvisation going into these extremely well-played matches?
There's always going to be an element of improvisation because it's a battle royale and there's so many variables, but honestly, we've been sticking to our playstyle throughout this entire series. Some of the zones, we've played them the exact same way we've played them in practice and scrims, down to a T. So today is just like quintessential Ninjas in Pajamas, honestly.
Yeah, and it's honestly, we're seeing that through the screen. Now, obviously, you guys are in 2nd place at the moment, so of course you're going through to that match point format. What's next on the checklist? Like, what are we going to do right after these set of matches?
Right, well, we really want to come for that 1st seed. However, this last game might be a little inty from a few teams. You know, there's teams that are at the bottom that want to shoot up the leaderboard. and there's also teams that, yeah, need a lot of points, and then there are some teams that really need to make sure they don't die. They're just in the qual range, but we do expect there to be a lot of fighting, so we're gonna play a smooth early game, not die, let everyone else fight. We'll come into 3P.
Yeah, and then get that extra KP right at the end there, Raven. Absolute pleasure chatting to you, and beautiful words, and of course Ninjas in Pajamas doing a great job. But look, we've got one more game to go, so we're going to throw it back to you guys at the casting desk.
Thank you so much, Lay. It's always good to hear from the coaches. Good day for Raven and Ninjas in Pajamas, of course, but they want to take that first seed. You heard it from Raven's mouth. Wanted to take that one away from Falcons, which will, of course, be a nice little boost for them when it comes to POI draft a little bit later in the tournament.
Yeah, a big boost indeed. They have really switched it on when it comes to this event. I think there was a lot of worry about, you know, how they might perform, a few ups and downs leading up to it, but I think everything can be put behind them now, and they can start to look forward.
One thing just to highlight, it's a couple of people I just saw online, just don't worry about Keon. He's good. He's going to be playing this next game here. He'll be nice and healthy, ready to get back, help Furia to qualify. Hopefully, they will hope for that match point finals, but now we really are into the pressure game. This is the pressure game. Match number 10, the final one of the day here for Pool Play and Group A. This is where the final leaderboards will be final.
We will be sending 3 teams home. We will be sending 7 teams through to match point finals. Everyone else in between will be going to the LCQ on Saturday. And it is going to be Broken Moon to follow up here on match 10. So anyone who's been struggling on this map, well, bad news for you. But there are a few who have been succeeding when it comes to Broken Moon, especially on those scrims. I mean, actually, surprisingly, Falcons were, or unsurprisingly, Falcons have been one of the best teams when it comes to performing on Broken Moon. But they've already got their job done. They're already #1. But after hearing Raven's words, maybe they want to just make sure that they stay #1 to hold that first seed going into match point finals.
Well, the difference in points they'll have to overcome to overtake Falcons is 5 in this game. So if they get 5 more points than Falcons currently have, they will be that #1 seed. Potentially. Of course, we've still got Group B to come tomorrow.
It's a good points total, though.
Going into that POI draft and into that match point finals. But who is going to join them, going directly through? Who is going to the LCQ on Saturday? And who will be going home? Well, match number 10 is almost ready to go here. Broken Moon is going to decide it all.
Can't wait, because
I'm gassed,
we're also in a situation where we've had 9 legends banned as well. So these compositions are going to look very different from how they did all the way back at match 1. We might see some similar compositions across the board, as we often do once we get into match 10. A lot of people come into agreement of which are the best 3 legends to play, and I'm very excited to see what everyone's going to be going for here.
Here we go then, the Crusher waits for 3 teams keys as well.
Here we go. Game 10. 3 teams going home. The bottom 3 teams. The top 7 go straight to the grand final. This is going to be really intense. Who's going to the $2 million grand final? Who's going to the last chance qualifier? And who is going home?
Just to give you an idea on these legend selections, you can see, of course, TSM's competition.
9 legends banned.
And we've got Rampart as well featuring for them, but most people have gone for Sparrow. We've got 11 Sparrows, Mad Maggie, 11 of those as well, 7 Valkyries, including the one on TSM. 7 Ramparts, 7
It's going to be really intense here.
Before we go to 5 Newcastles, 4 Mirages, and 1 Vantage. So not
Don't
too
want to
many
be in that
legends
bottom
featuring.
3. You do
Sometimes
not want to be going
There
home.
can be a great, vast difference, but across the board, pretty similar compositions here.
I stopped listening after you said 7 so many times. I zoned out, but it gives a good indication of how much of a spread there is when it comes to
This is going to be a really intense last game here. I'm so excited. Alcadia in 18th, Sentinels 19th, Zero Tenacity 20th. Them 3 are going home and eliminated from the tournament as it stands.
Maybe that's all they need.
But there's teams all around that could easily go down. In the top 7, the race for the top 7, it's even closer.
Of each logo is going to be where they currently reside in
All
those
Gamers and Na'Vi are in zone. Na'Vi are sitting in
20th
5th.
position right now, but they are only 4 points behind Movistar, who are on 28. And there are a lot of teams on 28 points right now.
4 teams tied on 28
We will, of
points
course, keep you updated
at the bottom.
as best as we can on how those leaderboards are looking as we get further into this game.
Well, that's where we're going to be going. You can see all gamers there making their way towards Alpha Base already. Na'Vi are going to be very, very happy to see that. A little bit of RNG going their way. Also going to have a ring console, and also they're all going to have a somewhat of a setup. For Zero Tenacity, they will have to earn their place in this tournament. They are dropping right down near cultivation at the moment. They're going to have to move all the way across the map, through quarantine zone, all the way through stasis array, the core potentially, before they even get a look at where this endgame could be going.
The scary thing is, there's a world where Zero Tenacity win 2 fights, put 6 points on the board, find themselves on 30 points, and still make it into the LCQ if they see the teams around them all drop early. Entirely possible. That is how tight it is. The same can be said here for Sentinels on 28 points. The same can be said for Alcadzia as well. All these squads are going to be biting their nails off, hoping that maybe the game's going to go their way. And for example here, Sentinels, they see a team running across, they see they've got the damage, and I'm sure in the back of their minds, they're thinking, we could push this, we could get kills on the board, but at the same time, they have to think bigger picture.
Yeah, some really tough decisions to be made and pressure situations. And decisions are going to have to be made by a lot of these teams. Nemesis was the team who was taking a lot of that fire from the scout of Sentinels. And they've managed to find a little spot here to play for now, or certainly just get healthy. 9th place for them overall. And they'll be looking upwards. They want to get into that top 7. They want to go directly into match point. There's so much on the line for all of these teams. Even when, like we mentioned, you look at the top of the table, Ninjas in Pajamas, who have great access to this zone, landed over at Breaker Wharf. They want to oust Falcons, who are at the top of the leaderboards after this game is done. And Falcons are over by Bionomics dropping, so they have a huge rotate to make as well.
I'm really worried for the teams around the top 7 as well. I mean, we keep talking about the elimination zone, but it's equally as tight around 5 through 9. Na'Vi, Enterforce 36, Wolves Esports, Kinotrope Gaming, and Team Nemesis are all within 7 points of each other. That could flip-flop very quickly throughout just a few placement differences and kills. Checking with Furia, 41 points as well. It's not out of the realms of possibility that they could get into the top 7 with a victory here in match 10.
You heard it from Raven. He was expecting this to be a little bit of an inty game. Listen to how silent it is. Now, this is Furia sat at the core at the moment, and don't get me wrong, this isn't where the end game is going to be. Knowing that Nemesis are close by, not a lot of fire being exchanged between the two teams. We'll take a look at where the zone is going to be going, though, over towards Alpha Base. So you can see a lot of teams starting to find little cubbies to play.
This is a nerve-wracking position for Edward Gaming. A team that's currently in one of these bottom 3 places.
Oh, no.
Have tried to build a base. But sadly, there's a Mad Maggie on the other side, and Team Orchid trying to capitalize on the initial damage.
This should be
They
right.
had to leave that spot as well, just due to Legend composition, right? They weren't expecting
This should
a
be
Mad
right.
Maggie to be inside that building. If there's not a Mad Maggie inside that building, this spot's probably a lot more comfortable for them, but that is what Legend bans do. That is how composition can affect how you have to play
Maggie
it.
again.
Say, pops another riot drill through the wall, and certainly heats them up. If not, puts them to a nice medium rare.
Yeah, this one they're able to avoid, which is surprising considering they had eyes on them through this window. I mean, this reminds me of
5 seconds, by the way.
This is
You know
like
what's happening.
This is like Duel of the Fates of Star Wars Episode 1, and it's literally Obi-Wan watching Qui-Gon and Darth Maul right now taking a fight.
Yeah, I kind of feel for them.
That's rough, man.
For Edward Gaming. And now, having had to retreat from the wall, they're taking fire from a distance as well.
Who's gonna get
And they are
top
gonna be burning
7?
through their meds so
my
quickly
God.
here.
I'm not sure my anxiety could take this as a player.
EDG are at the
My
bottom.
IGL.
This is
Please,
risky for
can we
them.
find somewhere else?
Lux was trying to throw a few barrels
This spot
their
is
way.
really risky.
3MZ has to jump out for the battery as well. Oh, what do you do in this situation, Edward Gaming? If you manage to make this work, all the power in the world to you, because this is looking rough.
How much damage are you going to farm here if you're Cersei as well, just through Riot Drill?
Drops a 4K.
I mean, you might be able to get up to purple just through Riot Drill damage.
Or Fury dying.
But no, EDG have left, but now out of the frying pan and into the fire.
EDG not looking good right now.
Maybe just into the fryer here, as Donut is the player who's firing down on them at the moment.
Fury dying still. EDG's dead.
And we're gaming. 2 are down. I want to look like a very uncomfortable
Nemesis down.
preheated spot thanks to the right.
That came out of nowhere. Sentinels took out Nemesis.
Might be the end of their game, but the one player and the one legend is still alive for them.
Sentinels dying. EDG down. That's not good. They're probably going to go home. They are. There's one team of the 3 going home.
I'm kind of glad it's over.
That's rough.
I was uncomfortable being a part of it, but I'm very sad. And
Bad Maggie single-handedly just
we
eliminated
won't
them.
be seeing them anymore.
Damn.
There's no chance of them overtaking anyone.
That's unfortunate for them.
Out of the game. That is good news though for the likes of Movistar,
Out of
likes
the
of
tournament.
Sentinels, who are trying to stay ahead of that Japing pack.
Well, something to highlight there. While all of that kerfuffle was going down, Nemesis have been eliminated.
Yeah,
they were in
did
9th
see
position,
that.
so they will not be going directly into the match point.
Mao's
finals.
dying
And
here.
They had a really good start to this game. World Esports now trying to put more
Mao's
pressure on
down.
Mao's will also be eliminated here.
Eliminated
And they
18th.
were in 18th, so that's 2 teams already eliminated, not just from the game.
Oh.
From the mid-season playoffs. That
Mouse
is a
were in
tough one for
18,
the
so they're
Kiwi.
fully
Mouse
gone.
Zero tenacity on their
Alcadzia.
leaderboards, and then they can
They need to get out of the bottom 3 now. Same as Zero Tenacity. They need to get out of there now.
Eliminated in 18th, and it actually said at 18th, which I should have read a lot better, Dan. So apologies to Mouse fans. You're still
Lack of
alive.
glasses
All
again.
good.
I've actually got my glasses on this time round. Makes it even worse. Go
We're
take
not
them
on
off.
camera. No one would have known.
Movie star still alive though, still trying to force their
EDG
way into
completely
LCQ.
out of the tournament.
Take a look
Nemesis
at the map
going at
overhead right
9,
now.
so
We
they're
see all the
going
teams
to
that
the
have moved up towards
LCQ.
Alpha Base on
Mao's
that north
out
side.
at 10, they're
Fnatic are
going
really
to the
interesting spot as
LCQ.
well on that northern side. Just
Who's
outside
going to
where
get
the
top
zone is gonna
7
be
and
going,
who's
but
going to get
actually in a place to pick off
the
any
last
teams
bottom
that
3
do
spots?
Try and rotate into the space in front of them.
Zero Tenacity.
36 over at Quarantine
Alcadzia
Zone,
need
Furia
to get out of
also
that
there.
bottom.
As Sentinels move up onto Movie Star Koi, and you can see that could be a really big fight as to where qualification and elimination takes place.
Yeah, 2 teams on either side of the leaderboard with equally as big a fight if it happens. There's a few teams like that as well. Either you're down in the bottom and you're just hoping to fight for your
E36
life,
rotating
or you're
in.
fighting to
Where are they on the
go
ladder?
that
I
one
think
step
they're quite
further and
high.
not have to play on Saturday
Are they
in the
pushing for the top
LCQ.
7 though?
And whilst I can see there being some advantages.
Oh,
to
they
the
are.
LCQ
They're
and
in
getting
7th.
extra games,
E36
extra
are
reps
the hold-off.
here on LAN and in this
They
tournament.
have
Of course,
7th
the
spot.
POI draft seeding is going to be a big thing to consider.
Oh, that's
If you come out of
nerve-wracking.
that LCQ,
Phenotrope's
you're
3
only
points off
going to be
taking their spot too.
15th or below when it comes to your POI draft. There will be 14 teams ahead.
And Force 36 have managed to make their way through Cliffside a little bit closer to where this zone
There's
is
Zero
gonna be going.
Tenacity.
Just looking
They must
across
be
to see if there's a
nervous,
ring
man.
console close to them that they could hit on their way in, but I don't think
They've been in the
they have
bottom
a survey
20
beacon that they
all
just got
game,
info from.
all day.
Which will probably give them a good indication
It'll
of
be
where the zone's
hilarious if
going,
they
but
get out of it in the final game.
as to where the zone afterwards is going to be taking place, a little bit tougher for them.
But even if
to
they
get
do,
that
they're going to
info.
play
Still
10 times
fascinated, by the way.
better.
Zero Tenacity on our screen, still alive. 20th
In
place
2 days'
overall. It
time.
will be a heroic effort from them in this final game.
We are
Movistar
rotating
Koi,
in
by the
zone.
way, escape the clutches of elimination.
Excuse me for jumping over you, but Movistar Koi looks like they're about to get a mythic bin. You talk about chances, you talk about RNG, you talk about an opportunity to keep your tournament hopes alive. A mythic bin is certainly going to add to all of that.
Fury
Sentinels
have
did not
2
take the
wins,
fight in
don't
the
they?
end. They went north, so Movistar
I
will
swear
be
they have.
free to get that mythic bin as we check in with
Or
Furia.
at least the first and
and they're
second.
going for a long rotation round on this southern side here.
Yeah, they'll be pretty safe on that rotation.
Sentinels.
Well. Be anyone holding them out. Gen G,
A
the
lot of
closest
pressure
to
on them
them,
right
but
now
in zone.
to get out of that bottom 3.
They're on the ring console right now, and the timing should work out in their favor.
They're
Sentinels
currently
make
the
their
last
play in towards next
able
zone.
spot.
They will be safe. In the kill feed, you can see Panic has just picked up a knock onto Libel Ace from Fnatic, but that's
Fnatic are
happening
fine
all the
though.
way to the northern side of the
Fnatic
zone.
are
And the pullback
making it.
that we've just seen on our
They've already made it.
screen means the teams that are
Well,
deep
Fnatic's
into
dying
zone,
completely.
deep in
Fnatic
to
eliminated,
the
damn.
northern side of where
But
they're
they've made it.
going.
Fnatic are
They
top
have to
7,
go
they're
the other
good.
side. Fnatic in the meantime have been eliminated.
They've made it.
It was TSM who managed to take advantage of that initial knock and pick up a few KPs.
They're going to the grand
Eliminated, but their
final.
job's done. We'll be seeing them
Yep.
in the match point finals on Sunday. They're in 4th place,
Job
80
done.
points.
Same
Not
as
a worry for
Falcons,
them.
job
They're not
done.
gonna be caught up by enough teams to take them out of the top 7. Falcons, though, they want to go into those match point finals as the #1. 101 points is already very impressive,
Oh,
by the
shot,
way.
Zero.
So many of these points have been sponged up by
Falcons
these
have
lobby
made it,
leaders.
they're good. But this is
I'm
going to be
wondering
really
how Group
intense
B is
final
gonna go
game.
tomorrow. Will we
This is
see
it.
as much dominance from a few teams, or will
For a
it be
lot of
bit
these
more
teams,
shared
it's
as
now or
MVP have
never.
just seen Vayne knocked down to the ground? Can they get him back up?
I was about to say, I would love to stay on the POV of Falcons there as the zone pops and they see the pullback that's going to be occurring.
Maybe start Koi. I don't think they can make the top 7, but they just got to stay out of that bottom 3. They're pushing Sentinels, the team just under them. Crypto ult comes out. This is huge. Shots from Lord of the Rings. Gets the knock. Blink goes down.
This is 16 versus
That's
17.
huge.
Whoever loses this, very much at risk of being eliminated from
It's
the
a
tournament,
huge fight.
especially with
Are they going to
Algadza
back
and
out?
Zero Tenacity still being alive.
They're getting
But
the
it looks
reset
like
too.
Sentinels have been able to get the upper hand here, but Movistar not out of it yet.
Havoc.
Because you saw Algadza, that's very, very close to this.
Fun.
Fight and might be thinking about third party.
Brings out the ult.
Singapore goes down.
Riley goes down.
And so does a member of Sentinels as well. MQuid try and swing off the back of this. Car's a little bit separated.
Movistar Koi goes down.
That have made him somewhat of a household name in recent times.
Algazia's pushing.
Movistar Koi will be eliminated, but here now comes Algadza.
And if Algadza win this
Algadza at the bottom.
be knocking Movistar out of the tournament.
If Algadza win this fight, Movistar eliminated.
Gives Movistar still a chance to stay alive and get to that LCQ. Remember, it's just Algadza and Zero Tenacity. They can overtake Movistar now. Sentinels are holding on. The Caustic doing the job right now.
Sentinel's gonna die.
Shields have been ripped away, but look at Lota. It's not the R9 this time around. It's a Thermite that somehow disposes of Pricey.
Pricey goes down. Oh, and Sentinels are getting the reset.
But the two squads fighting for their tournament life.
Come on, Algadza. Come on, Strafing Flame. Come on, Algadza. I want Algadza to make it. Come on. Just get this wipe.
On 29. That all changes so quickly with this one fight. And
Come on, Algadza.
Taken so much damage here.
Playcare goes down. Strafing Flame with good damage though.
But he'll be taken down.
Pricey!
Now, the first player to go down in
Go, Pricey! Yes! You got it! You got it! You got it, Pricey!
Shields to work with here. He's trying to buy time, but I think he knows that his time is running out.
Yes!
Sentinel's time is running out.
Yes!
Down first initially, but now he clutches.
Lovely from Algadza. Na'Vi eliminated too. They could drop out the top 7. Na'Vi could drop out the top 7. They died. E36 dead too! They could drop out the top 7.
Enterforce 36 eliminated, by the way. Remember, they were in 7th place. It's happening on both sides of the leaderboard.
Oh my god, this is getting intense. This is getting really intense right now. Yes, Algadza. They're making it out right now. That's good. Algadza have made it. Oh no. Yeah, Sentinels. Algadza have made it. They're ahead of Sentinels. It's only Tenacity you can send Sentinels out. Algadza have made it. Good work. They're going to the LCQ.
We saw a lot of the LGS Open, much to the chagrin of a lot of teams that were around them.
Fury goes down as well. NIP down. Nose Fox down. Na'Vi could drop out the top 7 here, same as E36. This is getting really intense right now.
Every single side of this map, it would seem. Furia being able
Cares
to
about
take down
Falcons.
Zero.
They've already made it,
Looking
mate.
to try and make their way into the top 7, remember. It's not just the bottom 3 that are being played for right now. A big game from Furia. They could still find themselves in those match point finals as Dexter takes down
Panic goes down.
Zero Tenacity down to a 2. 27
Oh,
points.
Zero Tenacity, this must be nervous for them. They're in a bad spot.
Look at the position that they have in zone, but that Maggie Riot drill again causing so many
They're in an alright spot actually, but...
so many teams.
No, they're being pushed!
To the skies.
Algadza!
Flood in to deal.
And Zero Tenacity are going home!
The last surviving hope here for
Zero Tenacity eliminated. Boom. There's your 3 eliminated. There's your 3 eliminated. Sentinels are safe.
And that secures our
The bottom 3.
eliminated. Sentinels will survive, but Movistar,
Wow.
Gaming and Zero Tenacity all out of the tournament here on Thursday. They'll be going
Now
on
it's
and
just
we will
top
not
7.
be seeing them any longer in this tournament, but now we can
Wow.
turn our attention to
Thank
the top 7.
fuck
Who's going to make
for,
it to those match point finals on Sunday? Remember, everyone else
Algadza
who does
made
not
it.
make top 7 goes to an LCQ on Saturday.
Algadza be going to the LCQ, but
And Furia at the moment outside looking
can
in.
Fury get the top 7 here? They need a win.
As it stands, need to get into that top 7.
All gamers, can they get to the top 7?
You see in front of you right now. Triple take in the hands have dropped. Has a chance to do
All
damage,
gamers are
but
a
they
good
have to leave
trio.
this building. Imperial
Falcon's
have
dead.
eliminated Falcons. Their day is done, but they
But
drop
Fury are in a
also.
bad spot here. Orchid dead.
Orchid go down.
All gamers dying. Fury are dead. Fury didn't make it. Has anyone made it in?
All gamers who won the first first game today.
Can all gamers do it?
Victory here in match 10.
Come on, all gamers. I want them to do it.
In the match point final.
Now it's Furia who just fell, so they will be into the LCQ. They won't
TSM, you've already got enough points. Fuck off. TSM are going to take first place. They've launched on all gamers. All gamers dead. All gamers dead. They didn't make it. TSM are pushing for first place.
We'll have to go through the LCQ. Well, suddenly this top 7's looking pretty secure. Na'Vi currently hold the 7th position, but there is still a chance. Maybe for Alcazia.
Wolves.
TSM
are Gen G dead. So top 7's confirmed. Alcazia's not going to make it. They're too far away, aren't they?
And most importantly, connects with the majority of the
Imagine Alcazia went from 18th to 7th and made it. That'd be unreal. They're trying.
Do something very similar themselves.
I don't think there's enough points available.
Yeah, I don't think they can.
To get into the top 7, but they can certainly
I think it's settled.
With a bang, but it might not matter.
TSM are dominating.
Right now.
Oh my god, TSM have won the day.
All 3 members of TSM.
Alcazia did well
as the top 2 now
to go to the LCQ.
versus TSM to see who will be the champion of Game 10.
And it might just be TSM.
Wow, TSM win another one. Oh my god, and they take first place overall and go get the #1 pick. That's impressive. Well, they might have the #1 pick. It could be #2 pick depending on the points in Group B. But they won the series. Wow. Falcons come second. That's impressive. Overall leaderboard coming up here in a second. Wow. TSM with 3 wins, wasn't it?
The torch has been passed now to these 3 players.
That's great. They played very well. The young guns.
They are top of the group. After 10 games today,
very well played. After 4 hours.
So we know our 3 teams that are going home early. Zero Tenacity, Edward Gaming, and Movistar Koi. Commiserations.
Zero Tenacity, Movistar Koi. Going home.
Those who are from 8 to 17 will go into an LCQ, and of course we will give you all of those results.
12 and 12 for TSM, 7-9 for Kintro, Alcazia the 8-7, Gen G with the 0-5, Wolves with the 7-4, all gamers with a 5-3, and Furia with a 3-3.
Down in the bottom 3 when we came in match 8, but now they find themselves in that LCQ.
They've done well, Alcazia. That was a huge game they need from that 3v3 at the start. If they lost that, they were going home. And Movistar Koi would have stayed in the tournament.
How their day ended, having been top of the leaderboards for the majority of the
Oof. Sentinels almost went home.
The Ninjas in Pajamas to have it stolen away in match number 10. It's got to be tough.
Got to be tough indeed. I think there's going to be a lot of heartbreak here on both sides.
Wait, did NIP not make the top 7? I thought NIP easily made it. Bring up the totals. Come on. TSM first, Falcons second, NIP third. They made it. Fnatic fourth, Keenatro fifth, Wolves sixth, and Na'Vi in 7th. Make it. They're all going to the finals. 8th to 17th is going to the LCQ. And Koi, Edward Gaming, and Zero Tenacity are going home.
A Movistar Koi. Heartbreak for them.
Wow.
They will be eliminated from the tournament alongside Edward Gaming and Zero Tenacity. But look how close it was between everybody. Between elimination and survival, 5 points.
That's intense. What a set.
It's tough to take.
What a set of games.
Pill to swallow for the bottom 3 teams, but for everyone else, from 8 to 17, they live to fight another day.
TSM, Falcons, NIP, Fnatic, Keenatro, Wolves, and Na'Vi going to the final.
The question is, can they go one step further
Oof.
and get to Sunday through that LCQ?
Alright, it's 4 AM.
Eliminated from the tournament, which unfortunately for them
4 AM, man.
are about to be crushed, and I can't think of
Oh, what an ending.